me in a state of daze. Your kisses make my skin feel weak. I'm always melting in your heat. Then I soar like a bird in the wind. Oh, I glide as I'm flying through heaven.
What's going on, Bandidos? And we're live. It's Friday, December 30th, almost the last day of the year. And we got some golden bullet to catch up on. Let's roll. And I'm back. What's going on? Hope you guys all have are having a beautiful holiday week. Had a great Christmas as we enter here into New Year's Eve and therefore New Year. Yep. So tomorrow's my birthday, y'all. What's up? Tomorrow's my birthday, December 31st. Yep, I was born on the last day of the year. to prove some sort of point, and so I'm figuring out what that point is yet, though. So when you're born on December 31st, you don't really have a birthday. You know what I mean? You're sort of like forgotten about your birthday. I want you to know that. So that's my childhood. So yeah, because you know everybody's kind of over it. You know what I mean? You got the Christmas, you have the Thanksgiving, you got the Christmas, and you know all these get-togethers and gifts and celebrations and spending, and receiving and giving and receiving and giving, and then it's your birthday. You know what I mean? And then your birthday is like right there at the tail end of that, and people are just kind of like, here's a card with a gift card. You kind of get a lot of gift cards, a lot of cash growing up, a lot of $5 bills. You know what I mean? So, yup, lots of $5 bills. Anyways, yeah, so tomorrow's my birthday, so it's gonna be a pretty busy day, so I'm probably not gonna be online tomorrow. It's been a pretty busy week, as you guys can probably tell, a holiday week. I've been out of town for a few days, but I am back, ready to attack, and when we cross over that new year, you know we're gonna be bringing it live for your asses. That's right. Putting together, you know, what content changes I'm going to be making here for the coming year, and how we can step things up around here to the next level. And I want to take you guys with me. So anyways, so I was just here talking about, what up, Matt? What's going on, brother? Your birthday's on January 3rd. Look at that, fellow Capricornia. Thanks, Blue. Appreciate it. For the happy birthdays. You too, Pico. Thanks for the happy birthdays. What up, Warrior Cowboy? In the house. Squad in the house. Yeah, better than Christmas. So I have a cousin whose birthday's on Christmas Eve also. And my daughter's birthday is here's gonna trip you guys out. This is gonna blow your mind right here. My daughter's birthday is also December 31st. So we're both born on the same day on the last day of the year, which is nuts, right? Yup. I don't know what kind of craziness that is, what kind of parallel universe that throws us in, but I'm afraid to look her in the eyes because I feel like the world will implode. You know what I mean? That's what happens. But anyways, hey, check this out. Look at my character. This one's for you, Reaps. Look at the Quattro 8s is what I'm calling it. Look at my SHD level. I'm on the 4 8s. Isn't that some shit? It just looks nice, right? It just looks nice. It's like when you buy a brand new clock a digital clock and you haven't plugged it in yet. That's what that looks like. That's what my watch says right now. Yeah, I'm thinking about a tip of spear build today. I'm glad you mentioned it. And so let me show you what else. So the other day I've been obsessing about a build. We're gonna talk about that in a minute. But this is something else. So for those of you that have been along for the ride for a while here, you know I've been working on my headshot kills world ranking, and my goal is, if you guys are following me, is to be in top 50. Now, I say top 50 because this obesity guy, which apparently is the same person, owns the first 11 slots, right? This is all the same person, so that's kind of annoying. So at first, I feel like, so if you're in the top 50, you're really in the top, 39? So I guess, you know, if you look at it from a people perspective. Anyways, check out where I'm at, yo. 51! What up? 51! That's right, look at that, I'm one slot away. Like, what is that, 500 kills, 1,000 kills, 1,500 kills? Let me see, where am I at, about 1,500 kills away. That's a hard day's work. That's a tough day, man. But you know what's crazy, guys? So, like, I for the last 15 slots, basically, I did all in legendary. Like the last 15 slots, all legendary headshot kills. And this is the build that I did it with. Absolutely insane. Now, this isn't a build video about this build today, but I just got to talk about it for a minute because, holy shit. So I've been working on this build for months now. I've been actually just kind of like perfecting it is what I've been doing. It worked from the get-go, but I've been perfecting it. It's a legendary sniper build, and I've been soloing legendary with this bad boy, only using sniper rifles to solo legendary strongholds. We're not talking about the summit here. We're talking about legendary strongholds using only a sniper. It's absolutely insane. So I've been doing District Union Arena, and I'm telling you, like I'm not breaking records, but I'm like it's basically by default like you're speed running. You know, you're up there. Okay, so like sub 45 minutes, like 30 minutes, somewhere between 30 and 45 minutes is where it's gonna land. And I don't have an exact time yet because I haven't done the boss yet with this build. And so it's really annoying because you basically have to practice over and over again until you figure out where your strategy is. So and when you do a solo legendary, if you guys haven't figured this out yet, I really appreciate that, Crispin. Like, if you guys haven't figured this out yet, a lot of you that don't do legendary solo stuff, but it's the same thing when you do legendaries. It's like, I got a question for you, Reaper. Hold your thought there. I got a question for you in a second. But when you do legendaries, every room has a strategy. Every room, all right? So if we talk District Union Arena, you have that strategy, right? You go, I got to take down the 3 tanks. I got to take down the technicians. I got to anticipate that helicopter. I got to anticipate the drone operators. This is where I'm going to stand. Then this is where I'm going to stand. And then this is where I'm going to stand. I'm going to use this weapon. I'm going to use that weapon, right? So you know what I'm saying? So it's the same thing when you do solo legendaries, of course. Every room has a strategy. But when you're using just a sniper build, it's even more, right? Like, I can't just throw out my turrets and say, go to town, right? Like, you know, you can't do that. You gotta pop your head out and you gotta kill somebody, right? And so the cool thing about these builds is that you get that chain kill and everybody is dead in minutes. So basically the first checkpoint, including the tanks in the chungas, I'm 2-shotting the chungas. Everybody's dying in a single shot. I'm taking out the tanks with a single bullet. Yeah, that's right. The tanks are going down with a single bullet, right? Chain killer. So you stack your chain kill, tag the tank. Stack your chain kill, tag another tank. Or sometimes, check this out, yo. I can kill all 3 tanks with a single bullet. Not a lie. All 3 tanks with the TAC 50. If you get them all lined up and you got chain killer, you roll to your TAC 50 and you take them all out with a single shot. Easy, right? The 2 warhounds upstairs go down with a single shot with your TAC 50, right? You shoot them in the leg before they wake up. Hit them with the pulse, shoot them in the leg. So every room has got a strategy, right? And you got to figure that strategy out. And that's what I've been doing over the last couple of days on my own. Which is it's a daunting process. The whole solo legendary thing, it's exhausting, right? With assault rifles, it's a different strategy. It's really easy. It's actually really easy. When somebody goes and does a solo legendary with Negotiator's Dilemma, I'm not impressed. You know, I'm not even if I do it. Like, it's not impressive. It's just not. It's just shoot everything, just keep shooting. You know what I mean? It's just like everything dies pretty quickly, and then you move on to the same room, and it's the same strategy. Shoot. All you need to know is where to stand, and then it's shoot everything and keep shooting. It's not impressive. It looks impressive. I realize it does, but it's really not. The only thing that that we've figured out, that I figured out, that other speedrunners have figured out, is where to stand. That's the only thing you got to figure out. And then from there, it's just your natural, this guy must die first, like medics, healing station guys, drone operators, you know, that kind of stuff. Anybody that can flank you, they got to go. You know what I mean? So it's but when you switch it to a different weapon class, like if you're going to do with SMGs, it's going to change, for example, right? Because now you got to get in their face. Right, and shotguns. The shotgun strategy is different too. So a lot of people do solo legendary with Hunter's Fury, and that changes, right? It's not just shoot everything. It's get as close as possible and probably blow them up with a Regulus. But if not, then just make sure you never miss a shot and you 1-shot 1-kill using like an M870 or something like that, right? And never miss a shot, so you can keep staggering the group, so on and so forth. Right, and so every weapon class has its own strategy, and so with the sniper class, it also requires its own strategy, because there are rooms that are just not really, how do you say, like, conducive for a sniper weapon. Does that make sense? So like when you're upstairs and there's that one room, I don't know really what they call it, but it's about halfway, just before the arcade, right? Just before the arcade. there's that room, and it's like, it's just past the kitchen, and we're talking about District Union Arena, and you go in there, and it's crunchy in there, right? It's like a really small room. There's 3 healing station guys, 2 medics, then some rushers come out with some chungas and some grenade launchers, all in this tiny room. And so how do you do that tiny room? Now with an assault rifle, you can blind fire, you can do all sorts of crazy stuff, right? But with a sniper, you got to acquire your target, you get a target. It's hard, it's different, right? And you only get one shot, right? Kind of thing. And so you got to figure out what that strategy is, and what the strategy is, like, where do I stand? Who do I kill first? And how do I react to this next wave? Do I fall back? Do I hold my ground? And it's a painful process because you have to figure that out, and you have to try new things, but it's all the way halfway through the stronghold. You know what I mean? You're like halfway in there. So if whatever you're trying out doesn't fucking work, guess what happens in a legendary solo mission? You fucking restart. Right, and you got to start all over again, bro, all over again, and then things don't always go perfect. So even though you go back to the first checkpoint, even though you've cleared it a million times solo, you might have a shitty run back to back to back to back and keep dying on the first checkpoint. It happens all the time. You know what I mean? My point is, it's a very painful process, but I've done some incredible fucking things with this build. So if you don't know what you're looking at, okay, you're looking at basically. This is the explosive resistance legendary sniper build. So remember, we did the explosive resistant skill build with using the assault turret and the attack drone, whatever. So that was the explosive resistant one, using the Brazos pieces and whatever. And so this is the same thing. So it's an equation here. So if you look, we got here 70% explosive resistance. Now I could take it to 80, which is the max. The cap is 80, but I decided to just stay at 70. It was a choice between heals or more explosive resistance, and so you're not always getting hit by grenades or whatever, but there's a lot of explosives, a lot in legendary. I mean, a lot. There's whole rooms dedicated to trying to blow you up, right? Like just whole rooms, like the third checkpoint District Union Arena, where you got the snipers, and then you take out the snipers, and then the second wave comes out, and it's nothing but there's like 3 grenade launcher guys and like 4 drone operators. The whole room's dedicated to trying to blow you up, and so you can sit there and take the explosives from all of them at once. And so, but remember, you're still taking damage, but it's diminished damage, and so you still have to heal through it. And so that's what these builds do. And that's what the skill build version of this did. It dealt damage, but it also had amazingly great heals. And so does this one. And so this one's, I think it's like 40,000 base heals. So 39,000, 40,000, around to 40,000 base heals on this. And so, which is really good. It's a play from cover sniper, right? So basically you plant yourself in one or in a zone, and you clear the entire control point in minutes. So on average, I'm clearing every checkpoint in about 2 minutes, sometimes 3, but somewhere in that range. And so I'm pulling through. So by the time I get to the boss room, I'm in somewhere between 30 and 45 minutes, just depending on how well everything goes. So if I'm one-shotting the Warhounds, then things go a lot faster. If I fuck that up, then it ends up going slower, just how things go. But really crazy. So that's a good number for a sniper, just so you know. No negotiate, like those world records you see people doing and stuff like that. Like, oh, it cleared in like 11 minutes or whatever. I guarantee there's some negotiator's dilemma in there. You know what I mean? So to be able to do this without negotiator's dilemma is always a fun challenge. But anyways, sorry, that was totally a tangent, but I'm really excited about to bring this build to you guys. So I'm just kind of delaying it just because I've been kind of testing its limits and to see what it can do, and doing the solo legendaries is like the ultimate. But today we're going to be working on some golden bullet stuff, and what's going to blow your mind is I haven't even started it. I haven't started Golden Bullet yet. Hey, so Reaper, I wanted to show you something. Or does anybody know what this is? Look, this Tupling guy, okay? He's the only person with that symbol next to his name. Do you see that symbol? looks like a skull with wings. Nobody else has it. Nobody else has it. Does anybody know what that is? I just noticed that yesterday. I can continue scrolling, but I'm going to guarantee you nobody else has it. I've already looked. I even looked on different leaderboards. Okay, and I can't find anybody. I'm sure somebody else has it somewhere, but is that what that is? Does that mean that this guy's only got a hardcore account? Oh, that'd be bad, Reaper. I would like to do that. Yeah, and so that's possible. That's believable because so Troy's saying that too. So's Frozen. They're saying hardcore, and BD Karma is saying that too. So Reaper, it's right here. You see this number 49. I can't. There's nothing to really show. Well, I guess it is. I can look at it, inspect him. That's his build. That's a crazy random build, yo. But maybe that's because it's a hardcore account. And look, he's using sniper classes here. But he's running just random gear. That's probably because it's a hardcore character, right? If it is. It doesn't really say anywhere that it's hardcore, though, does it? But jumping back to me real quick. So there's me. He's right above me right here. So he's number 49. I'm 51, but he's got that thing. Yeah, so Reaper's saying it's hardcore also. So he's the only one on this leaderboard. This guy's got to be fucking amazing, right? I mean, top 50 in the world, and he's using a hardcore character. Do you think it's possible that... I don't understand. So I don't understand this, guys. Like, how can you have a hardcore account? Is there such a thing as a hardcore account? I mean, I have 4 characters. If one of my characters was hardcore, does that make my whole account hardcore? Oh, what up, Troy? You're a gentleman player. Right on, man. Oh, it's a character. So it's possible, but isn't it possible? Let me ask you this. Like, wouldn't it be possible for me? Because this doesn't track my character. Isn't it right? Like, my other characters, this carries over. It doesn't matter which character I'm logged onto, right? Like, if I switch characters right now, it would still say Death Cab 51. And if I have 4 characters, it doesn't matter which character I go to, right? I'd still be level 51. Or is that incorrect? If I logged out and logged into my other character, would it show a separate ranking under that character? Let's check that out. Let's look. So it's so really, because what I'm wondering is, like, did he really do this with a regular account and it just, because one of his characters are hardcore, it marks it? Because that'd be pretty amazing, don't you guys think? To be 50 in the world with a hardcore account and headshot kills. I mean, I can see it possible. It's just that the only reason the doubts don't come that somebody's not capable, because I could see somebody saying, like, oh, I'm only going to use snipers. I could see that because it's like, well, you know, if it's actually less risk in a funny way, and that's what's making this a legendary interesting to play, because you're killing everything in one shot, so you don't really spend that much time out of cover. You just need to know how to basically address tech, like tanks, and how to address rushers, right? And once you figure out how to address rushers and tech, then you got it all figured. You got the game mastered, basically. That's why the Regulus is the ultimate thing. Yeah, so I'm 51 still. See, so I'm over here. I'm still 51, and then this guy, you know, obviously is still 49. But yeah, so it does follow you. So it's possible he did this with his regular tune, and he just happens to have a hardcore character, and because he happens to have a hardcore character, that means it's marked as hardcore. But what's weird about that, I gotta say, is that, I mean, are we saying that none of these other people have hardcore characters? I mean, come on, right? One of these dudes has got to have a hardcore character. And when I say one of these people, I mean, there's absolutely nobody else on this fucking list that has that. I mean, I'll keep going down. Look. Oh, wait, there's another one. Number 62. I didn't notice him. Where did he come from? Next leaderboard. There's another one there. This is hyenas. Okay, so there's others. Okay, so it's not that uncommon. Okay, I just never noticed it before. I was gonna say, is it possible like there's nobody's got a hardcore account in the top 50? Well, that's what it's saying, right? It is saying that like none of these other people in the top 50 accounts have hardcore characters, but I guess that's believable. You know, hardcore's not everybody does it. Not everybody does it. This guy does though. I've been meaning to do it. It's sort of the next saga of my Division 2 career. But you know what my issue is, right? Stash space issues. I mean, fuck. You need stash space to I mean, like, it's even affects your expertise level, right? Like, you guys don't even know. Like, I got so much stash gear over the last few days that I could have donated, like a lot of these SMGs I was collecting, and that I need to donate for expertise, but I had to crush them because my backpack was full. I couldn't even carry them to the White House. You know what I mean? And so to use a character for what do you call it? To use a character for hardcore would mean I'd lose all of that stash space, the mule space, the backpack, right? There's no stash in hardcore. Oh, God. Really? Only the backpack. That's believable. I can see, I mean, I see, that's not believable. I can see the purpose, because, like, otherwise you'd start basically with all your God rolled gear, like the Regulus, and it'd be, like, really a lot easier. That's nuts that Reaper got his did the raid on hardcore. That's crazy. Okay, so enough about this build. I'm gonna be working on something else. Yeah, you can view other people, other players' last builds or whatever. When I do, it always seems like they got the most random build on that I've ever seen. You know what I mean? But you know, I get it. Like, the truth is, like, we got stash space issues of ourselves here. I'm gonna delete this hardwire. I've been keeping these hardwire. I was getting a bunch of these hardwired pieces with red stuff to make a red hardwire build, but I don't have the stash to save it, so I'm gonna have to delete it. Sucks to save all this stuff just to delete it, right? Like, I mean, I can't even bring over my pieces, like, for the build that I want to run to get us going. So, Golden Bullet, of course, it's active right now, and it's going to run 3 days. And look, I have no stars. Haven't completed any challenges. I haven't even turned it on yet. So we got to activate this thing. Scary, huh? It's scary when we're halfway through a Golden Bullet event. I haven't turned it on. It was a shitty week to put it on, actually. I wish they didn't do it over the Christmas week. Yeah, they've always talked about giving us a bigger stash, but they say it's just not structurally possible, server-wise. The amount of data it requires. I mean, and people say that they're willing to invest up front, but it's still a risk. I get it for the developers because, you know, players come and go. They don't know how to predict that. Oops. I think I'm going to start with, unless you guys have some other good ideas, but I think I'm going to start with the unlimited TAC 50 build, and then figure out where we want to run with from there. So just get the ball rolling. Bama! There you are, Bama! What up, bro? I had a great Christmas. Yes, I had a great Christmas. We escaped to the mountains. So my family, we have a mountain house up there, and so I head up there with the fam. We had an ice storm, actually, so our Christmas was delayed. I'm sure you guys all got hit by that storm to some degree. And so we got hit with that storm, but ours was ice, and you know, it's very difficult to drive on ice. At least for us Oregonians. And so we got delayed a little bit, so we lost a day, but could have been worse. Could have been worse. We could have lost power. Where I live, there's lots of trees. I'm in the city, but we got some hills that surround the city, and I live in those hills. And lots of trees. Lots of trees. We're basically like, if you were to come to my house, you would think you were in the forest. And yeah, I could throw a rock and hit the city. And so these trees, with the wind and the ice that was happening, the branches get really heavy, and then they fall and they take out the power, and that could be a nightmare Christmas for you, right? I think I'm gonna go Walker chest. What did we do last time? Walkers, that sound right? We're gonna go armor the F up though. Yeah, let's put on something. We're gonna go 1.8 million armor. That's just kind of I like to show people that you can do that with this event. See where my armor chest is. Anybody else do anything fun? Anybody go skiing? Does anybody do skiing in the Christmas break? I used to go to the mountain and ski for New Year's Eve. Is fun to go up to the mountain. So we live our mountain. Just so you know, going to the mountain's not a big deal around here. It's about an hour away. So you're an hour away from the mountain and an hour away from the ocean. And so our city's in between. So you can literally be skiing in the morning and surfing by sunset. So pretty unique. And then last time we ran, which was really unique, Bloodsucker on this. So we could go Bloodsucker. But if we want to integrate, I like the O'Carroll idea. I think that was Frozen that said that he was running that. Who was saying that they... Anulfo Palino. What up, Palino? Welcome to the channel, bro. Somebody was saying that they were running... So let's talk about... Are you gonna be raiding with Jayco? How are you gonna do that? You're gonna go over to the are you gonna be playing on PlayStation Reaper? But shout out to Reaper. Okay, so Latina sent me a screenshot of Reaper's SHD farming, his red star farming during his global events. This guy is a fucking beast, Reaper Hawk. So Reaper Hawk, he pulled out 1,000 red stars. Now he's done more than that when floor 10 was available, right? So I'm talking about like without floor 10. He pulled out 1,000 red stars during the Hollywood event. Hollywood event. That's a feat. That is a feat. This guy's an animal. And he's on his way here with this event too. Warrior was Warrior. The O'Carroll. Yeah, the O'Carroll's gonna be fun. So let's do the O'Carroll. I was thinking like if we do, so my goal is to do the unlimited TAC 50 thing, which is really fun. If we do that, we're pretty stagnant. And then Bloodsucker was an interesting backpack to run with this. You don't really need the tip of spear backpack. It does give you more damage, but you don't need more damage and you don't need more ammo. I mean, it could be helpful. It's sort of, it could be a fail-safe if you use it that way. So the memento is really handy because a single trophy core will get you mega armor. That would allows you to run and gun. But if you're stagnant, it's not really helping out that much. And so Bloodsucker was an interesting option. I'm not seeing an interesting Bloodsucker backpack though. Because Bloodsucker is like, so you can, allows you to spend more time out of cover because you got all that bonus armor, so you can take damage as you're dealing it. But if we decide to run and gun with the Regulus, then that's cool. Hey, does anybody want to play with me? Reaper, are you on? Oh, Reaper's at 712 right now for the golden bullet. Yeah, so I'm down to roll with anybody. You guys want to play with me? Who wants to play with me? I need somebody to play. Will you play with me? Anthony O'Brien, what do you mean by rogue hunter? Do you mean like the rogue agents that surprise us in the game, or you mean like gone rogue DZ build? We need to figure out our stash, guys. Let me figure out which. Let me go to my tune. Figure out which of these tunes has got some space. I need to move some stuff over. Oh, Bama's in Washington State? I didn't catch that. He's my next door neighbor. With Bama, I always felt like you were in Alabama. Are you from Alabama? Bama, bam, bam. Okay, I can move some pieces around here, guys, so we can create more builds as we go. If I can find some fucking space. I was saying earlier that, you know, these events are one of the most important roles that they've played for me along all these years, across all these years since they've been put out there. Is that, you know, once you learn, because a lot of people, I think, you know, some traditionalist type players, whatever you want to call them, they come out here and, ooh, an Eclipse one would be fun. Yeah, they come out here and they don't really take any risks on their builds. They just kind of put on their whatever standard build that they have and just kind of go to town, right? Which is great, nothing wrong with that. And sometimes I feel like that too, because it's like, oh, I don't really want to run a different. I'm really loving this build right now. I don't want to change it, you know. So I go through that too, you know. But what happens is that you start to figure it out. You're like, oh wow, well, you know what? I got so much damage. I don't need all this damage on my build. It's going unused. And then you start putting in more defense, and then you start fiddling around and coming up with some pretty random builds, right? That are effective and fun at the same time, right? And then what you start to realize is that, holy shit, this build, even if I turn off the event, this build still works, you know? And so these events have been vital in helping me come up with some pretty snazzy builds that are unexpected, I guess I would say. They encourage you to explore, and then you discover some things. Like, we came up with some really interesting off-meta Eclipse builds. I can try to maybe run with one of those too. And those are tons of, it's a very fun way to play. Kind of similar to a Hunter's Fury concept, actually, the Riot Foam. You kill and it spreads. I'm having to delete things. It's sad. It's a sad day, huh? I just need to make a little bit of room so we can explore these builds. and you know, I can only explore builds if I'm able to move things back and forth, right? And right now I also got a lot of extra crap. Like I'm still farming. You guys are gonna blow your mind here. Like I'm still farming Brazos. Like I've yet to get the full set of like the keepable Brazos. You know what I mean? Like I want my all red Brazos, man. That's what I want. I want my crit chance, my crit damage, and I want to put a red core on it. That kind of stuff, you know. Okay, so there's 10 slots. So if I can move 10 things over, that's good. And then, what do we move over? Clips I'll keep. Hunters I'll probably keep. I don't know if we need crits though. Why do I have crits on a Hunter's Fury build? Is that a crazy question? Like, you just asked that question, Tux? Yup. Kind of sick of crits. I feel like the only build I want to run with crits nowadays is Umbra Initiative. I know that sounds weird, but it's like, I just feel like headshots are just so, headshots, amplified damage, that kind of thing, you know, it's just so much more efficient to build around. Of course, it doesn't work with every weapon, and that's why you see me kind of gravitating to certain weapons like shotguns, pistols, rifles, marksmans, you know. Start gravitating to these weapons. So if we can just move a few things here, let's get rid of these bloody fucking knuckles. So I've been farming some things here too, like these future. I still haven't got a good future set. I'm trying to make that build. You know what would be fun to use for this event? I don't know if you've done it. Would be the actually, yeah, this could be really fun. The Doctor's Home. Do you think with this event we can chain kill with the Doctor's Home? Should we put it to the fucking test? Can you imagine chain killing with the Doctor's Home because of the golden bullet buff? Because that's what Tip of Spear is missing, is the armor on kill, right? So I'm wondering, like, proc Tip of Spear buff and Headhunter at the same time using the TAC 50, and then swap over the Doctor's Home and then run and gun with it, and then run the Memento. And then so we're picking up Mementos plus a 15% armor on kill, Memento plus 15% armor on kill. And so if I do that, I might be able to shake some of that armor. Yeah, let's give that a whirl. Let's give that a whirl. It's something different. It's something different. It might be an epic failure. It might be a big success. I don't know. Let's put that on the secondary, and then let's run the... Oh, I gotta get rid of the Regulus. D50. I like the I haven't figured it out for a team build per se. I mean, it can be okay on any team build, but it's just sort of okay. But on the solo build, especially with the Memento, it's just a good pair up. So let's see, sharpshooter, got rifles and marksmen and then pistols. So I guess that's cool. I hate that we have to change that, you know. If we decide to run shotguns, all of a sudden we're back in here, right? And then headshot damage everywhere. And then I got just a perfect headhunter. Okay, let's start that. Start with that. And then I'm thinking, oops. What should we run for a mod? I mean, I can go defense because we don't really need the headshot damage. So I could put some protection from elites there. But let's... So I'm going to stick with the Memento in this case. So I can run a little bit of a mix here just to see how we fare out. So, and the reason why is because now we're going to be out of cover. And so I can be able to pick up those trophies. Skill-wise, I guess I'm going to use the right foam. Why not? We're gonna have the core, the yellow core, skill efficiency, and that's like hold them still, kill them, kind of thing. We could put on the shield up, but I'll, you know, for in case of emergencies. But I'm gonna go ahead and do the decoy since I'm not running the Regulus. And let's see, where are we gonna farm today? China isn't bad. I don't really need any True Patriot. These are my favorite zones. Aces, I don't really need any of that. Don't really need any Umbra either. Golan, I guess we can go there. I hate that. These fire guys though, huh? I want to turn on some directives. Fog of War, no regen. Pistolero sucks right now because we're not running. And special ammo, you don't want that in that zone. So 1 bullet and you're on fire, right? In that zone. So we'll just do those for now. It's crazy. Do some of you guys like not care? Yeah, I'm gonna do the Eclipse build too. I think that's gonna be fun. Do some people just like not care and they'll run all directives with like any build? But like there's some logic to that, right? Like if you're running a Riot Foam and a Sticky Bomb build, right? And you go out there with cool skills, like it's just like, why? You know, why are you punishing yourself? You know what I mean? Like, it doesn't really make any sense, right? Like, do you guys know how to change your skin on your backpack? So you go to a Tip of Spear backpack, we change the skin here. And then let's put on Survivalist backpack since it's got arrows. And then you can switch back to the Memento and it'll stay with you. See that? That's how you skin the Memento. Fred Almeida from Brazil. What up, Fred? Hope you're kicking ass, my man. Gonna rewind the soundtrack. I like the first few songs on this one. Four pieces Tip of Spear, 1.5 million armor. You can go to 1.8 million armor on this build, but since I'm running the Doctor's Home, I'm trading off some offense for defense because I got the armor on kill to come in behind it. So you can see, we might still be able to go 1.8, but I gotta land the shot though, huh? There we go. Yeah, some people I don't think care, right? They'll just put on all directives and run whatever build. Like, not having any ammo in an SMG build is an example, right? Like, that's painful. My fingers are all cramped up. I can feel it. Come here, buddy.
Received. Golden bullet.
Oh, it's insane, bro. The Doctor's Home with the golden bullet is insane. It's like a laser beam. Now I got all headshots here. Like it might be better off the crits on the Doctor's Home, or it might not even matter. It does feel good though. So if you guys like, one of the good things about the Doctor's Home is it's elevated RPMs, and then of course Golden Bullet brings it up even more. Try to get some trophies under my belt here. Oh, there's a girl right there underneath me. Oh, she just died. She blew herself up. Oh shit. Fuck, I did not see him. I'm on fire. That damage sucks right there, bro. That one shot with the golden bullet. Fucking lawnmower. Oh, come on, I got that shot off. All right, we gotta get one. We gotta do better than that. No, yeah, somebody was asking if I had a Bloody Knuckles build, and no, the answer's a big fat no. I'm still wrapping my head around the logic. Like, and I've used it for a few times. I'm like, oh wait, I think I got this. I think I can get this to work. And then it's just like, oh, here's one of those moments where I'm struggling to proc it, and I like, you know, it's just easier to not have it, you know. Yeah, so I like the idea of this. I think I'd be better off with a crit build though on the Doctor's Home. And this has all headshot damage on it. I'm gonna still keep it though for a minute. Just because even though you're going for the head a lot and you do, you know, but some of them are hitting like the shoulders and the neck and which reminds me, you guys, what do you guys, has anybody seen that Fog of War channel yet? Has anybody seen the Fog of War channel? You guys know what I'm talking about? It's a Division 2 guy who just started making videos. So he's pretty small right now. And his YouTube channel's name is called Fog of War. And pretty good. A pretty good little channel. He does an analysis on these things, on things, and he's got a really good, I guess, presentation on like basically facts, in-game facts, you know, data. Like right now, he just released one, and probably a topic that nobody talks about, and which is really important. And I bring it up kind of in casual conversations, not from the same perspective that he does though. He does an amazing job at delivering it. But he did optimal range. He just did a video on optimal range, and it's a fantastic video. I encourage you guys all to watch it. His name is Fog of War. And so it's an in-depth analysis type presentation. So, you know what I mean? Where he's going to show you some stuff in the testing range and then give you some data. He's going to show you some charts, right? And then tell you what those charts mean. But his delivery is amazing, right? His delivery is amazing, and it's on pretty important details. So I think he's not just, it's really important because he's not just like showing you like this chart and say this is better and then this one's better, you know, look, the data says it's better. That's not what he's doing at all. He's arming you with information to allow you to make really good builds, basically, right? Your own good builds. But some of the data he presents, which is what I really like about his approach, is he's answering questions that I think a lot of people have wanted to ask or have thought about and have never really gotten any good answers on from a data perspective, like this optimal range video. I thought it was a fantastic idea for him to do that. And I've learned a lot from this one little video. I just watched it this morning. It's a new video. I think he just put it out yesterday or today or whatever. And I learned a lot. Things that I didn't know. Like there's a ceiling and a floor damage, and they vary from the weapon to weapon. And that's really important for SMGs, as he will show you, as he demonstrates in his video. This is right out of his video. And he demonstrates that, like, the police ump's floor is 120,000 base damage, just base damage, like not non-crit damage, right? 120,000. That's his floor at range. So outside of its optimal range, it gets 120,000 base. Don't quote me on that, because just shooting from memory here. But on all the other SMGs, it's 45,000. That's a crazy, think about the spread there, right? And so when he goes, and then what's really great about what he does is then he doesn't just give you this data. It's not just like, hey, the police ump is better. Look at the data. It tells you there. Look. But he tells you, like, this is going to impact your DPS, right? So if you think your DPS is, like, better, because you, like, look, somebody will go into the testing range and they'll pull out the, I'm just gonna make up a gun, but they'll pull out the, like, this SIG MPX, right? And they'll be like, look, the SIG MPX is the best gun in the game. Look at its DPS. Its DPS is amazing. It's got the highest DPS, and I don't know if that's a fact. I'm just picking a random gun, okay? So he's gonna, most people will do that to you, right? They'll go and they'll create a video, or it's a friend, and they'll tell you whatever. But they'll say, hey, look, I'm in the testing range. I got the SIG MPX on. I've compared it against all the other ones, and it's got the highest DPS in the game, right? So yes, this is the best SMG. Now, what he's showing you is that, well, that's gonna hurt if I get hit by that. That number is conditional, and so he goes into the real world. And I'm telling you, I know this for a fact. It's really painful to do that, right? Yep, we just chain killed with this thing. So he goes into the real world, and then he finds a way to measure. You see that? You see? Oh, that's amazing. So he finds a way to measure the average engagement distance that you fight at in like a heroic mission and a legendary mission. I think he only did heroic. But and then he charts it, and then he puts together a spreadsheet. So it's real, actual in-game data, not just the testing range bullshit. But he shows you that, look, and even with an SMG, on average, one third of all of your engagements are outside of your optimal range. Outside, keywords, 1/3 of your engagements are outside of the optimal range. And he did that by holding his ground, using the memento, and then using a grenade to calculate the distance in which that enemy died from where he was, which is absolutely genius. I gotta say, absolutely smart that he figures shit out like that. You know, finds a practical way, because we don't have the means to figure out all this stuff. There's no endgame summary that tells you your average range. You know, and so my point is that he demonstrates that this massively affects your DPS. And so if you take optimal range into equation for your DPS figures, and you're trying to figure out what is the best assault rifle, what is the best SMG, what is the best whatever weapon, then you have to take optimal range into the picture, right? We talk about this shit all the time. Not optimal range particularly, but we're talking about real game data, right? And that's the stuff that's missing in a lot of channels, and which is why I kind of dismiss a lot of that data. It's because it's just not real. It's just like, it's great. It's nice to see, like, in theory, in a perfect world, when you're shooting at a paper target. But I know, and a lot of us experienced people know, like Reaper knows, that in game it doesn't matter. It doesn't work out that way. It just doesn't. You know, the testing range is You know, the best thing for the testing range, I gotta say, is like the only real use I have for it is like, what's a better piece for me to run? I wonder. I'm looking for some more headshot damage, or I'm looking for more body damage. What's gonna give me the greater return? This piece or that piece, you know? But it's all within perspective. Like, well, you know, it's the contractor's gloves because the damage to armor. But it's like, well, what if I'm playing legendary and you know, there's not that many armor targets, or you know, would I be better? Or there's a mix. You know what I mean? Would I be better running, you know, like just another crit damage piece, like a Gruppo instead of contractors? Because of the type of, because I got a lot of health targets and I got a lot of armor targets and I got tech and I got bosses and, you know, how many armored targets I'm actually up against, you know, and he does that data for you too. He goes out there and counts the color of enemies that you're fighting and shows you that only a third, I think it was only a third of the enemies that you encounter in heroic content and general missions, and missions being the key word there, are armored and the rest aren't. And so he gives that, breaks that down to you. And so in that kind of information is in-game information is so much more useful than, you know, testing range in a spreadsheet, right? Really interesting guy. I definitely recommend you check out his channel. He's got actual usable intel that will help you make better builds, you know. And this guy's not paying me to say this, by the way. So no, he's not, you know, I'm not sponsoring his channel or anything like that, you know. But a very small channel, very small channel. I don't even know if he's got 1,000 subscribers yet, but he will. He will. He gives it to you straight up, no chaser. So,
Heavily armored hostile detected.
but it's a positive delivery, and I also like that. You know what I mean? It's not like, you know, he's not hating on anybody. He's not talking shit about anybody. He's just giving data. You know what I mean? Helping answer questions that have been long-standing in the community. And it's really unique. I've never seen anything like it. I have literally never seen anybody deliver information like this before. And I'm not talking about charts and stuff like that. He's using charts, but I'm talking about him apply it practically. So he's practically applying it, and that's his unique twist. Nobody's ever done that. You know what I mean? Not that I know of. Not in a long time, at least. I mean, and if they did, it was like before, you know, probably before my time. So years ago. But yeah, really cool channel. So I'm excited to see what else he comes up with. So he's done some, like, so far some channels on, some videos on like DPS sustained versus burst, which is a little bit interesting. But he was mostly debunking, I think, some common misbeliefs about burst damage and how people use it in this game, and kind of clearing that up. But that's not that helpful. Sometimes it is, sometimes it isn't. So I think like it's when he applied it to practical in-game realities, I think is where it got really helpful. You know what I mean? And that's like, that's where that's where my eyes opened. Where my eyes opened is, it's like, wow, he just applied it to real in-game experience and didn't just leave it on a chart or a number in a testing range or a spreadsheet. You know what I mean? He like applied it in the in-game experience and showed you where and how it's going to make or not going to make a difference. And sometimes that's the point, right? And I think that's where a lot of his points are. It's just like, you know, some of the stuff it just, you know, DPS doesn't matter as much as you think it does, you know, because of all of the times that in which you reload and blah, 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 blah. Interesting stuff. Yeah, he follows us. I found him just the way any of you guys find YouTube stuff. Really humble. Yeah, Fog of War. He's really humble. So I found him just because every day I wake up and I type in, you know, The Division 2 on YouTube, right? And of course, there's never anything new. It's just the same old farts coming up with our videos, you know, me included, you know. And so, but you know, sometimes, you know, there's some smaller channels that emerge sometimes here and there, but sometimes they're interesting, sometimes they're not. A lot of something like hobby. There's a lot of, I guess I would call them hobby channels where, you know, they're just posting their, hey, this is me running Lincoln Memorial as fast as I can, you know, kind of thing. Optimal range on this is interesting. You know, whatever. And so a lot of small channels, but so this one just popped up in my feed. It was just recommended, I guess. Very, you know how YouTube does it, it trial and error, right? It's like, let's see if Tux will click on this one. And I did. So I'm a sucker. I clicked on it. And it wasn't flashy or anything like that. I think it was the title. Oh, yeah, it was the title. It says DPS Lies. I think that was the first video I clicked on it. And so it was the DPS Lies.
Control point detected.
And so you can read into that title in a couple of different ways, which is what caught my attention. So either there are DPS lies, like people are lying to you about DPS, or DPS lies. It's like DPS actually lies to you. And that's what was his point, is that DPS actually lies to you. And then he kind of breaks it down why and how. It's very misleading, basically, in this game. And the way we've defined it and the way we've described DPS, and he breaks it down and it helps you understand. So that's how I found it. And so then the other day he commented on one of my videos, and this guy's name was Fog of War. I think this was just yesterday or maybe the day before. He commented on one of my videos or live streams or something like that. And then I looked at his name. I was like, I wonder, you know, because Fog of War is kind of a common name, right? So I was like, I wonder if this is the same Fog of War that makes videos. And so I went and looked at the channel. So I went on to YouTube and looked at the channel to look at the guy's YouTube like icon. You know, you can see the little icon next to their name. And I saw that it was a match. They had the same icon. I was like, hey. So I went all fanboy on him. I was like, hey, you're that guy. You're that YouTube guy that makes YouTube videos. I literally did that. I was like, you're that YouTube guy, you know, that makes YouTube videos. And I was like, you do a fantastic job, dude, man. I was like, I was like, keep up the good work, man. I was like, well, whatever I said, like, carry on. But, and the reason why is because when channels come, all the data dudes come out, you know what I mean? And so all the data dudes will come out and attack him. You know what I mean? So this is why I told him, like, if you read the comments on his videos, all the data dudes come out and attack him. Well, like, you did, what you said isn't right because of this. And what you said isn't right because of, and the reason why they're attacking him is because everything he's, all of their, whatever you say, their beliefs are being challenged, right? Threatened is the word. They're threatened by him, right? So he's disrupting, right? And I love that. I love disruptors, right? And he's not doing it in a negative way or anything like that. He's just presenting a lot of information in a very positive format, right? And so that's why I say his delivery is fantastic, because he's not coming down on anybody or anything like that. But yeah, that's how I found him. I get all sorts of recos. Like Milspec Mom pops up for me from time to time. You guys probably seen her. She's that gal that she does a lot of solo content. Pretty good player. She's a grinder, that one. I think she's gotten 30,000 watch solo mode, like without doing any like floor 10 summit farming, anything like that, right? She just plays with directives and, you know, does her solo thing. Like a true grinder, right? I mean, what do you say to that? I don't know. Pretty amazing though. There we go. Yeah, I like her. I like Milspec. Yeah. She's nice. I've engaged with her a few times. Gave her a couple of build ideas in her chat. She's taken them, which has always been nice. Look at how fast our backpack filled up. You seen that? Jesus Christ. Oh, there's Athena. Maybe Athena wants to play. I'm gonna open up my gameplay. Athena and I try to hook up sometimes, but our schedules are... She's on that UK time zone shit. You UK people, in your damn time zones. One of the best sniper rifles right here. This custom M44. I'm actually farming for one. I would like it to be God rolled, but it's got the right stats here on it. I'm almost thinking. So this guy, I actually screenshotted some of his stats because I thought they were interesting to you. Not to keep talking about this guy, but he's got some really good information. One of them is he quantified how many people you engage out of cover. Check this out. Average heroic content. Okay, so for average heroic content out of cover. Okay. So we're talking about this damage to targets out of cover attribute on the weapon. For heroic content, engaged out of cover 74%. So the enemies that were out of cover, so even though they were standing behind cover, they're technically out of cover. They're just standing behind an object, but they're out of cover. In cover means they're likely actually engaged in cover, right? And so 74% on average of the enemies that you engage in heroic are out of cover. And then he's got shots landed out of cover at 82%. So of those 74%, 82% of them he landed those shots out of cover on, which is really interesting, right? Perspective. And so the reason why I'm bringing that up is because on snipers, I wonder if that attribute's actually different, because the sniper rifles, don't you think? Think about this, that statistic that I just told you. So what happens when you go down scope on an enemy? You suppress them in cover, right? And so when you look at an enemy with your sniper scope, they hide, is what I'm trying to tell you, right? They hide in cover. And so I'm wondering if a stat like that really does differ from a sniper rifle than from like an assault rifle. Because I'm almost thinking, because I've been doing a lot of sniper playing lately, and I've been thinking, like, I wonder if I'm better off without damage to targets out of cover, because I'll take out a lot of guys while they're in cover. You know what I mean? Like, they're in cover, but I can still see the top of their head, and then I'll take them out anyways. And so I was like, well, I could put on more accuracy. I could put on better reload speed, a larger mag, maybe. I don't know. You know, one extra bullet on a sniper rifle can go a long ways. That's a kill. You know what I mean? Like in my mag right now, I got 7 rounds, right? That's 7 kills. All right. So I think about my sniper builds differently than I do. Like the magazine size attribute on an assault rifle, it's like, who cares? An extra 3 bullets. You know, whatever it is, you know, on sniper builds, it's just different. I'm like, it's not an extra 3 bullets. That's 1 more kill. You know, if it gives me 1 more bullet, like on a rifle, you're like, oh, 1 more bullet. Not that helpful on a rifle. But what about on an 1886? 1 more bullet is 1 more kill on an 1886 rifle. On a pistol, like taking a 6 shooter to a 7 shot, you know, that's 1 more kill. You know what I'm saying? I'm confused on where the enemies are right now. Come here, bro. Hold there for a second, and I'll take it. Thank you. And so it's like, you know, magazine size on a sniper rifle is not the worst decision to make. You'd be like, oh, but you know, you're doing less damage. But like, you're not worried about damage. Do you understand that you're not worried about damage on a sniper rifle? You're either killing or you're not. You know what I mean? You're killing or you're not killing. That's what's cool about sniper builds. And so sometimes it takes 2 shots to kill. Sometimes it takes 1, and some rare instances it'll be 3. You know, but and sometimes that damage, it's possible that damage difference can take you from 2 shots to 3 shots, but you do have to ask yourself if you care, because how many times do you encounter that circumstance where it's going to take 3 shots? You know what I mean? You might be like, oh, it's like 1 out of 50 guys. Like, I don't, you know, so you're better off with something else in that slot potentially, you know? Yeah, the eagle bear. And so you guys want to know what's crazy is, like, this is what one of the things is that the eagle bear, when it comes to DPS, is like, turns out, according to some of the data, to be in one of the higher, on a higher side of that list of all those assault rifles. You know, there's like 50 assault rifles or something like that, right? Something like that. It's over 30. But yeah, the eagle bear is like top 5, I think, maybe even 1 in certain circumstances, like number 1. Isn't that insane? And so is the this is what's also gonna blow people's minds. So is the bighorn. It's crazy. It's crazy. And the reason why on the eagle bearer it ends up being the extra 10 rounds, I think, ends up being a big deal. It's because it's and it's got a fast reload, so it's got a larger mag and a fast reload, and it's technically landing more shots, or has the potential to land more shots because of its buff. You know what I mean?
Detected from the control point in proximity.
Blue Rosebuds, where have you been, bro? What up, Blue? Blue in the house. Speaking of YouTubers, Blue Rosebuds has joined us on YouTube. You guys be sure to check him out. He does good shit. Primarily Dark Zone, unless he's changed that. Correct me if I'm wrong. It's a lot of Dark Zone stuff. Oh, I mean, PvP, I should say. And great editing skills as well. If you're into that shit, which I am. You know me. I notice good edits. It matters. Here we are now. Entertain us. That kind of shit. Okay, this is why I love this build. So we can have, once we get the golden bullet, of course, we can have unlimited TAC 50 rounds. And what's cool about it is that you don't even have to get a headshot with it. Once you get the golden bullet, it's like you don't even have to get headshots. You just shoot them in the chest. But apparently nobody's got the golden bullet around here. So now we're back to the TAC 50. And you'll notice that it refills the mag with every shot. So as long as you're killing while you have the golden bullet, you're gonna refill that thing. I think that's the best part of golden bullet, I gotta tell you. Like, I mean, you know, more damage, sure, that's nice. More RPMs, yeah, that's a little bit of fun. You know, I love RPMs, but unlimited, the auto reload, that's a big deal. God damn, really? And he's not gonna leave me alone, is he? I don't even want to, I don't like fighting those guys. I think they're wasting my time. It really is my favorite part, and I think like if you haven't played into that yet, then you're missing out on some fun. And think of all the weapons that can really benefit from an auto reload. The best of kinds. The best of kinds of weapons. You know what I mean? Like those really powerful shotguns. Like the KSG, the M870, even the Regulus. God damn, I'm blind, getting shot by a Marauder. I can't. So, hey, you know what's been pissing me off in this game lately? Oh, God damn it. The Black Tusk bullshit right here. Is the flinching is really bad in this game. Has anybody ever noticed that? You guys know what flinching is? So flinching is basically when you get hit with the bullet, your character will flinch, right? Your tune will flinch, and it makes it hard to land precision shots. God damn this thing. I'm gonna waste all my ammo on him and not even get a shot. It's really annoying. Like I want to get out of here. I'd rather fast travel out of here than try to fight this thing. And there, you know, they changed its behavior. It used to also, I mean, there's an enemy faction right here, and it used to also fight them, and now it doesn't. It completely ignores the enemies and only shoots at you.
Incoming hostiles detected.
Anyways, with this flinching stuff has been really irritating to me lately, and it's actually, I think, become more evident since I've been playing Call of Duty, because Call of Duty allows you to actually build in some anti-flinching into your builds, into your weapons, and so which is really helpful, especially if you're a sniper, because then you can take a round and recover that shot accuracy, your acquisition of target, fast, quicker, or not lose it at all, depending on how well you've rolled into that. But in this game, there's nothing you can do about it. And that bothers me, you know? It's just like... Really? Fucking guy. I want to foam you really bad. Hold there. Just so I can do this. That's all.
Hostile assembling golden bullet.
Ah! Sorry, I wasn't looking. These fuckers. Yeah, so I was just showing off my, he's asking me what my top 3 sniper builds. Then my new #1 legendary sniper build. I'll show you right now. Here it is right here. And so, notice it's a rainbow build, and it's amazing. It's amazing. So in solo gameplay, I've hit as high as 74 million. I don't know how that's actually possible. So I'll put a reality check on that, which is about 54 million. So, like, if you test this in the testing range, you'll get 54 million out of it. Okay, from your head. So it's a headhunter on the chest, vigilance on the back, and then Sawyer's knee pads. Okay, so let's just debunk some things real quickly here on sniper builds. Okay, so vigilance on the backpack. A lot of people say, oh, but when you take damage, it's disabled. You don't care. Absolutely don't care. Don't even need it. Okay, you only need vigilance on your first kill, just your first kill for chain killer. And once chain killer is active, then you don't care about vigilance anymore. Who cares? It's there. It's not. You don't care about any of your headshot damage. You don't care about any of your red cores anymore, because then you're using the headhunter multiplier, which is 1,200% of your kill shot. There's nothing on your build stronger than that. And then with Sawyer's knee pads, people are always like, well, you're moving all the time, Tux. Like, you're not even getting to 30% because you're moving. I don't care. I only need that 30% headshot damage if I need it at all on my first kill. Okay? But if my first kill is going to be a non-elite or somebody easy to kill, then I don't even need it. You don't even need your max damage for a red guy. You can kill him like 4 or 5 million, right? So yeah, so that, anyways, the reason, just want to clarify that, but this is a 70% explosive resistance build. So you can take grenades to the face while you're executing your kill shot. And that's what makes this build amazing. Amazing. And so I got, these are all the same versions. The only thing that's changing is my skill here. And so I was changing, I have 3 versions depending on which room I'm playing inside like District Union Arena. So I'm using this as to solo legendaries, and absolutely amazing build. Roosevelt Island's easier to solo it with because it's wide open ground, and so that gives you major advantage. District Union Arena, of course, you have to have plays per room depending on which room you're in. So and I've got it all figured out for District Union Arena, but the last room, I keep dying in the last room, and it's frustrating the fuck out of me because you know how you got to fight everything to get to the last room, and you got to figure out your play, and I'm trying to figure out the play in the last room, and like I can't figure it out because it takes so long to get there, and then you die, and you're like, well, did I die because of a mistake, or did I die because of it was a bad play? You know what I mean? But I gotta tell you though, like 9 out of 10 times when you die, look, I'm not gonna get picked up, am I? 9 out of 10 times when you die with this build, it's because of it's a rusher that killed you. Literally, I shit you not. Nobody else kills you. The 9 out of 10 times it's a rusher. So a grenadier, a drone operator, chungas are the easiest. You're 2-shotting chungas, guys. 2-shotting them, all of them. Point blank, out of cover, without a shield. It's out, and I got videos of it. It's gonna blow your fucking minds. But but rushers. And so the thing about rushers is I don't know what the devs did to those fucking rushers, those Tusk rushers specifically. But they use a shotgun to hit you very hard, right? And so they'll 2-shot you basically. Right? Sometimes 3, but the problem is that once they're in close, okay, so they're really easy to kill because they usually run straight at you. There's a mechanic to them. So this is what the devs have done. Okay, so when they usually run straight at you, and they're not wearing much armor, if any. They're running straight at you, and I mean straight, right? That makes them a very vulnerable target to a sniper, right? You're like, look at this guy running straight at me with no armor, no helmet, easy target. That's an easy target for a sniper. Now, when a target is running sideways, they're difficult for headshots, right? When they're running like this, right? And they do that. So the enemies will be in ADS and they'll be moving left to right. Let me use a pistol instead. So they'll be in ADS and they're shooting at you while moving left to right, right? Like that. And that's a hard target to shoot for a sniper. It's not the hardest shot in the world, but it's more difficult. Now, when they're ADS and walking straight at you, you're like, look at this guy. He's super easy. All I got to do is not shoot his gun on accident and just shoot his head, right? Now, what the devs have done with the rushers is that they're really easy and exposed when they're running straight at you. But once they're inside like 5-10 meters, then they do this weird walk, it's like they walk, they stop, they walk, they stop, they walk, they stop, they walk, they stop. And they keep doing that to you. So you're lining up on them with your scope, and then if you're a good sniper, you don't shoot where they are, you shoot where they're going to be. You get me? So good snipers never shoot where they are. They shoot where they're going to be. So when they're walking slow, you're like, okay, I got his speed. I got his RPMs. I mean, his footsteps per second, whatever, And so you're like, I'm tracking his speed. And so I've now calculated in my head where he's going to be. And when I say where he's going to be, we're talking inches, right? Inches. And so you say, he's going to be here in the next millisecond. He's going to be there. And so, but then that Black Tusk Rusher stops. She stops, and then you shoot and you fucking miss. And you're like, God damn it, I missed her. And the thing that's dangerous about that, okay, is that she's in the kill box, right? And so are you. You're both in the kill box. So you're shooting at very close ranges. That was far away what I showed you. Really, the reality is, like, if she's this truck's mirror, that's how close that kill shot is. That's when she's walking like that. She's in that zone. And so when you miss that shot, oh boy, she's got you. You know what I mean? She's fucking got you. And the problem is, like, okay, now you're ready for the next shot. Now she starts moving again. And then you're like, I'm ready. And then she stops and you're like, fuck, I missed her again. And then you'll keep missing on her. And she's standing there, bro, in front of you naked. You know what I mean? And you can't land that fucking shot. It's the worst thing. It's the worst thing. Obviously that doesn't always happen, but it happens sometimes. And but anyways, the other thing that they do is they drop those, they throw those electrocution grenades at you, the shock grenades. And if you guys know, those are like the worst thing to get hit by, right? I mean, they pop you out of cover, and the status effect lasts forever. It lasts forever. What feels like forever. And man, they'll unload the whole enemy. I mean, you know the Black Tusk, man. I mean, they got insane accuracy. So they got like 90% accuracy. And so they got you out of cover, landing 90% accuracy on what seems to be the world's largest magazine, right? We got a hunter in the house. Let's check him out. They like, which is, so it's insane. Oh, we missed him. He's right there. But, yeah. It's mean what they've done with those rushers. And so have you guys ever been in that situation? Like, haven't you ever been in the situation where you got a whole squad, there's like 4 of you, and where one Black Tusk rusher comes in and kills all 4 of you? Just one, you know? Just one. You're fighting everybody in the whole world, killing everything, and then one Black Tusk rusher comes in and finishes everybody, you know? Hey, buddy. Hold there. So as you can see, on Riot Foam with headshot builds is absolutely amazing because it gives you an 8-second stop, basically, and that's all the time you need, you know, to do your dirty work. Can't see shit. There's a big cloud. Can't tell where his head is or if he... Cover up here sucks. Actually, I don't like playing up here. Don't have good shots. You see that? He's like right below me and I can't fucking get him. No, I should be able to get him up here. If he can come out and play. God. Let me heal up from that, I guess. The way these guys move is so random, like... I don't even have the golden bullet anymore. God, what a waste of time. Let me get out of here. I have no shot up here. It just sucks. Let's see if I can land one. Yeah, use all my ammo on that guy. Sorry, I got Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer here. What up, Grumps? I don't know if I saw you get on. Grumpy in the house. He's back from Korea. I bet your hours are gonna be messed up for a little bit, huh? God damn it.
Medical assistance needed. Agent received a golden bullet.
It's a laser beam. You see how straight those shots are when it picks up that golden bullet? It's also got a little bit of stagger to it too, which is always important. I tend to choose weapons that have stagger. It's a lifesaver. Some of this stuff, like stagger, used to be talked a lot about, and it's not talked about anymore. You guys ever notice that? There's some details in this game, and I'm guilty of this too. But there's some details in this game that they're not long and forgotten. They're taken for granted. Like on how important staggering is, right? It's a really important detail on saving your life, but also for landing more shots. So when you stagger that target, it kind of holds them still for a minute, right? God damn it. See how I suppressed him? Now he's in cover, right? So damage targets out of cover. He's still technically in cover sometimes, even when he's standing up. Let's give him something to look at here. God damn it, I missed that shot. Like a chump. It's hard to believe I'm a sniper.
Hostile has full golden bullet.
I'm kind of rusty right now, actually. I'm just realizing it. Like, I've, all I've been playing is District Union Arena for the past week. I haven't done any open world stuff. And all I've been using is a sniper, too. Like, particularly a lot of White Death stuff. White Death is such a good gun. Oh, my God. It's like way up there for me, like on top best guns in the game. I think it's like the White Death is so part of a lot of my successes in doing DUA solo with the sniper is actually the White Death. It's because it allows you to do the close quarter combat. So when there's a lot of spots where you have to fight. When I mean close quarters, I mean like close enough you should probably be using a dagger. Not a gun, that close. And the White Death pulls that off for you. No scope, White Death. Okay, we got to clean up some backpack. What do we pick up here? Yeah, Grumpy, I'm wondering if there is this. I've wondered myself if there is a stagger formula. So, well, yeah, going back to the stagger thing, so Grumpy's bringing it up too. Like, there's a pollen nest. Am I sneezing a lot? I'm wondering if there is a staggered formula. I mean, in some guns there is, like, but I haven't gotten down to the nitty gritty with it. Like, I was like, is it the first shot or the second shot or every other shot, every 3 shots with an enemy? Or am I, or is it random? Is it always with some guns, right? And I did look at it closely with pistols, particularly like the D50. And it came up in a build video I created for the deflector shield. Do you remember that deflector shield build video where I talk about, like, it's not really a skill build, because a lot of people will create, and you know, I'm a big advocate for run every build however you want to, but, like, you know, for me, I like to run those deflector shields pistol first, then a tank, and then a skill. And so my build will reflect that. So lots of headshot damage, for example, and with a lot of armor, and there's a tank part. And then I'll roll in skill damage, if any, right? And the reason why is because the enemies never shoot at the shield. They're always, like, not shooting at the shield, right? They either stare at you with that deer in headlights look, or shit, god damn it. Yeah, there's a fire pool right where I was gonna jump. But either way, they don't shoot at your shield for very much, and then you roll all this damage into your shield, your deflector shield, and you're not deflecting anything. And so it's just like, I can't be the only one that notices that, right? Like, sometimes I feel like an alien. Like, am I the only one that notices that the deflector shield is hardly deflecting anything? You know? Look at more Black Tusk invading. Get off my ass, Tuskies. And the reason why I say that is, it's not that you guys don't notice, but I've seen other deflector shield build videos where it's like, it's not mentioned at all. It's almost feel like my deflector shield is broken. Is it just my deflector shield that doesn't deflect and everybody else's is deflecting all the time? But the rate in which you know, it seems like it's more like a backup weapon, right? Not a primary weapon. And I've tried to make it a primary weapon, and sometimes I'll have some good luck also, of course. But when it's deflecting a lot, it really is sort of good luck. God damn, I gotta take out that drone operator. She's kicking my ass with that stupid drone. There she is. Anyways, so I did this pistol stagger analysis because I was telling people, like, I've created a lot of, not a lot, but 3 or 4, like, I guess, bespoke type shield builds for the deflector. And in the end, I did an analysis on it because I saw a lot of people saying, oh, you know, the reality is in heroic content, especially talking about that specifically, is that we just killed the boss with the chest shot. You see that? It's a really fun build, the TAC 50 build. I haven't been showcasing very well, but it's very powerful. You don't have to be a headshot guy to really have a good time with this one. And so I told you know, so I've done the problem with the deflector in heroic content is that the enemy shoots at your head all the time, especially elites, and your head is very exposed, right? Like, it's very exposed, and so that's makes it a very weak out of cover build, right? Because you're getting out of cover and then you're getting pegged in the head and then you're dying, and then it's like, you have to counter that. And so one way to counter it is people like to put protection from elites. Since the elites are the only one shooting at your head, the non-elites won't shoot at your head. They'll shoot at your shield or don't shoot at all. They kind of can't help it, sort of like flies on shit. But elites, they'll shoot at your head almost all the time. I don't know. Not 100% of the time, but majority of the shots will land on your head to avoid your shield. And so when you're playing heroic content like we are, open world content, that's a bugger considering the whole second wave is elites and none of them are shooting at your fucking shield. Think about that. You're like, why am I running a deflector shield build when none of the elites are shooting at my shield and the whole second wave is nothing but elites? Yeah, the logic there is like, will drive you nuts, right? And so I looked into that a little bit closer on my last deflector shield build. And people were saying, oh, all you have to do to avoid getting shot in the head is climb a 3-story building, right? Idiots. The suppressors. Just climb a 3-story building and then point your shield at your gun at the sky, and they won't land there. And they won't shoot at your head anymore. They'll all of a sudden be shooting at the shield and be like, think about that for a second. You want me to expose my body even more by climbing on an object that puts me at elevation? So I'm like a shooting target practice object. You know what I mean? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like a statue, right? You want me to get on top of a car what makes me an easier target to shoot at, even more out of cover than out of cover can possibly be. And I've done this, and I know this. They still land their shots on the head. They still do, you know? They still shoot at your head, and they still land them. I don't know this trick. This trick doesn't work for me. And so it's like, is my deflector shield the only one that trick doesn't work? What I mean is, they're not just saying to stand on cars with your deflector shield. They say, let me switch to my pistol here so you can see. They say to also raise your gun at the sky like this, right? Because when you raise your gun, it lifts your shield and it closes your hitbox on your head. You think about that for a second. Like, so now I can't even shoot back. So now I'm standing on an object and I can't shoot back. I'm more exposed than anything with no defense, right? No protection against myself. And the logic isn't there for me on that idea. And I get that it's possible to get that to work sometimes, but it's just not worth it, you know? Who wants to play like that? Why? I'm not going to force the shield build, the deflector shield, so I can stand on a card and point at the sky so that sometimes the enemy doesn't shoot me in the head. Ridiculous. Ridiculous. You know what I mean? And so I looked into it a little bit more and I was like, there's got to be a better answer. And as simple as you can run protection from elites, that's a decent answer depending on your content. But it's still like, you know, not everybody is an elite, and sometimes it's not enough protection from elites, and it can be limiting on your build. So it turned out that this is a long story. You guys are like, where is he talking about now? Staggering. Staggering is the answer. That was the answer. Is so as long as you, and so the good thing is that piggle pistols have a high rate of frequency. The frequency is high on staggering. So if it's not every shot, which it almost is, it's like every other shot will stagger, and it might vary from the weapons. But the one I tested with specifically was like the Liberty and the Regulus, but the Liberty was my default for that build, and it's got a, as long as you shoot them in the head, they stagger. And so I was just saying, like, you don't need protection from elites. When you face an elite, just stagger them and then keep staggering them and then keep staggering them, and they don't even have a chance to shoot at you. They not only don't shoot at your head, but they don't shoot at you at all because they're being staggered and then they're dead. And so think about that also for a second, though, what we just talked about. Be like, so they're not only not shooting at you, they're dying, but they're not shooting at your shield. So think about that. Think about that for a second. So do you want to run damage, skill damage? Do you want to run skill damage as a primary source of damage on your deflector shield when over half of the enemies you engage are elites and they're not shooting at your shield at all, And the best defense against them is to shoot them in the head so that they stagger and never decide to shoot, and therefore end up just being a dead target. It makes basically all of the counters diminish the return you get out of your deflector, right? Sort of what I've come to conclude for that skill. And I do like it. It is kind of fun. I do like it. I do encourage people to explore it, have a little bit of fun with it. There's some interesting builds you can make. I'm not a big fan of it for legendary content. I think it's kind of ridiculous. Like if you ever use it, and it's possible to use it. There's one guy that was like really into it. And every time I talk about the deflector shield, he would comment, no, you're doing it wrong. You can solo legendary with it. I'd be like, yeah, you can. You know, you can solo legendary with anything. You can solo legendary with the pistol. You can solo legendary with the 511 build. You know what I mean? But it's like, you do it enough times, you're going to get good at it, and you can have a strategy for it. But, you know, whether it's reasonable to solo legendary with it is if anybody can just pick it up and do it without, you know, investing 300 hours into mastering it, you know. So it's like the deflector build is you know, you get in legendary, you just get staggered too much. You know what I mean? Like, and it's just not reasonable to play that way. It's gonna take away you from killing anything. You can't shoot, you can't deflect when you're being staggered. What I mean by staggered, I mean is like, you know, they're throwing grenades at you, they're hitting you with explosive ordnance basically all the time because you're just standing there out of cover, you know. I don't know. But so yeah, so I did this just run story you could call. I did this whole analysis on staggering with the pistols, and it was so easy to stagger with pistols. But I am curious about all the other weapons. I notice it. I choose weapons, and I find that the best weapons in this game have stagger capabilities, and that's tends to be one of the attributes of my success in gameplay, and what allows me to do a lot of what I do. And what might look like magic from the outside, you're like, look at him running around with his Regulus pistol or his D50, you know, even if it's a non-exotic, right? Just like running around with his D50 with no shield in front of elite enemies and killing them. You're like, well, it's not really magic. You notice things when you've been playing this game for a while, right? As veterans, or even new people that are really good at this. Do you guys ever notice this guy? Here's a good example, okay? I'm gonna parallel this with you for a second. Like, let's take a walk in the park. So, do you remember that guy at 7-Eleven? Or at your local arcade, okay? He was that guy that he was playing Street Fighter, or maybe it was Mortal Kombat. And he wouldn't talk to anybody really, but he'd always have a crowd standing around him, watching him play. Do you know that guy? And so we all had that guy, right? Growing up, that kid or that guy, whatever. And he would like be slaughtering the game, right? He'd have like 200 hit combos on Street Fighter, whatever. He'd always get the finish him animation, whatever you call that. You know what I mean? It was just like, he would kill everybody, even the worst bosses. He'd break the game, right? Over and over. He was the high score, always the high score, you know? And so I've come to realize as I've gotten more serious in the game and in my later years that like, it's just like, well, how was he able to do that? And the reality is that he noticed things. He noticed things that we didn't, us normal lame players didn't notice, right? Like, he noticed like the pauses in the mechanics, the animations. And let me give you an example of what I'm talking about. Like, do you remember Mike Tyson's Punch Out? You guys all remember that game, right? And you were that little tiny wimpy dude that was fighting basically all these bosses, right? And so all those bosses, there was a strategy to beat them. And that strategy that we learned, like the hop, the forward, jump forward, skip, walk, whatever shit. Those are the details that we noticed, and then you learned it and you memorized it, right? And so when you learn, and so that's almost a really good training game for the Division 2, is Mike Tyson's Punch-Out, I would say, is like, because what you're doing is you're paying attention to the mechanics. The code of the game has been exposed to you, and now you can't look away. It's the only thing you see. And that's like that for the Division 2, for me at this stage. You know, it's good. I've played enough, and those of you that have played enough, and some people don't even have to play a lot. They'll notice it right away just because they're masters at, at understanding games and how to exploit them. But that's basically what speedrunners do, right? All speedrunners have done, and there's usually a collaborative effort into speedrunning, and so it's a little bit different because it's built on a lot of shared intel, but it's the same thing. Is that they're exploiting the code, right? They're exploiting the weaknesses of the game. Do you understand that about speedrunning? Is that essentially we're all trying to do that in a way, you know, with your build, right? The best build, the strongest build in the game, whatever. We're looking for an exploit. We just don't call it that, you know? I'm not saying a cheat. I'm not talking about cheating. No. I'm talking about exploiting the weaknesses. That's the art of war. You understand that? And it's been translated into a video gaming type gamification, I should say, right? And so it's the art of war in video games. It's to exploit the weaknesses of the enemy. You know, and that's the best strategy, right? It's just, and so that's what speedrunning is, right? And so that's what they figured out in speedrunning is that shit. If you just catch them at the door and kill them before they come out, it's the easiest way. Or whatever the room calls for, right? And so that guy is standing in front of the video game console, or whatever you call those things, the arcade machine. That's what he knew. And we always looked at him with awe, but the reality is that he saw the code. He is Neo from the Matrix. Like, he sees the code, and not literally, he doesn't see dripping green lines. But what I mean is, like, he sees the enemy's weaknesses. He sees the patterns in the development of that character, the mechanics of the character, right? That he's got to tell, like boxers, poker players, they have tells, right? And he sees the tells in the enemy, and so he knows when he's going to throw a left punch. He knows when the enemy's going to block. He knows when his opponent is going to do a sweeper kick or something like that, right? And so when he reads the enemy's micro movements, the code, the mechanics, and then he exploits it. And he makes it look really easy, and it is easy. He's not breaking a sweat. He's not even trying hard, right? He's just watching this guy, and he looks fucking bored as he's conquering this game that you can't nearly play half as good as he can, right? And he's like, looks fucking bored because it's easy at that point. Once you see the code, you can't not see it, you know? And the Division 2 is the same way. You get to a point in this game where you see the code and then you exploit it. And like for me, the missions are even easier to exploit than open world content, like, which is why I prefer open world content. I mean, because I will get a little bit bored with missions because of how easy they are to exploit. And again, once you see the code, you can't turn away, right? So here's an example, okay? I'm gonna give you an example of Division 2 code exploiting. Now I'm talking about developments, there's patterns in this game that I don't know if they're intentional or whatever, but there's a pattern, okay? And so, and you can exploit it and you can use it to your advantage. And by doing that, you can cut down on time to kill, on how fast you run that mission, you speed run it or whatever. So in the opening of District Union Arena, okay, there's always the 3 tanks that you encounter, right? They're always kind of, it's somewhat randomized, but it's not as random as you think, right? The random is like, there's like basically like 7 opening scenarios in District Union Arena. What I mean by opening scenarios is like which enemies you encounter at the front gate, right? There's always 2 guys standing at the front gate. Sometimes, most of the time, and I mean most of the time, like 80% of the time, there's gonna be the elite tank and the elite tank engineer, 80% of the time. And then the other guy that's standing with him is the one that's more randomized. All right, that aside, there are mechanics. How he reacts to when you kick off the engagement is predictable. Okay, and so this is what I'm saying. So he's like 80, and it's not 100% of the time, but it's predictable. And so you wait for his reaction, and what his reaction is will dictate your next move. Right? Your next move. You see what I'm saying? So it's sort of like chess that way. So if he goes right, then you know what to do next, right? You basically, and if you're, and I know this because I've been running a sniper, but so usually he'll go right into some cover back there, and like forward right. He kind of comes literally runs straight right to the gates, and then he hides behind, some tires or whatever's laying down there on the ground. And then his tank will start to try to flank you. It basically comes to him, right? And so what I do is I'll toss my decoy sort of in front of him. And when I do that, it's predictable. He always gets out of cover and takes a few steps to engage your decoy. And then he climbs over the fence and then jumps back over the fence, right? So doing it enough times, you recognize that pattern. He's like, okay, every time he goes to the right, he'll hide in cover and he never gets out of cover, and his tank will do all the flanking. So if you throw the decoy out in front of him, then every time, and I mean every time, like 100% of the time, he will get out of a cover, take a few shots, like shoot at your decoy on approach. As soon as he gets to your decoy, he sort of realizes it's a decoy and then climbs over the fence and hops over the other side. And now you can't shoot him at all. So your kill shot is in those few steps he takes to engage your decoy. And so you line up your headshot, right? You're like, okay, I'm going to throw my decoy. That's my play. So he went right. I'm going to throw my decoy. I'm going to get that headshot. Now he's out of the way, and that's my primary target. That is the target to kill, right? Like that yellow engineer, because if you don't, he's going to keep sending that tank at you, and he's going to keep repairing it, and so on and so forth. It's a nightmare. But there's all sorts of mechanics like that. And so the same thing with the Chungas, right? They drop out of the helicopter. One will always go 9 out of 10 times. One will always go right. One will always go left. That's predictable. It's not randomized, right? Where there's a lot more random here. And I say more because it's not completely random. But sometimes the enemies will come out of this door on the first wave. Sometimes will come out of upstairs, right? And so that's it. And so I can't just, although I hover over here, the reality is that there is a chance that the enemies are going to come out of that door upstairs. And so I can plan as much as I can, but this is still not 100% exploitation on this control point, because there's a somewhat random that they're going to go out that other door. And it might be a proximity thing too sometimes. But and if this was a heroic mission, it's not 80%, it's 100% of the time. 100% of the time on a heroic mission, they're going to come out of this door. It's the same door. And so that's why, like mastering like Lincoln Memorial, for example, a lot of people you see test their builds there and stuff like that. And that's because they mastered it. They always know which door the enemies are going to come out of. It's 100% guarantee. The color of the enemy, which enemies, and there's some minor randomness to it in certain checkpoints. But for the most part, it's hard coded in on what you're gonna encounter on those missions. And so when you play this game, any game, long enough, you're memorizing things. That's all you're doing. You got it all memorized. And so, but taking your gameplay to the next level isn't so much about memorizing the missions. I mean, that's part of it. It is. That's mostly if you want to play missions faster. But if you want to like truly master the Division 2, like to its fullest, what you want to memorize are the archetypes, the enemies themselves, the personas, and memorize their behaviors. They all have behaviors, you know, and some of them are carried across. It doesn't matter what faction they are. It's the same behavior. Like, one of them is here's a white tusk one. So when you kill an enemy behind another enemy, so let's say there's two enemies, okay, sitting in front of you, and one is behind another one, which is usually your situation. I mean, of course, sometimes they're right next to each other, but somebody's always behind somebody. Maybe it's an inch, maybe it's a foot, maybe it's 20 meters, right? But somebody's always behind somebody. When you kill the guy in behind, the guy in front turns around and looks at that guy who just died. That's a mechanic. That's your kill shot, right? He is now staggered. Not literally, but figuratively. He is now staggered. What up, Aaron? And so that so you see what I'm saying? So you notice these things, and sometimes you do. I agree. Like I've put in so many District Union arena runs that, you know, I notice a lot, particularly about the Tusk and District Union Arena, more than any human should possibly know. But those are the things that you start to notice. And some builds, they don't matter. It doesn't matter. You know what I mean? Like if running an assault rifle build, maybe that's a little helpful, but on a one-shot kill build, that's your kill shot. That guy's frozen. You know, he's staggered, he's frozen, he's exposed. He's exposed himself, you know what I mean? And they all have tails like that. Oh, let's pull out our TAC 50 and get some of that TAC 50 action in here. But that's my point is that it's not the particular mechanic, but memorizing those enemy reactions, these built-in animations. And you know, on the surface, when you start this game, it feels like there's infinite and it's impossible to predict them. I get that. It feels that way. It's not actually that way. There's only so many. I mean, you guys notice these enemies all look the same, right? I mean, that's not, it's the same thing. Like, why aren't the enemies all unique human beings? NPCs, right? They're not human, of course. But why aren't they all unique? It's sort of lazy coding if you want to look at it that way, right? They didn't want to make 50 characters, so they created 4. That's kind of lazy. I mean, I think they should have made more unique characters, right? Don't you guys think? I mean, how many do we have, really? Like, I've never actually counted. I'm curious now. I'm thinking about it in my head. But less than a dozen, for sure, right? So, I mean, like, this black lady here that throws grenades, I mean, we encounter her a lot. There's a redheaded guy. I don't know. I think we can have a few more, I guess is all I'm saying, you know? But that's the same thing with their mechanics. So, the way they react, the reactions to how they're shot. And I'm you know, the stagger is a reaction, right? And I call it a status effect because it almost is, right? And so it's not a true status effect, of course, it's not. But you can use it like a status effect. So when you shock an enemy with your Scorpio shotgun, you apply the status effect, and then you exploit that moment in time to beat him down and kill him, right? And so you can use, you don't need to, the enemies have their own built-in status effects. You don't have to actually apply one because they're already there. And I think that's why I like the one-shot, one-kill builds, because it's easier to exploit. And I realize I think a lot of endgame players who've been around for a while kind of have realized this. So I'm not alone here. Maybe a lot of them just haven't put their thumb on what they want to call it, but these one-shot kill builds, the time to kill is so fast that it allows you to exploit the most mechanics in the game, the most number of weaknesses. Which is why they're one of my favorites. It's not all about the headshots. It's just not. It's mostly like, well, my time to kill is so fast. That reaction that he does, that I'm frozen deer in headlights that he does, or whatever it is. It's not a very long amount of time, but it's long enough. Like one shot, one kills. Doesn't need much time. So let's see. Is he gonna freeze? No, he's not. And I apparently needed to reload. So one of the things is like, one that's also really helpful is, and it's hard, it's one of the harder ones, and I myself am still mastering it, is the cartwheels. So memorizing the cartwheels is really helpful. Also memorizing the enemies, what do you call it? Their height is also helpful. But the cartwheels are real helpful because they're always doing their stupid acrobats. You know what I mean? And it gets exhausting. Like, oh, I'm going to wait for you to done with you. But like when you can predict, you'll be able to start to predict like where their head is going to be at the end of that cartwheel. And then you can start landing that headshot right where they roll out. Saves you some time. Well, really, it saves your life because you're killing them without them shooting at you. And memorizing height, learning the heights, and then being able to adjust for distance is also helpful because when it's like when you're playing in fog and you can't exactly see the details of the enemy, but you know they're there, and you need to land that headshot. These are all little things. I think the biggest lesson, I guess if I were to sum it up to this thing, is that when you're ready, when you're at that point in the game, when you've mastered everything else, you know, when you've explored all the weapon classes and you know who your priority targets are, you've played all your control points and your missions enough to have a really good idea where the spawns are, you know, then I think that's where you take your gameplay to the next level. Is you need to start paying attention to the minutia, the details of the enemies. It changes your game. It's why I turned off aim assist. I wouldn't have turned off aim assist if I if I wasn't paying attention to the minutia, the little tiny little details in the game that we're not meant to see, you know. The developers hope you don't see those details, right? They're supposed to be masked. That's completely random. Did you see that cartwheel? How I killed her right out of that cartwheel? Let's see if I can cam. Watch. Let's see if I got that. Hold on a second. Did I get it? Let me see if I got this. I got it just too late. Sorry. So I caught her right out of that. She did a cartwheel, and I caught her right at the end of it. And so after a while, it just feels natural. You know, you just kind of got that cartwheel memorized, and it's not an exact science, but. But yeah, so I was paying attention to the details, and that's how I noticed. That the devs are using the aim assist against us. You know, that's how I noticed it, because I was like, why are these certain enemies more difficult to kill than others? Can it really be the way that they're moving? Is it really all that? I was like, why is she so much dodgier? You know, and then I realized there's a slight drag on my thumbstick. And then when I turned off aim assist, it took away that drag. It no longer exists. They're still a little dodgier, of course, the same enemies, but. So see, I'm memorizing his height. That's how you can land his headshot. Otherwise, you get the backpack. So you're estimating where his head is. Do that a lot. And so a lot of this stuff is probably not anything new for you guys, but I think, like, for me, what's interesting about it the most is how, because this game is really well done. You know, I was just talking about it with somebody, and we were talking about how the details in the open world, you know, that they did a really, really good job in the Division 2. Like, the original developers were like, you know, okay, this world is recently is on the brink of collapse. It just collapsed, right? What would be the environment be like? The flags would be torn like that, right? Like, looks like a rocket hit the monument there. No, but like the safe houses, the details inside the safe houses, like the little things, how there's a radio station. You guys ever hear that? Notice the radio station that's playing on one of the radios inside the safe houses. A few safe houses that have radios turned on, and you can hear somebody broadcasting and what they're talking about. And there's an actual song that they're playing that somebody wrote just for this game and produced. And that's all really interesting. It's really interesting how detailed that this game is. And so a lot of development went into creating really well dynamic, presentable world, a world that is presented so dynamic. Rich the Egg, Mr. Egg is here.
Golden bullet complete.
Yeah, Tony Gux, I'm following your conversation here. I'm not sure. Yeah, you know what I'm talking about, Smalley. Like, it's a little detail. Like, you probably noticed but didn't think about it. You know what I mean? Like, in the White House, like, I guess maybe in some rooms in the White House. I've never noticed in the White House actually, but in safe house, it's in the safe house where there's a radio station playing. One that I can think of is in the let me see. Let me try to remember. Which one would it be? Let me look. If I look at a map, it might help. Where is there a radio station playing? Maybe this one here? Oh, I can't remember which one it is. Maybe it's this one here. Oh. You want me to sing it? I'm not gonna sing it. How dare you, Molly? Oh, good job, Matt. Matt's saying is the one in Constitutional Hall. Let me see. Yeah, okay. Is that this one, isn't it? No, that's not Constitutional Hall. Yeah, I'm telling you to hit this one. Yeah, let's go see. I think you might be right. There's one where it's a girl and she sounds kind of depressed and sad. And there's one where it's a guy and he's kind of uplifting and be like, he's kind of telling you some news. He's like, hey guys, so anybody hear about these crazy guys that are running around the city and da-da-da? He's got to, you know. Let's see if we can find that. Turn on the music. I hear a helicopter. Do you guys hear that helicopter? It's weird. Yeah, it might be random. I think this one too. I think it might be this one. It's one of the ones I go to a lot because sometimes I'm just standing there like working on a build or something and I hear this guy talking in the background. I just can't put my finger on it. Chevy, if you're asking me that question, so I think he says, if I'm curious if you play on a monitor up close as opposed to a big screen while sitting back on a couch, etc. I play on a big screen TV, and I have a monitor in front of my TV. Isn't that crazy? And that's because I'm streaming or whatever. But even if I'm not streaming, that's how I play. I think this is it. I don't hear anything though. Yeah, it might be random. The map kind of sucks today for farming, huh? Yeah, it must be randomized when it's on and when it's off. That sucks. You can't get it on demand. Maybe it's at nighttime. This must be where they're broadcasting from, though. Look at that. Rick Velocity. Yeah, so but yeah, so my screen is basically, I have a desk, a tall desk, so I'm actually playing behind a desk right now. But so I have one of these ultra wide Samsung monitors. I mean, those really, really wide. It's almost as wide as my desk. It's about as wide as two monitors, I guess. When it's curved and it's really wide. I can't remember the name of it. Otherwise, I'd just tell you. But I use my monitor as my command center. So it's basically all my streaming software's up and the chat boxes and everything. So I don't game on it. I just record and broadcast from it. And then I have lighting and mics and cameras everywhere. And then behind my desk is a big screen, which is about 7 feet away from me. And it's like a 60 something inch, 65 inch or something like that. I don't know. Yeah, I've never really played shooters behind a monitor. I mean, using a monitor. I've never used a monitor for shooters. I don't know. I mean, that's a good question. On whether, you know, that changes how you play. The harmonica guy. Yeah, and somebody else was saying that there was a whole band playing, like, you know, a guy on a guitar, and they were singing. And I don't know if that's New York. Where is that? I want to say it was a campus or something like that. One of the settlements. Yeah, I think it's the campus, huh? Yeah, so they did a really good job about, you know, with this game and with the level of detail. And so I get, like, up front where it just seems that those kind of details, it just seems like it looks like magic when you see people playing a certain way in this game, like speedrunning, for instance, right? And whatever, you know, but the reality is, or I guess another way to look at it is, like, you know, there's people that only use one build and that's all they use. My point about it is that they've mastered that build. I mean, mastered it, right? And so the things that they can do with that build look like magic, right? it would seem like it's magic. Sorcery. But they've just learned all the nuances of how the effect it has on enemies, on factions, and different levels of armor. And so they can push it to its limits and know when to back off. But I saw this other girl who I'd never seen before, and you guys maybe saw this video too, but she just put out a video on YouTube the other day, and I think it was on. Oh, it was a manhunt video, and she showcased her build and everything. It was kind of talking about it a little bit, and so it seemed. I mean, her channel wasn't very big. She had about 1,000 subscribers. I'd never seen her before, ever. And she just popped up on my YouTube feed, and I was like, oh, this is a new face, a female. I don't know if she's a streamer or not, but she was covering the Division 2 that day at least. And she was doing the manhunt mission, and this is her new video I just saw the other day. So she was just getting around to doing it, maybe, or she's new to the game. I'm not sure, but she was talking to her audience as if it was maybe they're following her from other games. Maybe she plays lots of different games or whatever. I can't remember her name, otherwise I would just say it. But one of the interesting things she said, she was using her build was really interesting. I think a lot of people would struggle with it, I guess I would say, like in its logic. It was definitely a mix and match build. But as we all know, like the reality is like if you got the skill, it doesn't really matter. But like, for example, she was running 2 pieces of, and I'm not making fun or anything like that, but I'm proving a point here. She was running 2 pieces of Heraldi, and then it was a primary of it was a mixed build, so it was a hybrid build, assault rifle sniper build technically, So it was primarily a sniper, I mean, an assault rifle build, and then she was sniping sometimes. Does that make sense? Which we all come into this game thinking like that, I think. I think I've even probably ran builds like that when I first started this game. I think it, logically, like when you approach this game, wouldn't you think that would make sense? You know what I'm saying? Like, you're like, okay, look, because I think if you come from like Call of Duty and you try to apply like Call of Duty logic to the Division 2, it kind of, they're like just like on two different playing fields, right? Like, and so, and it was really interesting, and so she made a comment, she goes, I heard that sniping isn't very good in the Division 2, but I'm sniping a little bit. And so she was running the Mantis as her secondary. That doesn't really matter, but just to say. But she's running an assault rifle build, and then she had her primary weapon was an assault rifle, her secondary was a sniper. And so she put her build together accordingly. Now, and so if you're playing into your weapons, this is interesting, right? If you're playing into your weapons, you'd be like, okay, well, my primary weapon is an assault rifle, so what are you gonna run? One piece of Fenris. My secondary weapon is the sniper build. I mean, is the Mantis. What are you gonna run? One piece of Araldi. Doesn't that sound logical to you? But how many of you don't do that? I mean, I don't do that. Is there anything wrong with it? What's wrong with that? Is anything wrong with it? Quad God. Yeah, that sounds right, Tony. Blonde girl. She was a blonde girl. Is that right, Tony? And she had a nice presentation. It was pleasant. It wasn't super informative, but it was almost like she wasn't talking to me, right? You see, it says Kareem, that boss. It was almost like she was talking to her followers that are following her to whatever game she's playing. She sounded like a general content. Yeah, so I mean, what'd you think about that build? I mean, it didn't, but I mean, it brings up a really good point. You know what I mean? That build, most of us would might not agree with that build logic, but if you think about it, it's sound. You know what I mean? It's really sound. It's just like, okay, well, and I think, but where does that come from? I don't know if I'm being clear here, but like, you know what I mean? Like, we don't normally build into two weapon classes on the same build, right? It's just like we're all in on the assault rifle and we just happen to have the sniper, and it's not going to be very effective, but I have it there, I guess, for the long shots, which I'm never going to, when I do take that long shot, I might as well be using the assault rifle because it's probably going to still do more damage than the Mantis since I don't have any rolls built into it, whatever, you know. But it was really interesting to see it because I think like from the outside perspective, like if you were coming into the Division 2 and you've never played it before, to me it seemed, I'm not sure, but it seemed she's sort of newer to the game. I would think that would be your approach. Ooh, I'm gonna tag to the back and see him there. And it would seem logical, and I think that comes from like Call of Duty type logic, which is sound, right? Like Call of Duty is, you mostly build around you're building around your gun. So you got your primary gun's an assault rifle, your secondary is a sniper, and then you're really using your mods. Your mods are your build. It's all about the mods. There's nothing, and then you have these talents basically outside of that, which are sort of generalists, but you can make them. Yeah, Kyrie. Yeah, I think Matt was saying that blonde with braids. Yeah, Matt's saying I think her name is Quad God. Am I not gonna get picked up here? What the fuck, right? I'm telling you, how many times have you guys been watching my streams where I never get picked up? It's definitely twice today. Yeah, the game rewards specialization, not being a generalist. Yeah, that's a good way to put it, Grumpy. I get that. I like that. But does it though? I'm gonna challenge that for a second here because I'm thinking of this girl that I used to play with a lot, and she was kind of a generalist, and she was a good gamer. I mean, she was a gamer girl, true and true. You know what I mean? And she played in the Division 2, and she was smart, and she was capable, and we would invite her into raids, and she would assimilate to whatever role we gave her, you know, and she would accomplish it. She didn't struggle much, you know. It was just like, and she built like a generalist. You know what I mean? I remember like I would look at her build and be like, oh, I'd have some suggestions for you if you're open to it. If not, then that's cool, whatever. You know what I mean? Like, or I wouldn't necessarily be the one that would make the calls. Other people would also be like, hey, you know, you should do this, you should do that. And she would just say, nah, I'm good. You know what I mean? I'm good. I like that. You know what I mean? It's just, she held her own, which is really interesting. You know what I mean? Like, she's like, it works. And she knew it worked. And she built it like a generalist. That's interesting, right? And you know what's also interesting about that is she was also using the Mantis. And so, I mean, she did everything that we did, you know? She played legendaries. She saved our lives. We saved hers. And she built like a generalist, you know? A well-rounded build. Yeah, so she'd have like the same concept, you know? And I remember, my point is I remember doing that too when I first came into the game, and it was just like, you know, there's no manual. And so you're like, okay, you know, cool, we got these builds and we get these pieces. Okay, we got to come up with something. We got to put something together. I was like, okay, well, you know, a little bit of weapon handling makes sense. You got to land your shots, right? That sounds good. Ooh, reload speed. That sounds nice. Faster reloads. Okay, cool. You know what I mean? They're like, well, I'm running an assault rifle. So yeah, one piece of assault rifle damage seems to make sense. You know? Logic. All the logic is there, right? To just make, and if you do it, if you just follow your general logic on creating a build like that way, then you will end up with this hodgepodge of a build, right? It will be a generalist. But I wonder how that truly plays out for your average player. I guess this is what I'm challenging. Like, because there's most people are generalists, aren't they? I don't know. Are they? I don't know that for a fact. It really is a question. But I know that a lot of people play solo, you know what I mean? And see what you do, what you see me doing here, and just explore this open world. And is a specialist evolved? Maybe that's the better way to put it, right? Maybe that's what it is. Yeah, maybe that's the discussion. It's like maybe it's not better. It's an evolution potential. It's a potential path and evolution of your gameplay inside the Division 2, right? Like where you're like, hey, I've discovered I like running and gunning. And so then you start specializing into it. It's so you've evolved into that. I mean, but if you're how would you say, like a relaxed player and you don't push, isn't the fucking sky's the limit on how you want to build? You know what I mean? Because you're not high risk, high reward scenarios. You know what I mean? You're a little bit more protected, I guess. Finally a golden bullet guy, right? It's like, there hasn't been one. Look at these guys. See how I'm applying the status effect to them? It's not a true status effect by our definition in the game, but it's the mechanic built in. Can you play into that? Should you build into it, you know? Sometimes it's so disgustingly obvious. Like, you can see the guy jiggling when you point the gun at him. He'll like jiggle into cover, you know, and it's just like he'll get out of cover, you point your scope at him, he'll get back into cover. He'll get out of cover, you point your scope at him, he gets it back into cover. Gets out of cover, it's just like, they'll do a dance with you with your scope, and it's like, that's so gross. Well, I swear I shot that lady. Thanks, Ashes. Gentleman player's back. Right on, gentlemen. Gentlemen, why are you making me remember 2 names now, man? That's gonna be tough. I have to keep track of 22,000 people, and you're making it 22,001. Just kidding. Oh, somebody was asking, was that you, Grumpy? No, I have, or Squad. I haven't finished my 511. I'm still farming the 511 solo legendary. So I need a better. Here it is, right here. It's a crit build, but with glass cannon, and so I'm kind of tackling a bunch of things here. And the guns are variable. We could change out the guns, but I want a 511 mask to perfect it. Maybe we'll see, but I at least want the 511 mask option. And I need to remove those little blues. Do you see all those little blue spots? We want to get rid of those blues. So I'm farming, and this is what's crazy. You guys are like, I got God rolled crit damage 511 all the time. I bet you do, you little fuckers. I get them too. I get them too all the time, okay? Except when you're looking for them. So for years, I crushed God rolled 511 pieces. For years. And the instant you look for them, it's impossible. I mean, I've been going into the 511 targeted loot areas and farming 511 gear, and I can't get shit. You know what I mean? I get everything but what I'm looking for, which is just a basic crit damage, crit chance. That's basically it. And no, you can't craft.
Golden bullet being assembled by hostile.
I've been crushing so much gear lately. Let's see if do I have that Doctor's Home build still here? What is this one? Can I delete this one? Oh, that's a version of, yeah. So I got 4 Nemesis builds. I tested this one. I was wondering if it's better with the Memento. Versus the, so this is the Memento versus the Sawyer's knee pads. See that? It's interesting. The Memento is just so good. You know what I mean? It technically wins because it powers up your skills, and for if you're doing solo legendary, that's really helpful to get 30% more repair skills and then more duration on your decoy. But that's about. But to stay true in the specialized and the more explosive resistance, you do want this. They cannot be staggered is a big deal. It allows you to land your kill shot while being hit with an explosive. It's a big deal. So I'm looking for this other Doctor's Home build we created that would be fun for this event. I think this is it. No. That was one. That was a fun one right there. The explosive build we created for Hollywood. This looks sort of like it, but it's not. I don't remember what we were running with this. It was a shotgun. It must have been a shotgun, right? It's got the busy little bee. And it looks like it's got all protection from elites. Oh, I don't know what gun we were using with that. It says it's missing. Well, I was gonna say a protection from elites max crit build would be good with the Doctor's Home on this in this game mode. Golden Bullet. So the doc, I don't know if you've used the Doctor's Home. How many of you guys are using it? Anybody out there using it? I know it's got a lot of controversy, but there are people that really like it. There are people that really like the gun. I'm one of them. I don't want to force it on anybody, but I'm a Memento guy, you know. Inside the thing, like if you like the Memento, the rifle sort of goes hand in hand with it. Mostly for solo gameplay, but it would also work for group gameplay the same way. I sort of just kind of, for me, some people are like, that's the thing. I think a lot of people, this is the part that I think is the most limiting thing about the weapon, is that people are out there saying that it's a, what do you say? It's a group gameplay support weapon. That's what's making it so bad, is that it's being classified that way. And I get why, don't get me wrong. I'm not being I'm not contradicting that just to say it. It says right here, shooting an enemy with this weapon will apply a mark for 5 seconds. If a marked target is killed, it will drop 15% armor on kill, which applies to the whole party when picked up. Right? But where does that say that this must only, or this is only good for a group gameplay, right? And so that the good news is that I think it's better in solo content. I think so. I mean, like, maybe I'm just selfish, but like, you know what I mean? You're not worried about all that other stuff. Like, oh, I got to go create this high armored build so that I can give my allies lots of armor, even if they don't have any. And I got to get out of cover for my allies. So, because that's what I found. So I've been trying to create a group build, and I'm still not done. I just haven't been working on it. But one of the ones I told you guys about was the negotiators build. So at first I was sort of against negotiators, but then I rethought about it, and I was like, because negotiators didn't have any resistance, I was like, well, let me build some resistance in, and then let's go check it out. So I put on like 1.5 million armor or something like that, you know. So high armor negotiators build sounds logical, right? I mean, there's no doubt that an M1A in negotiators is hard to beat. There's just no doubt, right? And that's what this is. This is an M1A, all right? And so pairing it up with the negotiators is logical. And the truth is, negotiators makes any gun good. I mean, it even makes the Diamondback good. You know what I mean? If the Diamondback can be good by Negotiator's Dilemma, then definitely the Doctor's Home can be good too, right? But the thing is, it's not about its killing potential. Its killing potential is undisputed. You know what I mean? It really is. This thing is a killer. It's a killer beast. You know what I mean? And it's amazing when you recognize it and you play into it, right? The problem with turning it into a support build for your team and then turning it into a tank, what's the problem with that? Is you are taking away its special talent. Oops. It's superpower. You're taking away its superpower. I mean, that's without the golden bullet right there, right? This thing is a killer. And those RPMs are part of why. And so is that scope. The scope is why. And a lot of people have been challenging the scope thing, but I don't know, man. I mean, I get like not liking to be forced into a scope, but it's the same thing not having the scope. You're forced into not having a scope too. Now, a lot of I get the challenge. The challenge is, well, you got to also go and get your trophies, and so the challenge or the controversy is not the scope per se; it's the scope and having to get out of cover. But when you're out of cover, you're not walking around in scope, are you? Do you see me getting my trophies? Let me go grab this trophy now. I'm not in scope. Do I look like I'm in scope right now? I think people are overthinking it a little bit. Now I'm in scope. Right? And so it's just like, you're not forced into scope per se, like out of cover. You're like, oh, well, you got to scope and then you got to get out of cover. Well, yeah, I mean, absolutely. You know what I mean? There's nothing wrong with that. What are you saying? Like, what are you saying? I think you're overthinking it, right? Like the scope thing. My point is like, I could tell you like one of the biggest statements or so the Ravenous had the same thing, right? So when the Ravenous came out and everybody was getting it, a lot of you probably don't remember this because Ravenous is dated now. But when it came out, one of the main reasons, well, actually the biggest, I guess disappointment of it, I guess I'll just say that, was that there was no scope. People were saying it's a rifle and there's no scope. How lame. And so that, and so I think the devs heard that complaint. They were like, well, let's give them a scope. It's a rifle. And now we're saying it's got a scope. How lame. First of all, it's only an 8x scope, which is nothing. But in any other game, it's just like, no, I think you want a scope on a rifle. You have to choose one way or the other because you can't mod out, right? So you got to make the choice. And on a rifle, I think it's a good idea. Like, if I had to make the choice, it's probably going to be a scope. Oh, you're one-shotting with the fucking golden bullet. You seen that? You see that? Oh, that's amazing. That's what I was wondering. No, we're not even built for that. But we can't. We're not even built for that. I lost my golden bullet. Get it back. So I should be running crits with this is what I mean, and we don't have that. But didn't one shot him though. Is it because I didn't have headhunter? I need to proc that. Shot her in the balls. Oop. And so I actually sort of run and gun with it, or shoot and scoot is probably the better description. And that's, I don't think, the traditional way to use it. But when it comes to these weapons, I like to kind of push them to their limits. And as you guys know, I use the White Death this way too. Even without scope or no scope, isn't the point of me bringing up the White Death. Running and gunning with the White Death is a challenging thing to do because of how the reticle reacts. Basically, your weapon handling, target acquisition. It makes it hard to land a shot. But I'm not like truly running and gunning, like running and gunning. Like I'm shooting. I call it shooting and scooting because I move and then I stop. Take out my target, move again. But I get some people, and so, but I get this, somewhat the controversy is that you're forced to have the scope, but you're forced into having something. I mean, it's either forced to having no scope or forced to having the scope. Well, I mean, so we'd rather have the no scope. Is that what we're saying? And I don't know if I'd like that. I mean, go to Legendary. You know? And this Fog of War guy brought up an interesting point, and it made me think of the Doctor's Home. And so, because he was doing this test on the SMGs mostly, right? And he was to figure out, like, where do we actually engage? the majority of the time. Obviously, we engage at all distances, but the majority of the time on most missions, where are we actually fighting? What distance do you think this is at? Look at the meter right there. So he's at 25 meters, all right? And so it's, here's what that looks like with no scope, right? And here's what that looks like with the scope. Which do you think is more of an advantage? With the scope, obviously, right? I can hone in on his head a little bit better. I was going to bring that up, actually, and it's not about the doctor's home. But scopes are a major advantage in this game. More than you guys think. More than most people realize, I would say. Again, hidden mechanics. And so there are some rooms, and I just recently found this out myself. So there's this the middle room. I was talking about this room earlier in District Union Arena. There's a chunga that comes out. There's rushers. It's right in the middle, right before the arcade. As I was talking about it earlier. Ugh. That fucking turret is no joke on me right now. I'm in a bad spot. I guess I can use my TAC 50. We haven't been. We're supposed to be using that. I am running a tip of spear build. Oh yeah, better go down. Where I found out that like, if you use your nemesis and it's default, you know, it's got a. I think it's a 12x magnifier on it. But that, and if you shoot from cover, like leaning against the wall on the outside of the door, you can shoot. You get an advantage of sighting, where you can shoot them and they can't shoot you. Now I can't do that with my no scope White Death, but I can do it with my nemesis because it has the scope, and that's because the game gives you an advantage, a viewfinder advantage, basically. I don't know if I'm saying the right word. I don't know if it's the right word, but an expanded view is what it is. And so in certain situations in the game, it's the enemies can't see you, but you can see them. And so let me give you the perspective, what I'm talking about here. So this opening area is the door, okay? And so I'm leaning against the wall at the door, and on the other side of that door, everywhere out there, is 25 enemies who cannot shoot me because even when I'm like this. And so, well, when I'm like this, they can shoot me, but when I'm shooting this way, they cannot shoot me. And that's because my character's body is hidden, but my gun is out. And so they can only see my gun. But when I turn this way, from the other, so you can't see it, but my character is now hanging out. My body is now hanging out. But when I shoot this way, my character's body is hanging back in cover, but my gun is out, and I can shoot all of the enemies. So all I got to do is never aim over there, always aim over here, and the enemies will come to me. And that's my play. That's my strategy for clearing that entire room. Like 25 enemies, including a chunga, all dead, without me taking a single shot. Well, I do take damage, but it's rare. You know which room it is? Remember that room where I used to, in District Union Arena, where I'll all hang outside the room and they all kind of, and I'll throw a turret on the ground and they all kind of come out and they rush at me and you only got like 10 feet to kill them all. And then there's a big pile of bodies. That's the room. Except now I learned with the sniper, you got that advantage because of the scope. And so again, I can't do that with just any weapon. It's got to have some sort of scope on it to give me that, basically that expanded view that allows me to shoot the enemies without them shooting me. I feel like there's a whole chapter that can be written in the Division 2 on tips and tricks on what the scope can do for you. And this is unrelated to the doctor's home, but
I mean, don't you think like one of the biggest upgrades on your build is simply adding an 8x scope? We're supposed to use our special weapon. Sorry, let me use this real quick. And the reason why is forget about distance, but god damn it, we can round on here. I'm gonna go down again. Yeah.
Agent out of action. Agent killed.
I hate that you can't fast travel back there. What a waste, huh? I hate the 8x scope reticle too. But my point is like the 30% headshot damage is a big deal. You know what people go through to put on 30% headshot damage on their build, like for a sniper build, right? You gotta, that's like running 2 pieces of Araldi and 1 Providence. Or 3 mod slots, or 3 attribute slots, whatever way you want to slice it. You know what I mean? 30% headshot damage is a big deal. And just take your regular DPS striker build, whatever you want, right? Heartbreaker, Striker, Umbra Initiative, and put on your 8x scope, and you just got major boost to damage to your head. That's like a 30% crit damage to the head. Yeah. But I do hate the 8x reticle scope, but it's not so bad on an assault rifle where precision isn't. But yeah, basically the downside about the 8x scope reticule, I gotta reset, is that the farther away the enemy is, the more that little reticule gets in the way. That's what I've come to realize. I think most of you agree. I have to wait for this to reset to show you, but let me see if I have these pieces for this. I find myself so I'm in conflict here with my build. Okay, so what's happening is that when I use the Doctor's Home, I'm never using the TAC 50. I'm like forgetting about the TAC 50, and so we might as well not be running Tip of Spear build, right? And so, but I like the Tip of Spear concept, but these two are at odds with each other in my gameplay style. So we need to fix that. It's getting in the way. It's also getting in the way. It's a shitty map to be farming. When I come to play, man, I want to farm, bro. You know what I mean? Like, I want a good map to farm. You know what? Let's try. Let me turn off the directives for a second. Oh, no, wait. You know what I can? I want to try. How much room do I have in my backpack? 5 slots. Look at that. We're playing with like 5 open slots. Did I have any room in my stash? I don't think I've saved one thing yet. Yeah, I do. I forgot to move things over. Okay. That explains it. I saved this vector. That's kind of a cool vector, huh? It's got rate of fire. I'm probably never going to use it, though. Let's go and dump it. I have to delete things. Should have donated them, but who's got the time? Oh my God. So I screenshotted this one, okay? So, you know, when you play Legendary, a lot of Legendaries, you get a lot of God rolls. That's a good thing. More God rolls. But look, I'm telling you, this is a unicorn. How many of you know that? A God rolled Police M4. I just got this, guys. This is rewarded this way, okay? Looted. You see it was looted? So it was a drop. And so it came with measured, and it's triple God rolled at Police M4. Thanks, Molly. So how rare is this? I'm telling you, it's rare. For as long as I've been playing this game, I've maybe encountered this like 2 or 3 times. Maybe. I doubt even that many. This might even be the second one. Look at the one I had to optimize. So this is my default one. It says level 12. And so this one I just got. And it's triple God with damage to target side. It's perfect, right? This would be like the gun. I never get it. I never get it. And you want it like this so that way your talent is flexible. And so I actually don't need this now because I unfortunately optimized one already years ago. This one is old as shit. This one should be rusty. Should be a rusty Police M4. But like, this is amazingly rare, and I think we all know that, right? I mean, it's just like you never see this gun ever drop in any good condition. Yeah, Kasahara, you know what I'm talking about. Yeah, it surprised me too. I was like, I had to screenshot it because I know, I'm right there with y'all. I was like, man, I would have loved to have gotten this a while back. I mean, now I don't need it. I already invested, but this shit, there's some things in this game that never drop. And it's like, I mean, I guess it shouldn't be as rare as it is for what it is. There's a reason why that assault rifle is #1 in my book, I'll tell you. Ooh, I've been saving this a max armor headshot build too. These pieces, let's see here. I just moved some pieces over real quick so we can don't have to stop to pick things up. That's good. Well, might as well drop a few more things here. Because I want to play with some builds, you know what I mean? And when your bag is full, actually, I should save that. No, I should dump it. No, I should save it. Yeah. So I'm thinking about also making an explosive. I really like this explosive resistance stuff. I think it's undervalued. I gotta say, I'm saving a lot of explosive resistance stuff for different builds. So, because I think my next one is gonna be an explosive resistance build. You know what I'm saying? Explosive resistance build. That's right. So you're gonna say explosive at me? I send explosive at you, huh? That kind of explosive resistance build. So let's put on this Nemesis build real quick. I want to see what this is like with Golden Bullet in the solo legendary. An explosion wizard. Yeah, well, so it's just like it takes the power away from these guys, you know what I mean? And it's such a nice advantage. So this is my max explosive resistance. Now it's at 70% instead of 80, which is the cap. But I've chosen stronger heals instead of that extra 10%. So that's what's going on here. Otherwise, everything's basically explosion resistance and headshot damage. So I am using the no scope white death I got preservation on it, so a little extra heals, but this is mostly for close encounters. And then I use the Nemesis primarily. TAC 50 when we can or when we have to. Actually, let's take off the directives here. We're gonna... Do I have TAC 50 ammo?
You've got your objective. Don't
Yeah.
let anything stand in your way.
I usually kick off the fight with the TAC 50. I can't see. So... See how we got the double kill? I mean, it wasn't a double kill, but it was a...
Golden bullet.
It depends on who's standing in the back there to get that double kill.
Golden bullet complete.
See, one shot that tank there? That's without the golden... Oh, almost did. We got to tap it again here. We want that golden bullet, though. That's what I want to try with this. He's hidden, though. Come on, bro.
Serious trauma detected.
Oh, there's one. Got it.
Immediate medical assistance needed.
Seeing how strong this thing gets with the golden bullet. Not big of a difference. Not as much of a difference as just what Headhunter does for you already. But it's nice having to no reload. What is he? Oh, he's immune. Are you seeing that? Oh, that's some fucking bullshit, bro. Oh, what a waste. What a waste. We might have to start over because of that. You can't have an immune enemy in Legendary. Every shot is critical, you know? That's a golden bullet treat for you. You can get shocked here. Yeah. That'll kill you. That'll kill you.
Serious trauma detected.
She's out there. She ignores your decoy. See how I can't land a shot on her? Fucking bitch. God damn it. See how she gets you to miss? Oh, it's the worst. You don't want her to be inside like that. Reloading fixes that bug. Okay. I didn't know that. Okay, that's good to know. I think somebody told me that last golden bullet and I forgot that detail.
Stand in your way.
I mean, we can just keep with the TAC 50 on this if we can maintain. So there, we got the double kill because there's a purple behind the gold. If the gold is behind the purple, you won't get the double kill. You'll actually lose your headhunter. Okay, there's 2 tanks lined up. You see that? 2 double tank kill. TAC 50 has its advantages. I'm back to Nemesis now, though. Take out this other tank, this gold red tank here. So this is with the max explosive resistance, and I don't need the golden bullet. I'm just wanting to see how it plays out. And it helps with the ammo thing, that's for sure.
Hostile has full golden bullet.
You don't want to get hit with that golden bullet, though, that's for sure. That'll fucking hurt. These guys are already hitting hard. See that guy? He keeps fucking ducking. Chicken shit. See, that's a status effect shit right there. There we go.
Serious trauma detected.
Alright. These guys are not wanting to play nice. There comes a chopper.
Hostile assembling a golden bullet.
One, two, three, four. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 3, 4. There we go. It's a little impatient. 1, 2, 3, 4. 2, 3, 4. 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. There we go. See how they can't see me? Scope advantage. Just standing right there. They can't see me. All because of the expanded view that the scope gives. The Chungas couldn't see me either, if in case you were wondering. So right here, how I killed that Chunga that was just standing right in front of me. He can't see me because of the height of the tires and my scope. Nice Hunter's Fury chest, huh? I was saying company, actually, not at the moment here. If you give me a couple minutes, I'm just testing this real quick. But, yeah, I was saying, like, if anybody wants to jump in on me, definitely welcome to do so. For the open world stuff. I'm not going to do a lot of legendary. I just wanted to try this out real quick. Got to take out the medic. Got her.
Immediate medical assistance needed.
So that gives me the preservation right there, which is why we want to do that. Upsy daisy. One, two, three, four. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1. There it is. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. One, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. Oops, fuck, that didn't work. Chunga down. Oh. Never fought a Chunga with a golden bullet with this build, so we'll see how this pans out. The golden bullet might hurt. Yeah, I'm gonna back off now.
Golden bullet received. Serious trauma detected.
1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 2, 3, 4. Ooh. You miss one of those shots and go through this painful experience. See how she fucking moves? See that? She's so annoying. The worst. The worst. The rushers are the worst. Your number one enemy in this. And then probably the tanks and then the warhounds are just annoying. But I bet you a sniper with the golden bullet won't feel very good either. I want this to be a headshot. It helps the next battle. But she's going so far away. Yeah, she took all my armor with that. You see that?
Assistance needed.
1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2. Oops, missed that. Bad shot. Thank you for that. One, 2, 3, 4. Gotta wait. Went too fast. Fuck. So all I did was change my skills. Got him. See that double kill? Double kill. One shot. So that's the exploits in the game, little things like that, right? Breaking the code. I don't always land that shot though, by the way. But basically there's our plays. These are just little plays. So what I'm gonna do here is I'm gonna switch to this. I'm just changing my skills. These are all the same build, just different skill. This one has a backup weapon in case I miss that shot, but otherwise it's the same build. So all I'm doing is changing my secondary weapon and my skill, but the build's the same. So what I do here is, I do is my play is to make sure my knees are fully stacked, and we're gonna go in and we're gonna take out the elite tank engineer. He's our critical kill. There we go. And then I just use the turret as a decoy here, and I don't want it up for very long because I don't want my turret to actually kill anything. I just need it to distract for a minute. My goal is to take out that tank. Once the tank is down, now I'll destroy my turret. I don't want my turret up. So yeah, I'm gonna take damage and I'm okay with it. What I'm setting myself up for, I'm hoping to accomplish, is to one-shot the dogs after this. Oof. Oh, fuck, my bad. Anyways, what I'm setting myself up for there is there's gonna be 2 warhounds that come out, and I want to one-shot both of those guys with a single bullet, each warhound. So when they line up, and so in order to do that, you need to have your headshot, your headhunter procced. And so I don't want my turret to kill those guys and take away headhunter from me.
Got your objective. Don't let anything stand in your way.
Yeah, I'm using the White Death with the no scope. Here. So yeah, the White Death, and I use Preservation, so it gives me a little bit of life. But it's really good to switch to this weapon as often as you can. And so the other strategy is to put the scope on it and play it that way. If you're playing a depth, well, now if I was doing Roosevelt Island, I'd probably go ahead and just put the scope on it because it's rare that you get rushed.
Don't let anything stand in your way.
Well, you still get rushed, but you're okay. You can pick off most of the guys before they get to you. So okay, so he's going right. So watch his reaction. Gonna throw out my decoy. Watch, he's gonna go. He's gonna engage the decoy. He's very. Oops, I got the wrong gun. Very predictable. And then he's not gonna come back out of cover here. And then when he does, he'll climb that fence. Oh, I missed that shot. There it is. Okay, so we got 2 tanks lined up. If I can get an angle on them. Right. Oh, I missed it. Missed that angle. It's a tough angle, actually. See if I can get it. It's not counting as me being in cover. Yeah, it's a tough angle. I try to get him with 1 bullet. I'll just take him out. Easiest way to kill tanks in my book, I'll tell you that.
Golden bullet received.
And then you just kill the drone operators right as they land. See the advantage of that, right? Couple escape it. Not worried about it. Because we got the explosive resistance, right? It used to be my #1 concern. So here, watch this. So you just take those explosions, take a little damage, and we just heal through it. It's only dangerous if you take a lot of other damage elsewhere. Like bullet damage, you know what I mean? And you're kind of low on your life. You could die in those instances, of course. One, two, three, four. 1, 2, 3, 4. So there's a Chunga, dead. So watch this Chunga. I'm gonna let him get up to me. So watch, he can't shoot me. Well, now he's looking at my decoy, but these tires, I got the scope advantage. The tires are protecting me. You can't even see me. Get that right. Come on. Oh, too late. You got 1 shot to make it count. I like the auto reload though. That's would be very handy to have full time. I wish that was a thing. It used to be. Dodge City Holster had that capability built in. Remember those days? You had to, I think, switch to your pistol is all you had to do. Kimberly! Bandito the Bone! You rock, Kim. Got
Can't be any geek off the
Do
street.
you see how many people
Gotta be
died
handy
from
with
that?
the
I don't know
steel,
if you could
know what
tell,
I mean.
but there's a collateral effect. That's why I enter the engagement with my TAC 50. Appreciate you, Kim. Thanks for joining the club, supporting me. Hope you join us on Discord too. Oh, we still got a medic out there. I thought I got them both. There's one hobo hiding in the back. I need it to be a headshot. This is the most critical shot of all of them, believe it or not. There we go, got it. So headshots are red, body shots are white or blue. 1, 2, 3, 4. Got it. 1, 2, 3. Oh, did I not get that? Fuck, I don't think I did. Wasn't paying attention. I usually get one of the Chunga's helmets right when you clear that corner. A little patience here. I got my headhunter proc still, which means I missed that shot. Ah, my fucking bad. God damn it. Yeah, if I remembered Eminem's lyrics, you only got one shot. See, this is what's frustrating about solo legendary is one little mistake. One little mistake. You know what I mean? And like, you got to start all over. And sometimes it's a dumb mistake, like, you know, oh, I accidentally switched to the wrong button, or I wasn't paying attention. Like in that case, I wasn't paying attention and I missed that one shot, which is right when the Chungas come around that corner. You want to land that first shot. Everything's timing on that one. Everything's timing. You can only put out 3 shots before they start shooting at you. And so you have time. You only have time for that. Oops. Fuck, my bad. Thought I had a nemesis in my hand. See how predictable that guy always goes to the right. Oh, must have just nicked his head or something. He didn't die in the back there. We want that tank though. I want his engineer in the back there. The one hiding like a coward. None of them are coming out to fight. They're all hiding. We want his engineer. That's our guy. Okay, he's gonna come out to fix that tank. Gotta be ready. There he is. Got it.
Agent received a golden bullet.
Could have happened a little faster though, huh? Tank down. Oh, now we got his buddy tank.
Hostile has full golden bullet.
So this is where I use the White Death here. See those close encounters. Those golden bullets hurt when you get hit by them.
Assistance needed.
I see what all the hubba bubba is about. I fucked that up. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2. 1, 2, 3, 4. Ooh, my bad. Rushed it. Notice he's not shooting at me. It's nice not having to reload. Oof. It's one of the things I get annoyed about with the Nemesis small mag. Like any powerful sniper. Where's she at? Ah, golden bullet gave her away. I threw out a blind grenade there too. Here I'm after those medics. They're very slippery. Otherwise, I try to keep the right-hand side liberated from the tyranny. Because they got a cleaner shot on you on the right-hand side, so they can suppress you. Sucks to have this medic left. You really don't want him out. You're gonna let him pick somebody up. Oh, fuck. That was a body shot. You do not want a body shot here. It's got to be a headshot kill. That sets up the chunga kill. So this, see that little box right there? That little. So I usually pick these zones. I pick a little mark. It's random, but and I screwed it up. But they do a good job of hiding the non-elites running around behind the chungas. Upsy daisy. Oh, I see. I landed that shot originally on his body. Why'd they what the fuck? He wasn't even looking at me. I died from that chunga. You see that? He was shooting at my decoy. It's like the bullets were bouncing off the decoy and hitting me. That's lame. That was lame, bro. What's up with that?
You've got your objective. Don't let anything stand in your way.
All right, we got this. See how he fixes his tank and then the tank leaves? Like, that's BS right there. He was still repairing the tank and I'm gonna end up dying here. I just die. He was fixing the tank just as the tank was driving away. That shouldn't be possible.
You've got your objective. Don't let anything stand in your way. You've got your objective. Don't let anything stand in your way.
That's not gonna show his face. There he is.
Agent received a golden bullet. Hostile assembling a golden bullet.
It's pretty satisfying to kill the tanks with one bullet. I like that. You know, because you spend like when you're running like a Heartbreaker or whatever else build in the assault rifle build, you spend so much time on them. You know. Taking out the rushes here. Oh, they're annoying. Those, yeah, you do not want to get hit by those shot grenades. It's like the worst thing. One, two, three, four. Ooh, I like the song. Yeah, yeah. I'm about to change it though. This is actually gonna be my. We'll get out of here in a second. I just wanted to try this with a golden bullet. Last golden bullet, I tried, and I still actually want to do this maybe before the weekends. I want to try to complete it all only using the TAC 50. Which means you only got 7 shots, right? Ooh. Hit her. What the fuck? Is she immune? No. What's this missing? I normally don't play Legendary with these events turned on. Sort of a slower way to get your red stars, right? Playing Legendary. We've got the medic there, good. It's my goal. But when it's sort of a random, it's a hard shot. They kind of, they play very scattered like when you come out, it's hard to pick one of them. So you almost want to shoot blindly. It's like throwing a Hail Mary.
Immediate medical assistance needed.
Clear. Okay, so you gotta line up your shot here. We missed this last time. 1, 2, 3, 4, 1. Got it. 1, 2, 3, 4. Part. Got it. Chunga down. 1, 2, 3, 4. See that? That's it. And you got enough time to throw out 3 shots, and then you're suppressed. And so the timing is key there. Ooh. I got somebody behind me. Fuck. Didn't see him. How did he get back there so fast? Oh, I didn't hold down the trigger long enough.
Received. Golden bullet. Hostile assembling a golden bullet.
Oh yeah, so the special stun on Chungas is like when you have to chain kill Chungas, it's not really helpful. It's only when you don't have Headhunter proc, it's really helpful. But it is more efficient to just use Headhunter and then go for the head and 2-shot him. Because if you go for the body, even though you can, you don't have Headhunter, and so for the next one, you have to be set up for that same angle on their body. So it's just it's still easier to put out 2 shots. And also I haven't mastered that special spot, but I do hit it on accident sometimes anyways. And I'm like, all right, I'll take it. But it's, you know what I mean? So it's mostly like I don't have a Headhunter. It's just me and this Chunga. I'll go ahead and shoot him in that backpack. Versus taking the 6 shots on his head. But if I do have Headhunter, then I'm better off just shooting out the head and taking 2 shots. Because the reason why is after the kill, I'll have Headhunter renewed. So 1 shot, I bust his helmet, I lose Headhunter because I busted the helmet but didn't kill. And then the next shot is the kill shot, which renews my Headhunter, and then I can repeat that cycle on whatever target's next. It's squirrely, isn't he? Come on, over here. Over here. There I am. There I am. So here I'm thinking about the next room already. So I have to plan my basically my my skills out so that I can get to the next room as fast as possible with Headhunter. And even then, it's not a guarantee that I'll land that shot on those 2 Warhounds. It's a tough shot. I'm getting better at it, but the timing has to be lined up. Everything's got to be lined up. So here, I'm gonna bust my skill, okay? Because I don't want to be on cooldowns when they switch over. So I time it out to about 10 seconds, and then I'll take the kill. So right here, because by the time I get to that door, the cooldown will be done. And what I'm gonna do is switch my skill on the fly before I go upstairs. So tap, switch, boom. So all I did is switch my skill. The build's the same. And now I'm switching to my TAC 50. I'm hitting the jammer. And then I'm trying to hit both of them with this shot, which I got it. Here, that's the sequence. And so you got to do all of that. You got to use a lot of pressure on that shot, right? It really is. I mean, I'm sure I made it look easy, but you have to get all those steps. The dogs, the most important thing is that you're pulsing the dogs before they move. And so, because if they move, their legs won't be aligned. So I'm shooting them in the leg, and then the bullet goes to both of them. And that's what the TAC-50 does, right? The TAC-50 will penetrate targets. And so you can hit, if you got 5 guys lined up, it'll kill all 5 guys. But very handy. I'm sure you guys can agree that taking out those 2 targets with the single bullet is a fucking time saver. It's annoying to fight those guys. So here I'm trying to take out, it's all about taking out that tank. So he's down now. Now I'll go ahead and leave my turret up for a second here, but I don't want my turret to get a kill. Because I want all these enemies to myself, because it's all about keeping Headhunter procced. And the reason why is because of I'm already thinking about the next Warhounds. Here they are. So TAC-50, same concept. We can try to. I should have been ready for him. So I'll take one of them. That's fine. So I could kill both of them now because I still got this NPC alive, so I can kill her and then use that Headhunter proc to kill the other one. There it is. So what I'll go ahead and do is throw out my turret now. It'll decoy off this guy. And then I'll go ahead and, I'll use my Nemesis. You can kill him with the Nemesis. Because now I don't need to penetrate. I just need a kill shot. Oops. Except I gotta land it. It's gotta be on the back leg. I mean, you can shoot anywhere, but I'll just shoot anywhere because I'm running out of time. Did I land that or not? Yeah, I fucked it up. Yeah. So you're shooting the legs because they got health. It goes straight to the health, and then you bypass the armor. So I screwed that up, though. I don't know if I waited too long or if I landed on the armor. You don't want to go for the armor plates. It's just a waste. So you want to go for the legs and just go straight for the health. And then that's how you one-shot the dogs there. Yeah, it matters because you got to break, the Headhunter matters because you got to break the armor with at least, and I'm not sure exactly what the number is. It's a great question. But you still got to break the armor to get to his health. He's fully armored up. And he's got a couple of weak points, of course, that don't have armor. But they're hard to get to. He doesn't show them to you. It's rare that he shows them to you. But yeah, so that's the interesting thing about Chungas. And if you're bringing up a good point, it's a big conversation point. I mean, what can you do with that knowledge? The Chungas are just, when it comes to their health, they're almost easier to kill than a regular non-elite, the red guy. You know what I mean? I mean, they got it basically the same. They're about 8.5 million to kill. That's easy. That's really easy, you know? So it's their armor plates that make them so much of a pain in the ass, besides their other shit too, right? Like their other shit being their stingers and their miniguns. The miniguns suppress you, but they're really the armor plates, right? It's really the armor plates. You got to bust through those to get your kill shot. Come on, buddy, get out of cover. And so 8.5 million. So that's why I do like the sniper builds. I mean, I feel like they are a chunga busters because 2 shots and he's dead. And so I look at it more from a shot count. I think that's what's important for me is like the least amount of shots per zone, I guess, per checkpoint as is possible is what I'm mostly concerned about. You know what I mean? 1 shot, 2 shots, you know, it's about surviving. The more shots you put out with the sniper, then the greater chance that you're gonna have some bad luck. All right, we're gonna get to the room. So the next room is the one I've been talking about all day, not this one, the next room. Because I want to show you the scope advantage. It's sort of a big deal. And how you can use scopes to your advantage if you learn to play with them. So yeah, I learned to play. See, this is the Nemesis scope at close range. And if you can learn to use your scopes at closer ranges, then, you know, you start exploiting. So I'm aiming for a zone, anticipating the Chunga's movements to enter my zone. So that's where I'm aiming here. And I don't always get the shot off. Got it. So now here's my kill shot. If I can fucking land it. Ooh, I screwed it up. Hold on, I'll distract him. I usually can kill him without. Oh fuck, I fucked up. My bad. Oh my god. See what I'm saying about solo legendaries? One screw up and it's all fucking over, right? All right, we'll get out of here. We'll get out of here. I'm sure it gets boring seeing me play the same mission over and over. But so usually though, right there though, so the stagger, you break his helmet, he staggers. Status effect, right? It's not an official one, but it is. But yeah, so you break his helmet, he staggers. That gives you enough time to get a second shot out. So my problem is I don't know what I did. I did not get the second shot out fast enough, or I missed it. I'm not sure. But and so you can kill Chungas. My point is there is that you can kill the Chungas without them shooting at you. You know, and as you've seen in this first checkpoint, I do the same thing. I kill the Chungas without them shooting at me. Bust the helmet right as the first one at least, right as he hits the floor, and then the second shot is the kill shot. And then the same with that Chunga. I break his helmet, it staggers him, and then I can get the second one of shooting him. Doesn't matter. Sort of not. I can actually just throw my turret out there, and that distracts him, and he shoots at the turret, and it gives me all day to put like 10 shots in his head if I wanted to. That's the reality. But I add this extra layer of, let's head back to the White House, of complexity as sort of a challenge to myself and to the build. It's absolutely unnecessary. So the reason I died there was 100% my fault. The reality is that I should have just thrown my turret down and decoyed him, right? And then in the same sequence, shoot him, break his helmet, second shot kills him, go pick up my turret and go on to the next thing. But I always do that. I add this layer of complexity sort of to challenge, like do it the best, the fastest, and it, you know, sometimes it works out great. Other times it's just like you have a stupid error that gets you killed, which is basically what just happened. And so I threw the decoy out, but what happens is that he doesn't pick up the decoy doesn't take aggro for like a second or two. You gotta wait, you know, until he notices the decoy shooting at him, and he was like, "Oh, I'm gonna shoot at that instead." And so I didn't wait. I got impatient and I popped my head out and took the bullets. That's a user error. But it sucks in Legendary, right? There's no forgiveness. And that's the point of Legendary solos, I think. It's like what they're asking from you is perfection for the most part, right? That's really what they're asking from you. You got to play. There's no time limit. It'll take as much time as you want, right? But you do it fast, and as you do it more, you get even faster at it. But the reality is that that's what it's asking from you. It's asking for a perfect run. That's it. That's the trick, you know? You memorize where you need to stand. From there, you just need to have a perfect run or close to perfect run, you know, like a good game, basically, right? Yeah, the Baker's Dozen. I'm just not a big fan of the Baker's Dozen. That's mostly why. Like, it's not that it's not powerful, and I used it for like a minute. You know what I mean? I think mostly it's for like that it's like a prescribed weapon. This is my big scorn about the Baker's Dozen, is that it's a prescribed weapon and players are forced to use it in order to engage in certain group content in this game. And it's not only unfair, it's just like it's not right. Like there's a lot of challenges with the M1A. Like it's first of all, it's got a small mag and a horrible reload on it, right? And you can still run Lucky Shot with it and still get enough power to have ranked high DPS over other rifles. But the biggest problem with it is that what if you're not very good with rifles? What if you're not really good with small mag weapons that have slow reloads and no mods? What if you need those extra mod slots? And I don't have one here to show you, unfortunately, an M1A. But what if you need those extra mod shots so that you can put on stability and accuracy to your weapon so you can actually land your shots? And so I myself notice, and let me, just to prove my point, not to brag, okay? But like, I'm 51 in the world for headshots, right? And I notice kills, and I notice that my accuracy with the M1A is more poor than with other weapons. And that's the classic we're talking about. And actually, and even with the M1A CQB, but no doubt is a strong weapon. And for some people, it might, we're talking about the Baker's Dozen, it might even be the best weapon for you, but for me, it's a little boring. And I don't mean boring and like, it's boring because everybody uses it. I mean, I use that weapon and I actually get tired, sleepy when I'm using it because of its fire cadence. Like, I don't know if there's certain weapons that do that to you, but it's not just the M1A like that does that to me, but it's one of them. So the M1A Classic has a shot cadence, the fire pattern of it. Actually, when I start, and you have to put out so many, the way the reload and the shooting and how many bullets you put out, it feels like there's not a lot of action. And so, but the cadence and the sound that it makes and everything, it actually makes me kind of tired when I'm using it. I know that's kind of funny to hear it and really random, but that's it. But it's sort of just a boring weapon, right? It's just. But it's not that it's not effective. As a matter of fact, I did a rifle review. So the strongest rifles at range, and range matters in rifles. That's usually why you're running it, right? It's because it can reach those far ranges like a sniper, but also play into those assault rifle ranges, right? So it's very flexible of a weapon. And so it's at the top, and I agreed that it was at the top. So the Baker's Dozen is or not the Baker's Dozen, but the M1A Classic does the most damage at range. And then I think it was the Baker's and then the M1A CQB and then so on and so forth. And so it is a good weapon when it comes to damage, whatever. But the problem is that just like me, myself, I could say that I'm better player with certain weapons and not so much with other weapons. And I would say that I'm not that great with the classic M1A. Like, I feel like I miss more shots. The reload gets in my way for my play style because I like to play fast. Now, why is the CQB different? So I have always preferred the CQB over the classic M1A, always, from the beginning, even in the heyday. So there was a day where everybody was running the Baker's Dozen. Remember that, guys? Like, everybody was running the Baker's Dozen. Everybody. You go into Legendary, you go into raids, everybody run the Baker's Dozen. I don't think anybody runs the Baker's Dozen in raids anymore. Not that I've seen. Everybody's using like striker type builds and stuff like that, right? And so, or Hunter's Fury striker builds, I guess. A lot of striker is what I've noticed. I don't raid that much anymore. But everyone used to run the M1A. It was like everyone, right? And it's just like, and it's still and they nerfed it. You remember they nerfed it? They nerfed the gun. It's crazy, right? They nerfed it and it's still top damage. That's crazy. Think about it. But I've always liked the CQB better than the classic. Always have, always did. Having the extra mods is something that I like. You can add the optimal range mod. I mean, the what do you call it? The stability modifiers or more crit chances if you want, whatever. But I've always liked that. But also the RPMs is big for me, and that's the big difference. Why I think that the M1A, and I think a lot of people came around to this, right? Eventually, a lot of people started to agree that the CQB is better than the Baker's dozen because of the RPMs, and so you can do a little more spamming on the head because of that. You know, maybe more forgiveness in it, in its hand, in the way it handles, and because of the RPMs. But good question. Yeah, it's a really good question. What up, Brassy? Welcome back to the Bandito to Bone. Did you level up? It looks like you level up. Appreciate that, man. Thank you. Happy New Year. Merry Christmas. And so, yeah, it's really, really good question. Really good question. But that's mostly why. The reason why I sort of scorn at it, to your point, is mostly because it's prescribed and people are forced to use it. So, and what I mean, if you're not familiar with that, like if you join certain raid teams, they basically say you have to run this build and you have to run this weapon. And the thing is, this is like, well, you know, if this person is really unexperienced, that gun isn't gonna make them good. There's no build in this game that makes you good, right? It just doesn't. The best way to make somebody good, or to ensure that they're good, is to allow them to run the weapon they're most comfortable with. And the M1A is a very uncomfortable weapon. I watch other players use it in raids, okay? Like when I'm watching like streams and stuff like that, people using it in raids, and I see all those missed shots and I'm like horrified. You know, and I'm not a shot. I'm not saying that like my shot percentages are the best. I'm not. But I'm just saying that M1A is just like, I mean, you really is spamming the head, and bullets really are flying by the enemies a lot. You know what I mean? And it's just like, and some people are more comfortable with the play style of an assault rifle, like maybe the Police M4 or whatever they use, because of its 50 round mag, and maybe it's more effective for them, or it handles better or whatever, you know? But yeah, so just because I don't like it doesn't make it a bad weapon. You know what I mean? It's just a bad weapon for me. And it really is a bad weapon for me. Like when I use it, like I feel like I'm playing horrible. And the funny thing is, like, I haven't used the M1A CQB in a really long time, as a matter of fact. I retired it. I hung it up. I was done with it. And because I did my phases in rifles, and, you know, they just... Rifle as a class is sort of boring for me. I gotta admit, it really is. And so it's a very it's usually a very relaxed gameplay style. And as you guys know, I'm pretty aggressive. I get at this stage in the Division 2, I want to play as fast as possible and push quickly, get out of the ordinary, whatever all that means to you. But for me, it means definitely moving quickly, getting out of cover, pushing on the enemy, you know, that kind of stuff. And so even though I'm using the Doctor's Home with the scope, I'm playing it in an atypical way, right? Like I'm rushing in on the scope. I'm playing inside 15 meters. I'm getting out of cover as much as possible to take advantage of the trophies and the kits, and being aggressive with my rifle. You know, I'm being aggressive with it. But it's also invited me to pick up the regular M1A again, the regular CQB again. So the standard non-exotic CQB. And I've been using it from time to time. I've actually started farming for another Godworld one. I think I got it. It's on my other character, though. But, yeah, so I'm starting to, you know, I was like, oh, I love the Doctor's Home. You know, maybe I'll like the, maybe it's renewed my interest for the CQB again on certain builds. We'll see. I haven't really explored it yet, just because we've had all these global events that have been kind of catering my builds to those. Give me 1 second, guys. 1 second. All right. Brassy, break them down. Break them down. You can donate them, and originally I thought that was the best way to do it. And over time, I learned it wasn't. So in the expertise, his question is, okay, if you have too many exotics, and I used to have too many exotics too. So I used to have multiple exotics, now I don't. So I decided, I used to have 3 exotics of every exotic. One for upgrading purposes and the other just for my extra tunes. But now I don't. Now I decided I'm just gonna have 1 of every weapon if possible. So for any duplicates, I'll crush them, which is going to throw them into the exotic components, which you can have up to 1,000 of, right? And so right now I have about 155, 153. There you go, 153. So you want to throw them into that pool. So you can also donate them. So if you go to, I guess, a rifle here, and then we go to, well, you can, I can't do it there, but on the Diamondback. So I think, I'm not sure if it's every 2 exotics, every 2 donations get you 1 level. Might be 1 for exotics. I think it might depend on the class. But anyways, it's only going to help you get to proficiency. But once you're proficient, like on this, I can't donate an extra Doctor's Home to the Doctor Home class because I'm proficient. But if, let's just say I had 2 Diamondbacks, I could donate the Diamondback to help me get to proficiency 10, but that's an expensive way to do it. The cheaper way to do it is just to research and donate materials, which are much less rare, right? So these are far easier to get, especially these 2 and the printer filaments, right? So printer filament and these these fabrics and receiver components you get just from breaking down your junk, right? So if you notice, these fill up really fast. I fill these up almost daily, you know, every couple of days at least. I just donated these down, as a matter of fact, last night. So they're already working their way up, and we've hardly been playing today. So you're better off breaking those down, okay, your components, and then saving it for later, so that way you can actually use them to upgrade. So as you can see, my next level here is what, 15, and my next level is 15, and it's going to take 5 exotic components to get there. And so by putting them in your by crushing your exotics, you're going to put it into a general exotic components pool, which allow you to apply it to any weapon, not just the weapon that it originated from. Like the Doctor's Home. So if I decided I didn't want to do the Doctor, so if I had 2 Doctor's Home and I crushed one of them, then that'll allow me to apply that crushed component to maybe if I wanted to upgrade to Everlasting Gaze or this M16. I could apply it to that or whatever else. But for everything else, yeah, donate it. So donate your extra named items, donate your extra non-named items, donate everything else. But for exotics, crush them. The Diamondback. Some people really like it. Like the other days, you know, people were talking about it. Aloha, Geisha boy. Hey, what is Tarkov wipe? What do you mean? What's Tarkov wipe? You mean they cleaned the slate? They reset. It was a reset, like what they do with seasons. Yeah, some people farm gear mods a lot too, but I find like when it comes to receiver components, like look, all of this is receiver components or printer filament. Sorry, it's not literally like I'm exaggerating, but all these things is you're just gonna fill it all up. You're just gonna crush it just by playing the game and getting the random gear that it gives you and then crushing it. You know, I find that I fill up nice and fast just by doing that. And for me, the real reason why my level isn't higher, so I'm at level 14 on my way to 15 here, The reason why I'm not higher is because I forget to research. I'll go days, bro. I'll go weeks without researching. You know, and I'll be like, oh man, I need to be researching. I always donate. But when you're at this level, probably when you're about level 12 or 13, donating doesn't count for much anymore because you've donated the bulk of everything. And so now you're into the rare items, like named items and, you know, certain things that don't drop very often. And so it takes forever to, if you're just going to take the donation path, by the time you get to level 13, that's when you need to start researching. And I forget researching. I literally forget. It's spend down your resources. You don't want to be full. As a matter of fact, to have 155 exotic components is pointless. Why do I need 153 exotic components? What are they doing for me here? Absolutely nothing. The reality is I should be spending them. The problem is I don't have any weapon that's interesting enough for me to upgrade. You know, I know I need to upgrade these more, but they cost me more resources to upgrade. Like if you look, and so that's what I'm conscious of. And there lies the conflict, right? So it's not about the exotic components anymore. It's also about my resources. So if I just go and start upgrading everything, I'm spending down my other resources. So let's look. Where's my striker drone? Which is weird. I swear this was upgraded. Oh, it is. It's at 12. Okay. So if I upgrade this, I'm going to use my 3 exotics, but what else am I using? Notice. It's going to use my my field, whatever you call those. I forget what they're called right now. SHD points or whatever. You see that? I only have 8. So the problem, so I have all of these exotic components now, 153 that I cannot spend. I can't spend my exotic components. Why? Because I'm now running out of these other that are sort of rare. The only way to get those is through optimization caches, which don't give you very many. So yeah, farm your hearts out and go spend all your red stars on optimization caches. It's only going to give you fucking 3 of those things, right? So that's not very many, not even worth it. Or you got to go play, right? You got to go play the game and play the content that delivers those SHD points. Whatever they're called. What are those called again? I forgot the name. I'm going to just look. I can say what it is. SHD calibrations. So I only have 8. Now I can spend my watch points to do that. But either way, I'm limited in other resources. So I have all these exotic components that I can't spend because I have to be conscious of losing all my other resources. And as you can see, I'm not full on my other resources. Look, I'm about halfway on everything. See that? So the expertise system is very expensive. And it's not just expensive in exotic components. It's expensive in all your resources. So if you're a builder, if you make builds and you optimize and you craft and you milk every bit out of what this game has to offer, then these are more valuable than your expertise system. Yup. They are. Electronics are way more valuable than my expertise. Way more valuable. Because when I'm out of these things, I almost can't play. Right? Because I can't work on the build that I'm making or whatever. You know what I mean? So like I'm working on a build and it's going to cost resources to do this and to do that, you know, and it's just like, oh shit, when I'm out of resources, it's a horrible feeling. I'll tell you. And I've been there a few times, you know what I mean? Which is why I have extra characters, but it sucks to have to go to my extra character just for resources. You know what I mean? That's also, it sucks to have to take the item, put it in your stash, log out, log back in, take that item out of your stash, upgrade it, put it back in your stash, log out, log back in with your main character, put it back on. You know what I mean? That fucking sucks to have to do that, you know? Yeah, Geisha Boy, we're going to be doing more Modern Warfare streams here starting the next couple of days after this weekend. I'm going to mix them in a little bit more throughout the week. So, looking forward to that. Videos too, of course. So yeah, the resources is a tough thing, man. It's a tough thing. So that's my thing. So now I'm trying to remind myself, I just don't want to be maxed out. So that's the deal here. Is like you don't want to be empty. So I basically keep these at around close to or around 50%. And so when I don't want to be full, you don't want to be at 9,999. You want to spend down. And so I spend down about 50%, and that keeps me with enough resources to do crafting or building. Like everything costs resources. You just don't pay attention anymore because you usually have so much. But when you optimize something, when you craft something, when you recalibrate, it's costing some sort of resource for you. Oh, that's a good question. JD suggests the top 3 most useless exotics: Diamondback, Chatterbox, and Lullaby. I would say the Diamondback is up there. The Chatterbox is kind of fun though. You know what I mean? But I get your point. I could go either way on that one. I haven't used it in a long time. It used to be my favorite though. It's actually pretty cool to not have to reload. I mean, it's got the golden bullet effect in it, right? Okay, I'm gonna change builds here while we're talking. Actually, let's try that. Let's see if we have those Eclipse pieces. Did I bring them all over? Let's go Eclipse crit. Can we do that? Let's see if we can work this out. Actually, we're gonna run the. Geisha, you missed the apparel event? You can still buy them though. I think it was the best apparel event all time. What do you guys think? I think that was the best apparel event all time. All time. I mean, I'm wearing all of it. I mean, even if I'm not wearing I'm mix and matching, of course. You know what I mean? I'm mix and matching, but it was an amazing apparel event, that last one. There's so many cool masks. Now I'm in a conflict. The hoodies, there were 2 good hoodies that came out of it. Oh yeah, I think the Bullet King is up there though with the most useless weapons. I do call the Chatterbox the Bullet Queen. I'm an RPM guy too, and I think that's also why I like the Chatterbox. So it gives you that big RPM, and then it refills the mag. It's both of those, and that does really mean a lot for DPS. Skipping the reload, right? Skipping the reload really does help the DPS. It's just that it's situational, which is why it's not the queen of DPS, right? But it's really hard to measure too. Like you're like 3 enemies, 5 enemies, 6 enemies. Imagine trying to measure that and quantify it and then compare it. But yeah, you're right. The Bullet King, yeah. The Bullet King is just, I mean, it's a little hard to run and gun with it. The RPM, I think, what are the RPMs on that thing? I don't think I have it. But yeah, I'm not a big fan of the Bullet King. I never really used it. But yeah, that's got to be on the list for me. You know what though? You're probably going to disagree with me on this one, but I don't like the BTSU gloves. I'm not a big fan of those. I got to get rid of this ongoing directive. I'm, kind of tired of ongoing directive. It had its day, and it's definitely useful. I always appreciate it when somebody's running it, but for me, I don't want to be the guy running it. Is that super horrible to say? Foundry headshot build would be fun too. Yeah, but I'm not a big fan of the BTSU gloves because, you know, they got that. It's like basically if you're running a hive, right? And so what if you're not running a hive, right? So it's sort of like it's just that. It's only for hive builds. And I don't like the hive. You know? It's not the worst thing in the world, but like it's very, I know a lot of people use it offensively and I see that, but for me, I don't like what it does to the enemies. I don't like that it scatters them into the oblivion. No, because I want my enemies to come to me, not run away from me, you know? Let's get them out of the way, you know? Let's not go force them into cover at distance and then have to fish them out, you know? Let's get it over with. And that's the behavior that comes out of, or that's the behavior that skill creates. And then of course there's the Artificer. And so I could see that, like if you were gonna run the Artificer or maybe the other one, the Booster. I could see that a little bit more. There we go, so we need that just in case. I already know the Hunter's Fury to be fun with this build too, but okay, then let's move some things back over that we don't need. Status. Yeah, 850 RPM on the Bullet King is actually not that bad, is it? It's not. I don't know. I guess maybe it's the practical, being the practical use case, which is like, I mean, there's not a lot of content in this game where you could just hang out and shoot forever. And that's, with an LMG, you like that, you know, that's sort of what it's asking you to do, right? There's no burst damage, and so you're trying to get the most sustained damage out of it. But basically, anytime you're suppressed, which is a lot in this game, right? The reality is that those are reload moments. So even if you're not actually reloading, you are. Because when you get suppressed, you're like, well, if you had a different weapon in hand, then you would just reload. Every time you go into cover to scan the field to see where your next target is, that's a reload time. Any pause between enemy waves, that's a reload time. And that happens a lot because enemies are usually coming at you with like, what, 3 or 4 enemies at a time? You know? And so most of the other LMGs have a big enough mag, like the G9. Was it GR9 or G9? GR9. Okay, let's see if we have everything we need now. I think a mask. Yeah, I don't know what would be the rest of my bottom. Oh, well, I know. The Emperor's Guard. Or not Guard. Emperor... What is the one that catches people on fire? We are the Flaming Dragon. That one. You know what I'm saying?
I don't fuck with you.
Those guys.
We don't negotiate with terrorists.
We are Flaming Dragon. What is that one? What is that holster called? I can't remember the name. That's how long it's been since I've used it. Dynasty. Thank you. Dynasty. That's on the list of most useless exotics. It's the cooldown. That's the worst about it. And it used to be used a lot in the DZ, and then I think they nerfed it a little bit more. But yeah, you know, the cooldown makes it so that it's like, you know, it's not happening as much as you want, and it feels like you're wasting a slot there. Let's see, what do we got? Do we got the gloves? Yeah, we do. Okay, so we just need the holster. I don't have very good holsters, unfortunately, so we're gonna have to run the skill tier there. Try the knees. We're gonna need the mask for sure. That's good, because I would actually prefer to run the foxes with this. This will be fun. This will be a fun build. Maybe armor. And then run the memento, because we're gonna play out of cover with this. And then we're gonna go doctor's home. And I think lots of red. I think like we'll run armor, probably half and half. One skill tier, yeah. And I'm running the chest piece. We'll see if we want to do that, but okay, I'll make this one armor. So we're running 3 armor cores. And we'll run this red. So that way we don't have to put out too many shots. We don't want to put out too many shots. So we got 2 skill tiers. That should be enough. Yeah, 2 skill tiers, 3 blues, 3 reds. We could run technician also, but I'm going to use a riot foam, so we're going to spread that on kill. It's going to give us sort of this Hunter's Fury effect, you know, where you stagger enemies on kill, except it's going to be spreading the riot foam on kill. It'd actually be fun to run it with not sharpshooter, but instead firewall. That would also give us a flamethrower, which will take the golden bullet and reload. So when we chain kill with the flamethrower, that'll be great. So let's do that. Don't need that. I'll go ahead and put the secondary to shotgun. I don't know what we're gonna do there. Yeah, that'll be fun. Let's activate that. That also gives us more damage. Oh yeah, the research is really easy, Brassy. So, I mean, what you research is up to you. Okay, and so, but you can research. So anything that's is proficient already, you can't research anymore. So let me find something. So the Diamondback is not proficient. Okay, so I can research it. Once you're proficient, you're into the upgrade things, right? Your upgrade things, which is basically the same thing as research. If you just look at it from the perspective of we're going to spend resources. So all research is doing is no matter what you're doing, you're donating. You're either donating junk, weapons, right, and gear, or you're donating resources. That's all research is donating resources. So you click research, and then we're gonna donate materials. You see, that's where it's gonna go there, left trigger. So I do that, and you choose what you wanna donate. And you wanna donate the least rare item that you have here. And so most you do printer filament, and then these receiver components or whatever. But you can do whatever. And so you can donate all materials and it'll just proportion it out. But I don't do that. I like to donate the specific resource. So I'm just tapping A and it's spending it down. You see that? And then you want to research it until you're proficient. And so I'm going to research it up and there you go. And so what you research, should probably be the most rare items though. I got to say the things that are difficult to donate, which is going to be your diamond back and any of your named items. So research those as a priority. And then from there, things that you're not going to wear very often. Like, so yeah, I would go name items first. Like this Ruthless. I don't have a Ruthless. I never will. As a matter of fact, I don't know how this is a level 1. Is it the same as a Merciless? Is that why they did that? Is that what just happened? I have the Merciless, but I'll never have the Ruthless. Yeah, okay. They just combined it. So there is no Merciless. Okay. So anyways, the fact that it's an exotic means it's rare, so it's one that I would prioritize on researching it, but also because I never run the Merciless. I never ran the Merciless. So I would say this is going to be a priority to research. So researching is just another word for donating. See, you can donate junk to this, but I don't have any junk to donate. Or you can just research. Donating junk to this doesn't make any sense. The junk would have to be another Merciless junk. Okay, so the junk, whatever the junk is, has got to match. So if I had a junk SIG CQB and I marked it as junk and then donated my junk, it would go to the SIG proficiency. Same thing. If I had a junk Merciless, I marked it as junk and then click donate junk, it would donate it to the Ruthless Merciless category only. It wouldn't apply it to the SIG or the M1A. But otherwise, sometimes I'll just top something off, but you don't want to really research, or you want to research these things last, the non-named, non-rare items. You don't want to spend your resources on them if you don't have to. So focus on your named items and your exotics first, and things that you don't run very often, like specializations. Like if you never use, I'm proficient on everything but the crossbow, apparently. So let's say you never run the crossbow specialization, which is survivalist, then, you would research that. But skills is another one. So you're going to end up researching skills, or you're going to have to equip them. An example are the traps. The repair traps, look, I'm 0 of 10, same with the shocks. I never run traps, apparently. So I'm going to end up either having to equip traps, which is not going to happen, or I'm going to have to research these. So I'm going to have to donate to this, and donate I will. And so that's the priority when it comes to research, or named items, exotics, and anything you don't run often, especially in the skill category. And then other things I would say for your junk, so it gives your junk purpose. And what I'm talking about are like, let's look at pistols, right? So none of these pistols I really run. I have my favorite pistols and they're my go-tos. But like this M1911, the 45A1, is slowly but surely going to get to proficiency, all from junk. So all of this stuff has happened because of junk. The Mozambique special too. All of this is junk, I've donated my junk to this. That's all. That's how that's gotten there. It gives my junk purpose, and so I don't want to research the M9 or the M45 or the 1911. I don't want to research those. I don't want to spend my valuable resources, and my resources are very valuable to me. I want to donate junk to these. They're eventually going to get to level 10. So I don't want to research those. I got lots of other things to research. Lots of other things. So I will spend my hard-earned resources on those more important things to research, like named items, like exotics, like skills that I know I'm never going to run, and that all will just inevitably need to be researched. And so otherwise, anything that could just be given a proficiency through research, but through donating junk, then I prefer that. Gives my junk purpose. And then once I'm done leveling up all my exotics, all my named items, and all my skills, then I will start looking at those things like the pistols and those non-rare items that are just kind of hanging around and slowly but surely getting there. Then I'll start spending my resources on them if I'm in some sort of hurry, you know. Look at that. Even improvised gear you have to do, huh? Wow. Look at that. But yeah, I hope that's a little helpful. Yeah, and so, you know, I'm at level 15. Basically, I'm almost 15. And so for me, it's not going to make a big difference. You know what I mean? Like, the next 5 points aren't going to make a big difference. So I'll get there. It'll just happen. I'll be happy when it does. You know. No, wait. I don't want headshot damage. What am I doing? Let's see. Where we are crits-wise. So we're at 26%. So we need to get that up. So let's put some crit chance on there. $38. $44. Yeah, we're a little low on crit chance, but I guess I could put on some different knees. Roll back on my armor. Said some of these things are stuck with crit damage, you know? Never running the memento. Let's get us at least 50%. That'll be a good spot. Then I'll balance back out my armor because we're adding a red core. Yeah, I haven't done the new character thing, but that's right, Grumpy. That is the fastest way to do it. I mean, if you think about it time wise, you know, you spend 3-4 hours up to 5 creating that new character, and wow, right? You level up a lot with all those resources, especially if you got a big watch, right? Freelancer, what red mist build do you mean? I'm not sure which build you're talking about. Do I have a red mist build? Or I did create a pink mist build. Is that what you mean? A long time ago? Was it? It was a mantis build. Is that the one you're talking about? Or are you talking about one that you saw me run today? Okay, so this is going to be a different build, so it's going to take me a minute to get it broken down here, working. But basically, we're playing into the Riot Foam. Okay, so I got an Eclipse, and that is indirect transmission. So we got status effects there, skill haste, and indirect transmission. So the status effect will spread on kill. And then I'm running the chest piece, which is going to give me a greater distance, which is 15 meters. And then the refresh percentage is going to be 50%. It's gonna be 75%, sorry. So it also is gonna last longer. And then ensnare duration is 9 seconds. Now I normally run this with the one-shot kill build, so we'll see what it's a test. We're gonna see if we can pull it off with the M1A CQB. Oops, no, we don't want that. And the Riot Foam I mean, the memento is actually a big deal. It's gonna keep that riot foam healthy for us, basically. It's gonna give you more duration, and then oh, I thought I put on a decoy. How did I not? Oh no, that's right. We were gonna put on the shield. I didn't finish. All right, let's do that. And then we need active regen. This could be a big damage boost here. So, all right. And I like running this. Actually, my favorite setup for this Doctor's Home is the Striker Shield with it. It allows you to get that scaling damage when you're in range anyways. Oops, so we don't want that. And then in turn, you're able to put in some more armor if you need to. So we're at 1.5 right here. Ooh, that foam didn't fire. Do you see that? Yeah, time to kill might be too slow for this. She foamed out. You see that? God damn it. But it's still a little early to tell. We gotta get some trophies under our belt here. Oh, that's much better. Without golden bullet. Oh, and the auto reload is going to be really nice, by the way. Ah. Oh, it's not time to reload. There it is. See the spread the foam right there? Oh, I'm getting punched in the back apparently. Jesus Christ. These foamers are fucking everywhere. You can break my shield. Why can't we get the fucking golden bullet, man? Jesus Christ. Finally a guy shows up. Yeah, now I'm dead. Yeah, jammer might not be a bad idea either, actually. It's a good idea, too. It's mostly the time to kill that I'm looking at, though. You know, with the status effect duration. We got to get that in line. And so this build, normally I'm running like the Regulus or the 1886 of the White Death, where the M1As are going to require more shots out, but see, we're almost a good trophy count. Let's see how that changes things. Oh, of course I fucking missed them. We're gonna get foamed again, which is very annoying. There we go. A little spread and indirect transmission. Somebody got away. Where'd he go? Oh, there he is. We could use a little more riot foam too, I think. You might want to trade in one of those skill tiers, I mean one of those armor cores for a skill tier, because that'll power up the shield and the riot foam if we do that. So that's not a bad time to kill right there. And then we have the golden bullet. It's like game over, right? Well, if you land your shots, apparently. That be the condition. Stay there. Oh yeah, it's working now. I mean, you still got to be Johnny on the spot, but it's working. I mean, with golden bullet, no doubt, but. But I still think we could take off one of the armor cores and put on another skill tier, give us more riot foam. I like it though. Love indirect transmission. Eclipse Protocol is pretty nice as a build, huh?
Supply room access unlocked.
Okay, so let's make that change real quick. One more skill tier. It's obvious that I need that skill tier. We could also put on, well, we can't put on skill haste because we really need the crits. We're barely there on crits. Let me go run that. Yeah, I do like the riot foam. I like the riot foam better. Like if I had a choice, I would go with the riot foam over the jammer. One of the things is that there's no charge time. You know what I mean? So you can gunsling it, so to speak. Also, it's got amazing range. I mean, the riot foam should be nerfed on its range, right? Have you ever hit somebody at like 50 meters out with your riot foam? It's crazy. What do we could change here? I guess the mask. And one of the other things, the downside about the Banshee is that it forces you to run gunner, which isn't a bad thing because you get, we would have 10% armor on kill too, and that'd be helpful on this build. But on some builds it's not. For some builds you just really don't want to run a gunner. And with this one, it's nice to get the damage boost from the shield, which in this case is 12% per enemy. That's like having an extra core, almost a red core, right? And in 2 enemies, that's like 2. That's crazy. Nothing wrong with the Banshee. A lot of people love it. I like it too. But I do have my heart set on the riot foam, especially when you got really good time to kill. which on the one-shot builds, it's an amazing skill to pair with. I mean, put it on the sniper build. And I've been thinking about that, like, for certain rooms, when I'm doing solo legendary with the sniper, I might be better off with the right foam. Because the default duration, status effect duration on the right foam is like around 8 seconds, which is a long time. You know what I mean? It's a long time for certain builds. And on one kill builds, it's almost too much time. You could get away with like 4 or 5 seconds, enough time to acquire the head and then to land the head. But yeah, 8 or 9 seconds seems to be about right for a multi-shot weapon like this M1A. I might be forcing it to go play in super close without any trophies, but let's give it a try. So we got 5 in the can now. 5 cans now. 5 in the can. All right, Geisha, good seeing you, man. Thanks for swinging by. I did notice, like, right away, like, it does, you know, you do need a few kills. Get that, oops, get them cover. Get some trophies under your belt a little bit here. Wailing on me. Look at him wailing at me. Different angles. Get me out of here. Shit. Oh, come on, right foam. Do your thing. Fuck, how did I right foam myself? It just happened. God damn it, the right foam is not going out. Come on, man. It's gonna get me killed. I'm gonna die here in a second. Oh god, no. The black tusk person was shooting me, not the other one. Oh my god, that's a horrible round. It's a little painful without those trophies, I can feel that. It's because we need the armor regen also to kind of keep us going in between kills. Because you can see we're taking damage at range, and that sucks for out of cover builds. And so you need a regen to compensate for your jogging around, the damage you take from jogging around, basically. And it would be nice to have a golden bullet from time to time when playing the golden bullet game mode. Give that to me.
You can't be any geek off the
Oops.
street. Gotta be
Wrong
handy
thing.
with the steel, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, once you get it going, though, it's nice. All right. And we got a few trophies now, too.
You can't be any geek off the street. Gotta be handy with the steel, if you know what I mean.
Heavily armored hostile detected.
You can't be any geek off the street. Gotta be handy with the steel, if you know what I mean.
Notice that they didn't get foamed on kill.
You can't be any geek off the street. Gotta be handy with the steel, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, it's
You can't be any geek off the street. Gotta be handy with the steel, if you
seems
know
to
what I
want
mean.
to play at a certain momentum, though. But I think we got the equation right.
You can't be any geek off the street. Gotta be handy with the steel, if you know what I mean.
Detecting additional hostile contacts.
You can't be any geek off the street. Gotta be handy with the steel, if you know what I mean. You you can't be any geek off the street. Gotta be handy with the steel, if you know what I mean.
Oh, glitch. Thanks, phone. God damn it. I fucking hate these right from guys. Where'd she go? She's just right here, wasn't she? Oh, you're behind me. Oh, there you are. Oh, great. You could also run the we do have the Eclipse backpack option. Gives you some nice 30% amplified damage when under status effects though. And so the challenge with that is that we lose the skill tier and all that stuff, and then it puts us at risk of not having riot foam, and then if you don't have riot foam, why are we running Eclipse? Kind of question comes to mind. Hold on to that foam for me, buddy. This is not enough. See how much damage you're taking before we even get to the fight? Lost 90% of our armor before we got here. I don't even know where that damage came from. Oh, behind us apparently. All right. We're still at risk of running out of foam. You see that? We're barely hanging on. It's probably one of the weaknesses of not having the one-shot kill capability. Because we're having to use the, like right there, I used the foam on her twice, right? And if we had a headhunter, I mean, so we can run headhunter on this. We'll try that next. I don't know if it'll make sense yet. Look at you killed that glitch.
Supply room access unlocked.
Yeah, there's not enough gold and blue guys. You know what I mean? We like rarely had it. It's just the luck of the draw. Sometimes they're like everywhere, and then sometimes they're not anywhere. You know, it's like. Okay, so let's see. Put on some Eclipse knees here real quick, and then let's try it with. See if we can get a chain killer thing working for us. I'm just gonna roll with what I got here. I don't know if this is gonna help at all. It's worth a shot real quick. So our crit. So we lost a little crit chance, but I'm just gonna roll with it for now and see what it does. Because I'm going for the head most, and not always getting the headshot kill, but when we do, the next shot that lands on the enemy is gonna be pretty painful. We might not care though. Might not be enough to really make a difference. But there's a possibility that we can chain kill with this. Not on every enemy. I was noticing it was hit or miss. On the other build we were running, so it's probably gonna be the same here, if at all possible. So like on reds, yes, and some purples, depending on the purple. And I don't think we were one-shot killing elites. I think it was taking more than one shot. But even if we were doing non-elites and some purples, that would still be valuable for me. So we got the headshot kill. Let's check here. I don't know if I got the head there. Got it again. Let's test. So most of his armor is gone. You see that? So it's not one shot, one kill, but that's pretty meaningful. Breaks his armor basically. It's interesting when you look at it that way. It's not a chain killer, but it's a armor breaker, basically. Makes the next kill, you know, armorless. God, that rifle, I mean, that shield is not popping. I'm hitting that button, so you know, and it's not there. It's annoying.
Reinforcements incoming. Hostile has
Fucking wrong. Come on, get me out of this shit. Oh, where are they at? They're everywhere. God damn it. Those riot foam guys. Oof. See that right there? I hit my shield. No shield. It's been happening to me lately too. Not with the shield, but delay in skills deploying. Anybody else been noticing that, or is it my controller sensitivity? And they're glitching like that too, huh? You see him disappear and reappear. I wish I could do that. God, that golden bullet turns this thing into a laser beam though. It's nice. It's really easy to focus on the head with it. To the point where you should almost roll into headshot damage instead to be more efficient on the build. But I'm sure we're not landing all on the head, that's for sure. Look at that golden bullet damage. It hurts. The other thing is the cadence too. I'm slamming on the trigger probably a little bit too fast. I think it's a 3-shot burst for this M1A. I need to get honed in on that. Oops. I double thumbed him. They're very spread out, aren't they?
Heavily armored hostile detected. Hostile assembling.
Damn. He's got good support, this one. Oh my god. I threw out so many shots, none of them landed. Neither did that riot foam. This guy's God. Okay, some of them landed. He's got no armor. That might have been the riot foam that just did that, actually. The riot foam can damage them if you got Headhunter procced.
Golden bullet received.
I mean, it's all right. I probably wouldn't run this combination outside of this event.
Supply room access unlocked.
I'm forcing it by playing at the speeds, and
Completed.
you know the golden bullet's definitely helping when once we get it, if we do get it. But it's just that there's not much room on the build to improve it because the Eclipse is taking up so many slots. Now what I'll do is I'll go ahead and switch over to the White Death. I don't think I have this calibrated for the White Death but I just want to show you the differences. I don't have the build calibrated for the White Death, but we'll see what I can do with it here. So I can no scope White Death, that is. Thanks, King Slayers. Yeah, we got a long day planned for tomorrow. Lots of family events to do on the New Year's Eve.
Hostile control point nearby.
Appreciate it, man. I hope you're having a good time too, with your fam. Holidays are almost over, huh? Kind of sad. Oh, that's right. Yeah, I would normally be running Headhunter with this too. But it'll work. We're forcing it a little bit. Damn, those turrets. See them? It's nasty when they get those turrets out there like that, huh? Kill them with the rifle. Strongest rifle on the planet. You don't want to kill him with the rifle. This is what happens when you do. Yeah, hold on, okay. Bad spot. Come on, fucking. What the fuck? Oh, God. Didn't see him up there. Actually, I should go change this build a little bit. Let me do that real quick. The rifle one's okay. I mean, I can continue to run it, but it's just sort of okay. You know, I like my favorite builds are the ones that can carry outside of the event too. You know what I mean? Like we're tailoring it to the event but with a few tweaks, it'll still work in heroic content. I like those. I like coming up with those kind of concepts. Or spending time on them, I should say. Spending time with them. Because I feel like I'm getting more out of my gameplay hours when I'm working on a build that's more sustainable, that can be sustained outside of the event. So even the wackiest of builds that I run for the events, I know that, you know, with a few tweaks, I can, it'll be suitable for regular heroic content. So I feel like I'm getting some good R&D time in, I guess. So we're going to drop the shield and then we're going to play into our time to kill. And that's how we'll be able to accomplish our running and gunning.
Reinforcement complete.
So let's go to sharpshooter. And then we got a rifle. Yeah, that's fine. Pistols, that's fine. I just want the TAC 50. Oops. Why can't I activate it? Am I already inspect, activate. What's wrong? Oh, it did work. Okay, it did activate. Got it. And then here you could put on the big shield in case of emergencies. Yeah, we'll do that. And then I'll drop the doctor's home. Put the O'Carroll on for range. And then pistols, run the Regulus. So when we get backed up, we'll blow people up or spawn kill with the pistol. And then I love the no scope White Death, though. It's a lot of fun for me. And it'll be, this build will be more effective with the one-shot capability here. But now we don't need crits. So I think I have my alternate Eclipse pieces here. Yeah, there's a headshot one. There's a headshot one. I'm still looking for God rolls of these. What am I running down here right now? I can re-roll that. Mask. What do we got? Crits. Here's a headshot one. Cool. So let's just rearrange the pieces. It's basically the same, and I can get rid of that crit one. So, chest pieces, I think we can run armor on this. So I'm gonna go and run the armor one there. And then mods, I'll run a combination of headshot damage and protection from elites. I don't know if that matters, protection from elites, because that golden bullet's gonna hurt anyways. And then we'll add a little bit more armor. One skill tier, one armor. So let's put the skill tier on up here. And that's because the armor is going to be more active than the damage. The reason why is like once we got the head, we'll see how this if it's balanced right now, but we just want a reasonable amount of shots to get our first kill. And then from there, we're going to be one-shotting everything. Now this is cool because we're going to get the 20% from preservation because we're always going to get headshots. We're going to be doing headshots the whole time. So that's going to give us that going on top of the regen here from the backpack. So we do want to stick with this gun over the other two because of its regen boost. Of course, when we're hiding behind his shield, we're not going to have to worry about that so much. So that should be good, 1.3. We might even be able to go more armor. Then I got the riot foam, which is going to cut down on the bullshit. And the bullshit, if you don't know what that is, that's the cartwheels mostly. You know what I mean? Also pops enemy out of cover. Yeah, Micro Scissor, that's a good point. Yeah, that's a good question. I don't know. I don't know, man. That's a really good question. Do you guys think that really is much of a gap? I mean, a 4-man heroic, I think that's the deal. It's like, I'm thinking about that question. So his question is, Tux, do you feel like there's too much of a gap in difficulty between heroic and legendary? I do. There should be one tier in between the two, in my opinion. And then Take Osman Lab, or Take Osman Lab, saying, where's the hardest legendary? What is the hardest legendary, you guys think? I don't know, man. It's a good question, too. Is it Roosevelt Island, you guys think? Because the boss fight in Roosevelt Island is pretty hard because you got to jump that wall. And then, you know, you got the Marauders, which are just a pain in the ass no matter what, right? I feel like the zoo and Tidal Basin aren't. Because once you kind of know it, once you've played it a few times, it definitely just becomes more realistic and easy. But at first, it was seeming overwhelmingly tough. But I think that calmed down, right? Yeah, I don't know. But like, I feel like, well, I mean, 4-man heroic is on tier with legendary. I feel like, you know what I mean? 4-man heroic is pretty tough, and not necessarily in missions, but at least in open world. And so I feel like the scaling for legendary is just a tad bit over that. So legendary does nothing scales except for, I don't think their damage scales, but I'm not 100% sure about that. But their armor does. And so they're basically, their health points go up. They can become tankier because they have to. I think all the content has to some degree, right? I mean, the enemies would just be way too easy to kill if you had 4 men and it didn't scale, right? Imagine solo heroic and then add 3 players without them scaling, and you know how easy this would be? It'd be so easy nobody would want to play with anybody anymore. And it goes the other way too. Like you put three more men on it, and it's also not fun. I agree.
Hostile control point identified.
I think like the funnest, the most fun to play team wise is like up to three players, 2 and 3, of course, and of course solo. But I think a lot of people prefer solo for one reason. I mean, for all the other reasons, you know, of course, controlling your game, but also because it's annoying that the scaling is so high. It's really annoying, you know. I think I don't think they've done a good job, I guess I should say it that way, figuring out what that right equation is. I forget about the rifle. So you don't want to land a rifle on their body. That's what I just did, and I lost my headhunter. God damn it. Come on, get in cover. Oh, God, these rifle guys are going to be the end of me, I swear.
Agent received a golden bullet.
Another one. Let me get this.
Reinforcements incoming.
I'd love the golden bullet to be in my game mode. My mission here. Jesus Christ. See the bullshit there? He did like 3 cartwheels just then. Oh my God. I'm playing like shit right now. Missing my right foams. There we go. Now we got the gold bullet at least. You're not gonna come out of cover? Ever? There we go. Yeah, so yeah, that's a tough thing. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's the scaling part, I think, that makes it so tough. You know what I mean? I mean, they are difficult. But the problem is, like, we just kind of had a big discussion on this. We were talking about this in a different way, which is the problem is that legendaries become less difficult to a degree once you have it all memorized, right? Then it becomes not challenging anymore. God damn it. This guy's shooting at me from an hour away. And so if they made it easier, not only would that be a challenge for... And that's not what you're suggesting, I'm not saying you are, but what you're just saying is like maybe they should have an intermediate mission. Or a difficulty level. God damn that fucking thing. Take a fucking break, huh? It's so annoying. Yeah, it's a tough one. I mean, I think even for everybody, for the devs. I mean, I don't know if an intermediate level is the right answer. It's not it's not a bad idea, but I don't know if it's the right answer. You know, it's just like. I think what they need to do is actually, I have my biggest problem is 4-man heroic. The scaling is too aggressive. I think that's, I think they need to add more enemies and not just rely on tanky, or what do you call it, like Terminator style. God damn it, that keeps happening.
Detecting additional hostile contacts.
I mean, because these enemy outside, I mean, I'm playing solo, but even on solo, but they're pretty damn tanky, man. It's like, Jesus. I mean, we're lucky to have 1 million armor, and they're coming out with like 25 million in armor. In some cases, named bosses are basically 20 million, you know, depending on the boss, of course, but it's insane. And they hit, I mean, you ever think about it, like armor core wise, like you put on an armor core at what, like 150,000, right? 170,000, yeah. So an armor's worth 170,000. Think about what one bullet costs you in armor. Let me ask you this way, do you think the enemies is hitting at more than 170,000 per round? Let's see. Look at that. He took almost, oh, now he's got the golden bullet, I get that. But he took almost all of my armor, which tells me that he's hitting at about 1.2 million in damage. He hit me with one bullet. 1.2 million in damage. One bullet. That's nuts, right? But what makes legendaries so... This is a question, like, what makes legendaries so difficult? You know, I think that's the question that we need to answer first. Why is legendary so difficult? What is it that's the majority of people find challenging? Which is, I think, explosives. It's a unique... Found myself there, huh? There we go. We're playing better though. See how we're spreading that foam? Come on, dude. That's that flinching I was talking about earlier, right? We got that horrible flinching in this game, and there's nothing you can do about it. You get hit, you're gonna flinch like crazy, bro. Yeah, for me, I feel like it's the explosives. I think that's the biggest threat. I know I know a lot of you are probably considering the tech, you know, the warhounds and the tanks, which is also an added challenge. I agree, but all the enemies have some sort of tech, don't they? I mean, look at the outcasts. They have those horrible lawnmowers that pop you out of cover, and the people that are controlling them are also hiding. The lawnmower ladies, they also hide. And then they have so much fire, it's insane. They're throwing Molotov cocktails, they got fire grenades, and they got the flamethrower lady, all of which can apply a status effect to you that keeps you from being able to shoot at them. You can't ADS when you're on fire, so you have to hip fire only. That's a pain in the ass. So it's, you know, they can be really challenging, the outcasts. And so it's not just the faction that makes it difficult, except for the fact that that faction has got explosives, which, if you compare it to the outcasts, the explosives have basically no limit at range. And I think that is the biggest threat of the Tusk, the White Tusk specifically. Besides, I mean, are they smarter? Do they play more tactically than the outcasts? No, I don't think they do. You know, I think that when you look at the outcasts, I'm always surprised on how tactically they play. I'm like, look at how I was like in their accuracy and stuff like that, right? Like I'm always like, how are they so accurate? Are they like, I get that the Black Tusk or the Tusk are really accurate because of their military background, but the outcasts are a bunch of guys coming from Roosevelt Island. You know what I mean? Like, don't tell me that they're gonna have 100% accuracy. Like that just I can't buy into that. But my point is that they're noticeably tactical to the point where it's annoying, and you feel like they shouldn't be this tactical, you know? Titles of hardest of randoms. I don't know. I mean, there's a lot of people that can't get by the first check. All the first check. Here's the deal: is that the design of the legendaries are different than when they were originally constructed. This is what I feel like. Is like, if you notice, they progressively get more difficult now. Where in the old legendaries, the original 3, the first checkpoint is almost the hardest. We're gonna chain kill our way through this without golden bullet. Now we got golden bullet. So we're mostly using golden bullet for the reload. Don't really need the damage once you got chain killer. This is fun. Walk through that right in front of me. See that? This is fun. For sure, it's fun. Way more fun than the other version. This doesn't seem fair. Get that. Got it. All right. Let's come on before we get shot in the back or phoned. It was worse, I don't know. Where'd he go? Bad angles right now. Move. I don't know. Without the mini map, you don't know where anybody's shooting you from. It sucks. Get an arrow in the back right now by some other random dude. Let's get out of here. This guy. I got an arrow in my back. Fuck you, dude. All right, let's reset. Yeah, but the new ones, I'm not saying the new ones are easy. I don't know. Yeah, that's a good question. I really don't know. I don't know for a fact, by no means. But yeah, title basic can be difficult. I think title base is still difficult for a lot of people because they don't play it very much. I don't even play it very much. I mean, I maybe have 10 title basic clears, maybe. Because it's unattainable. You can't get to it unless you play with somebody that's already cleared it or, whatever. You got to unlock it, right? That's what I mean. You got to unlock it. By playing your invadeds. And that was intentional. And I don't do that. But that aside, from which mission, I'm wondering, like, I think it's like the explosives. I think, and so that's why I really enjoy the explosive resistance builds that I've been creating, and I've created them in the past too. It's because they neutralize, and you notice it. You like, and that's what makes me think it's the explosives. Because when you take away their explosive capabilities, or how much damage they do to you, you notice, like, wow, these guys aren't so tough anymore. They just turn into a bunch of average grunts. They're all powerless, Really. And so I feel like that is their special power. It's the range though. Okay, let's go back to that. That's what I was saying. This is not just the explosives, because they all got something, right? They all got something that makes them lethal, right? They all got something special, whether it's fire or whatever. But the one thing that the Tusk have is that range, you know? Those explosives happen from very far distances, and the frequency in which you encounter them, right? It's a drone lady, it's a grenadier, it's a tank, it's a warhound. I mean, it's coming from everywhere. Damn, he just glitched. And when you encounter the flamethrower lady, even though she's got a pretty strong flamethrower and it is ridiculously unrealistic, it's still limited in its range, where those grenades aren't. Grenade launchers are crazy. They can hit you from across the fucking map. And I think that is realistic. I think, what is the grenade launcher's capability in real life? Isn't it like 400 yards? Reaper probably knows. It's something ridiculous. I did watch it. You know, there's a video you can watch sponsored by Ubisoft, like the Division guns in real life. And they talk about the TAC-50, they talk about, what is it, the M35? Is that the right name? Is that the right grenade launcher? And they talk about the crossbow and all that stuff. And its range is ridiculous. Yeah, I don't know. I'm trying to. Anyways, the question is, what makes legendaries so hard? Is it that the enemy's smarter? Is it that they're stronger? Or is it their special faction capabilities? Which in this case is the explosives and their tech. I would say that's what defines the Tusk, right? They got explosives and they got tech. So that bullshit. Come on, Bo. Where are they crawling out of? What? Come from? Oh, I see. This is a convoy. I could play this way all day. Pop heads. You don't even need a shield, right? Really? You know, we'll go right through that foam, huh? Hold still. Well, is it the damage that they deal is more, or is it their heart? They take longer to kill, Mike. You know what I mean? I hear you. I'm not sure that I don't know for a fact if their damage scales or not. I don't. I would assume yes, though. I think it's safe to assume that, because I find that the damage that they take off in heroic is crazy high. I mean, I could just show it to you now. Without the golden bullet, we could just go take a single round from any enemy. It doesn't matter. It doesn't even have to be Black Tusk. And just like, look at all my armor go bye-bye. From a single bullet. And so there's only so much scaling that they can do to that before it would be game over. Like, right? From a single bullet. And it's not. I feel like the damage that they do on Legendary is on par with what you do with what you take in Heroic. Solo or in group mode, and it's possible that it does scale. I'm not saying it doesn't, but it seems to be in range because it can't. There's got to be a limit, and it's got, you know what I mean. If they scaled it, it's got to be marginalized. Think about it, right? I mean, think about like if they scaled the damage up from 1 to 2 to 3 to 4. allies on your team, like you would have no armor after a single shot. Like there would be, you know, because I'm going to take some damage for you on purpose. So I think, Micah, like, I'm disagreeing with you because run in a 4-man group. Go run in a 4-man group in Heroic, a 4-man group, and then go run Legendary. And I think that they're very close. You know what I mean? And damage and tankiness. I think that's basically what Legendary is just a Heroic 4-man scaled up. You know what I mean? It's just a Heroic. It's just like running 4-man. It's a little harder. I agree. But let's take some damage. Look at that. No time. Armor gone. You know what I mean? I know. I'm running a lot of armor. This is not a no armor build. Let me get out of here real quick. And I had the 3% regen backing that damage down. That's 1.3 million armor, and he took it away in no time. And that was only one guy shooting at me at that moment. Before they all decided to join in. So we're talking about time to kill, though, aren't we? Essentially. So the question I think we're asking is, and it's possible, I'm not saying I'm right here, I'm just saying it seems like the time to kill is about the same. And when I say about the same, I'm talking about really a four-man scenario, not so much a solo scenario. And so, God, there's invisible enemies. You seen that? Like they all of a sudden appear like visually where they're. And so there's a chart out there that somebody quantified the scaling in Heroic and Legendary. It's already out there. It's a spreadsheet. And it's mostly focused on their health points, so not so much their damage potential. And so, but it would be safe to assume that their damage scaling, if any, would be reasonably close to the percentage increase that their health increase as well. And I think the surprising findings from that spreadsheet is how little scaling happens in Legendary compared to Heroic. Heroic has the most scaling from 1 to 2 to 3 to 4 players, where Legendary has less scaling. It does still scale though, because obviously the enemies would be too easy to kill if you didn't. But I don't think anybody's ever quantified the damage output scaling, if there is any. I mean, I get it. I know what you mean, though. I know what you mean. You pop your head out for a second, and, you know, it seems as though, you know, they cut your head off pretty quickly, right? But I'm not quite sure what that is. Is it their accuracy and weapon handling? Is it their focus firing capabilities? Is the whole team shooting at you at once? Is it their tech? Are the tanks really nasty when they hit at you? Is it an RPM thing? I almost want to say it's their fucking accuracy, but all the enemies are damn accurate. Is it the type of enemies that we encounter? Is it the fact that they have more enemies with shotguns than other factions? Right, they got the Widowmaker with shotguns. They also got the Engineers with shotguns. Actually, now that I think about it, I think the most difficult part about Legendary is the healing and the medics, right? Isn't that what it is? I mean, if you don't take down those healing stations, game over, right? Like, one of the few builds that gets by the healing stations is the my sniper builds, because they can't heal through the sniper rounds. It's one shot, one kill. There's no healing. And so it bypasses the healing stations. Kind of nice.
Additional hostile contacts.
Yeah, it's a really good question, though. It's a really good question. I you know, this all discussion points. Like, you know, nothing I'm saying is balls on accurate or anything like that. I'm just like kind of exploring the different thoughts here. Because I don't know. I want to know. I want to know if there's scaling in legendary damage compared to heroic. But there's a lot of changes in this game that's really difficult to quantify in group up. One of them is aggressiveness. So the enemies are way more aggressive. We just killed them with the rifle, and that sucks. They're way more aggressive in 4-man group than in solo. And when and like, how do I notice? Like, it was actually the LMG builds that made it really obvious for me. And so I was playing with the named stoner, whatever it's called. I forget what it's called. Where you have perfectly overwhelmed. Is it perfectly overwhelmed? Where you force them into cover, you suppress them. Is that what it's called? I can't remember now. Where you're able to suppress them, right? And suppressing them gives you more damage, whatever it is. Something like that. And so I was like, when I was exploring LMGs for the first time officially, all right, where we were doing videos on making good LMG builds, because nobody was into LMGs, and we were like, let's get into LMGs, and this is before they came out with Heartbreaker, right before they came out. And then they came out with the Heartbreaker. It was like perfect timing. And so we had just explored LMGs. And so I was using Perfectly Overwhelmed and solo content and for the suppression, and I was pleased with my results. I was like, oh, we're suppressing, it's great. This is cool, it's fun. That's the unique thing about LMGs, is that they suppress, so let's build around it, right? And then we did. But then when we ran it in a 4-man group, the enemies were so aggressive, it was overriding their suppression. I couldn't suppress them, or it was rare to suppress them. You know, so that made me realize that, you know, they scale up their aggressiveness, you know, when playing in group, that the enemies are gonna push harder, they're gonna flank more. And the reason why is maybe because they can, right? They're so fucking tanky in a 4-man group scenario. They can take so much damage. They're willing to get out of cover and just face tank Terminator your ass. You know what I mean? Like, I'm coming straight at you. I fear nothing. You know, it's just like, I don't need to go into cover. Quiet War, thank you. Quiet War, thank you. Appreciate that. Yeah, now that I think about it, like, I wasn't thinking about the healing stations at first, but I think that might be because, okay, yeah, let's break that down. Okay, this is my logic behind it. So I think that the Black Tusk, or Legendary, okay, Legendary, do they have healing stations, the Black Tusk and normal? I can't even remember. I haven't played normal Black Tusk in a long time. Do the normal Black Tusk have healing stations? I feel like I only play Legendary, so it's like, anyways, their healing stations are insane. Now, the reason why I think that makes them Legendary so difficult is because the enemies are already scaled up similar. So even when you play solo heroic, solo legendary. Okay, so solo legendary. Solo legendary is not as scaled up health wise as 4-man group legendary, but it's the scaling from 1-man to 4-man is not as aggressive as it is in heroic, going from 1-man to 4-man. So it still does scale, but it's less aggressive. The reason why is because the base health points in legendary content is already high. So they've already increased it just because it's legendary. So the scaling doesn't need to be as aggressive as heroic. So anyways, my point is that they're already really strong and have lots of armor. And then they have these healing stations that instant heal them. It's insane. Right? How strong those fucking healing stations are. It's insane. Come on. Come on, land that shit. God damn, they're throwing everything at me now. Thank God for this really strong shield. It is really strong. Remember, because shields get powered up from armor and skill tiers, which we have both of. I don't even know where I'm taking damage from. It's like, really? Finally, we got the golden bullet. Jesus, took forever. And now we lost it. What the hell? All right, there we go. Ah, he's immune. Fuck. I reload, apparently. That was a tough little fight, huh? Land it, land it. There it is. There it is. There it is. we made it. It really feels like that. Like we made it. That was a tough one. Got into a pickle there for a second. Yeah, and then the combinations, and this is what I noticed about the new legendaries, is that although they spread it out a little bit more, so it's not so much difficult in the beginning as it is as it tapers into being more difficult. But they did a good job by layering the enemies. And that makes it difficult. Excuse me, sorry. What I mean by layering enemies is like they'll put medics with healing stations, and that's a horrible combo. Medics with healing stations is pretty bad. And they did a lot of that. And go all day, boys. Keep sending them. Let them hang out for a second. And then the explosives at range thing, you know. But anyways, so yeah, the guys, so they're already Terminators, and now they're unlimited Terminators with unlimited armor. That just doesn't even seem fair, right? Nice. Really? God damn it. God damn it. Really? Now I'm the one foamed? Oh my god. I missed all those right foams. The worst. Oh, really? No explosion there? Preposterous. Of course they sent one of these tanky dudes at me, huh? Let's break that helmet. Let's not get shot in the back, apparently that's happening. Speaking of tanky dudes, this guy's real fucking tanky, right? He's not only got a shitload of armor, he's not only a boss, but then they put a helmet on him too, you know? Sure, I'm seeing a lot of these enemies walk right through my right thumb. Alright, hold there for a second. Just land this. Thank you. Did I just walk right by you? I thought you were an ally. See fireworks? Yeah. Can't afford to keep any true patriot. I'm gonna have to start deleting things.
Supply room access unlocked. Civilians in distress.
Yeah, I like using the drones too. And you know, the seeker mines too. That's one good thing that they do is they pop people out of cover. Which is also what makes sniper builds pretty good too. Which is why I've had a lot of success with my nemesis and legendaries. Is that it's got that reach. Which where optimal range should be a bigger discussion, I think, in builds than it is, because I was talking about that too, actually, the range thing. And so if you look at the legendary enemies, they play really deep. I noticed that when I was doing my ranger talent. So if you use ranger talents, you can easily measure the level, the range of engagement. And you would be so surprised on how deep they play. I'm talking like 70 meters you're shooting at these guys. 70 meters. They're engaging you at way out there, and they're landing their headshots like full mag, and I swear they got 100-round mags. I swear their mags are like 100 rounds. Cause I'll see him shooting at me, and I was like, is he ever gonna reload? This guy? It's like, that's one guy. It's like, is he ever gonna reload? Yeah, I noticed it because I'm like, as soon as he reloads, I'm gonna kill him. Well, I don't know. I mean, the intelligence thing is the intelligence thing. So, so the intelligence thing, like, is the black, here's a good question. I don't know, but I have suspicions. Is the Black Tusk, no, I know we're meant to believe they are smarter, but are they actually smarter? You know, did they make them smarter? Because I've noticed, like, what makes these enemies, what appears to be intelligence is actually random acts of craziness. I noticed that about this game. Like it looks like the enemy are being tactical, but if you pay close attention to their movements, it's just random. They randomly run here, and then they randomly run there, and then eventually they end up right next to you. They're not flanking you. It's just random fucking movements. I swear. It's just random. They're randomly right here. They randomly move there. They randomly move there. There's nothing tactical about it. As a matter of fact, they look stupid as hell while they do it. And I'm just watching them. And I've seen these, I've played against these, the legendary, like, it's very much reactive in a very interesting way. Actually, I realized this. So in the second, specifically, I just realized this the other day with White Tusk, legendary Tusk, is that in the second room in District Union Arena, so the first room you enter, but the second checkpoint. So, you know, in a lot of fights, what ends up happening is you get in there and fight, and then you kind of get pushed by the chungas, and so everybody falls back into the little hallway, basically outside the door, basically outside, right? And then we end up fighting from that door. So what I realized, like, most of the time is that, it's a reaction. So if you hold your ground 9 out of 10 times, they won't actually flank you. And that's pretty crazy. And I don't know if it's just solo, because again, the aggressiveness might change with scaling. But when I'm playing that room, and you know, you play from behind that cover, just inside the door, basically, right? You open the door, you run from cover, and then you basically hold your ground there, try to kill everybody, and then sometimes the chungas are coming at you. So the whole goal is to kill the chungas before they get to you, right? Pretty simple. And if the chungas get too close, what happens? Everybody's like, run, 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 right? And everybody runs, and they all run outside the door. So what I found, and I can show you this, in solo legendary, in that same situation, is that if you hold your ground, they won't come around the barrier. They won't actually flank you. They'll come up against it. They'll come up right up against it, but they won't actually flank it and get behind you or beside you. What they will do it, be like, well, Tux, you play solo, and I see you fighting them outside the door, which means they did go around it. That's because I fell back. So if you fall back, they will clear the corner. So they react to you how you react. You know what I mean? So you hold your ground, they won't clear it. They'll stop right at the barrier. You fall back, then they'll walk back. And it's not 100% of the time, but it's a high rate in which they react that way. And so, like, when I say high rate, I'll say like 80%, 85% of the time. So I found, like, oh, you know what? I'll just hold my ground, not shoot, and as soon as I get an opportunity, I'll pop a shot. You know, pop out real quick, throw in a headshot, and then I'll just hang out here. The chunkas are sitting there going forever, and as soon as they reload, I go pop, and he's dead, right? You know, something like that. And so, and for me, it's just like if I sometimes I fall back anyways because it's like it's just faster just to fall back because then I don't have to wait for them to reload. I'll just shoot them. So there's that. Come on, give me that head. There we go. I'm surprised how much I'm playing without the golden bullet. I'll be honest with you.
Heavily armored hostile detected.
Oh, yeah. There we go. Boss. Yeah, but that's, I think, the question of the day. I think that helps answer that question. Are they smarter? How do we measure that? How do you measure that? There's a lot of placebo. You know what I mean? Like, I mean, the devs could tell us. I mean, lore-wise, they are. No doubt, right? I mean, they probably are. But I think they seem. I mean, we can go analyze it here in a second. Actually, I think they seem more intelligent because maybe of how the devs have programmed the spawns, right? Let me give you an example. First checkpoint of District Union Arena, right? You got tanks and the engineers and then the grenadiers. So tanks and grenadiers is basically the combo, right? And then the rest of the guys are just kind of randoms. So tanks and grenadiers. So the grenadier will pop you out of cover. The tanks will mow you down. So it feels like they're smarter, but is it just the combination of enemies that makes it seem like they're smarter? Because you're like, oh man, they're crushing me. They're killing me. Oh, that was so smart. They popped me out of cover and then they mowed me down. That was so smart of them to do that. But was it? Or did the devs just assist that intelligence, make it look like they were being intelligent by programming? There was no choice. The Tusk didn't have a choice in who to send at you. They were fixed. It was fixed. The fixed match. Every time it's the same enemies. Every time. You know what I mean? And that's all the grenadiers do is pop you out of cover. You know what I mean? And they won't shoot at you even sometimes, even though they know where they have to have a clear line of sight. They're very choosy when they land their shots, which is why they're not really a threat in that first checkpoint. They're not at all. You know, it's just like if you're in good cover, they will never launch a grenade at you. And if they do, it's only going to happen in the first minute. And then from there, they're running around like dummies, to be honest with you. They're out there being dummies. And so I feel like a lot of it is actually the programming of combination. So in that same checkpoint, District Union Arena, checkpoint 1, when the chungas drop, okay, no, let's get to the second wave. So the first wave is the tanks and the grenadiers. So pop you out of cover, mow you down by the tanks. And then the tanks can flank also, right? And so they're the only thing that can flank you, as a matter of fact, in that first wave. Nothing else can flank you. And so, what else? Oh yeah, the helicopters. So when the helicopters come down, what's the combination there? It's the drone operators and the rushers. So the rushers distract you while the drone operators go get in cover, hide from you, and then start sending their infinite waves of drones. And so you're so preoccupied with the rushers that are running at you, you don't kill the drone operators first, which are the real priority. But you have to take out the rushers or you're dead, right? The rushers are pretty good at killing you, for no doubt. Really interesting, right? And so was it that they were smart or was it the combination? That's my point. The rushers with drone operators is pretty fucking lethal. And then the final wave is where I was gonna. It was where kind of hones in on my point. Chungas and snipers, right? So chungas and snipers. So if you chungas are pretty easy to kill. It just it's a number. It's a matter of getting through enough rounds, right? Getting enough rounds out there, and then they're dead before they get to you. Once they get to you, what happens? They become more of a pain in the ass, right? Because all of a sudden they got this riot foam. I mean, not riot foam. Stingers that are pretty difficult. They bleed you. That makes you a less accurate shooter, for one. Not to mention that you're dying. But there's no fucking golden bullet, and I'm playing golden bullet, man.
Hostile completed the golden bullet.
Where's this fancy golden bullet that I'm able to obtain? So all you know that the chungas are pretty easy. You just got to lay down a bunch of enough shots to kill them before they get to you. That's the goal. The problem is that they make that difficult because they have snipers back there. So if you're out of cover, those snipers are going to take your head off, and you have to get out of cover and shoot. So you're left with blind firing, which takes away your accuracy, which means that the chungas are going to get to you, and now you're forced to fall back, you know, if you don't figure out that challenge. So the sniper chunga combination is very smart. It's a very smart combo, snipers and chungas, because it prevents you from laying down a lot of bullets to keep them from flanking you. Because chungas aren't really a threat at range, are they, at all? They're slow, and they're big, fat targets. The reality is that you land more bullets on them than any of the other targets at range, because they're slow and fat. Not judging, just saying. There's our golden bullet. Thank you. Can I play the golden bullet event now?
Hostile assembling a golden bullet. Heavily armored hostile detected.
I especially like riot foaming the riot foam guys. Yeah, so I wonder if that plays into their intelligence more than them actually being intelligent. I think maybe it's their combination design and how they spawn, perhaps. But I'm not saying so. But for all intents, like I would agree. Like the legendary. Legendary is it's the hardest content in the game, no doubt. And I'm just kind of wondering really why, though. Trying to break it down. But I gotta say, 4-man heroic is pretty damn tough, right? Like, I don't even like playing it. It's borderline ridiculously dumb, you know. I just don't like playing against these Terminators. You know, it's just like, I mean, it's just not fun to have to put that many shots into an enemy. It's literally not fun. Not fun at all. And this is a video game that's supposed to be fun.
Hostile has full golden bullet.
That it count as a headshot kill. We need just a little bit. Yeah, we should. That would be a great idea, actually. The 4-man heroic stronghold. It would just be hard to... It's hard to quantify officially, you know what I mean? It's all suspect, right? Double kill. It's a lot of you don't know what's placebo, what's not. I mean,
Heavily armored hostile detected.
but I do like I say from an official perspective, like I can't speak for the devs, but I could kind of like envision an interview where they're talking about the new Black Tusk faction that they introduced, you know, as part of the endgame content, and how this is a tougher, more tactical enemy. And so I feel like they would have coded that in somehow. And the question is how, though. So that's what I'm saying. What we think is intelligence is not actually intelligence, right? Because it can't be. It's programming, it's code. And so how did they make them more tactically or superior, intelligent, smarter, wittier? What did they do? Did they just give them combos? Did they just give them more armor? Did they give them more damage capability? Did they, you know, did they make it so that they play more out of cover? That's probably the case, right? Or did they make it so that they move more? Like literally that basic? They're gonna move more, and they move a lot, right? So that it looks like they're flanking and being tactical, but they're just moving. So all they're doing is moving. It seems like that, you know? It's like, are you really being... I've noticed that a lot. It's like, are you just moving randomly? Because you're going forward, you're going sideways, you're going backwards, you're going whatever. It doesn't seem to be any, like, logic pattern to, like, oh, man, he's moving up on me, man. He's moving up on me. I'm threatened, you know? It's just like, look, he's running sideways. He's running backwards. Now he's just standing in the middle of the street, just standing there. Now he's back in cover. Now he's climbing a fence. Now he's running away. Now, I mean, just stand there and watch them, and it's just like they're all over the place. It's like, I don't feel tactical. I don't see any tacticalness coming out of this guy. I see random movements like a pigeon in a park.
Supply room access unlocked.
Yeah, I think they respond to our movements. They do respond to our movements. I've seen that firsthand. I would agree with that. But I don't know if it's any different than any of the other factions. I have a hard time telling, because I think, well, don't all the factions read and respond to our movements? But I have seen them, like I was saying. Let's go take a look. I'll see if I can call out. There's a couple of scenarios I can manipulate. Especially one that comes to mind is in the second checkpoint, first room. It's not 100% guaranteed, but if I can isolate it to just the chungas, I'll show you that, like, they won't cross these imaginary lines. And that's kind of also about it too, that there's these imaginary lines where they just won't, there's like an invisible wall, they won't go beyond it.
Hostile completed the golden bullet.
Let me delete some gear real quick. But the safe bet would be to say that they're more difficult all around. They're legendary. You know, they're supposed to be. They're supposed to be smarter. They're supposed to be more tactical. They're supposed to deal more damage. They're supposed to, you know, that's the idea, isn't it? The question though is like, well, how did the devs do it? And then like, does that actually make them smarter? I don't know. You know, how did the devs accomplish that?
You've got your objective. Don't let anything stand in your way.
So here, what's interesting is that it's just the tanks, really, right? You'll see that, you know, they might chuck a few grenades at me, these other guys, but they're not really that difficult, you know? Let's take out this tank here. One shot that tank. I'm not saying that the black tests are easy. I'm saying that, like, I think it's the structure of the checkpoint that makes it difficult, right? It's like it's the combination that they're sending more than the faction themselves. They're sending tanks and explosives. It's a combo. But I've neutralized the explosive part, so I'm not afraid of the explosive so much as I am really just taking the wrong kind of damage too much. I don't know how to say that, really. Doing something dumb?
Golden bullet received. Hostile has full golden bullet.
So there's a rusher, there's a drone operator, more of that. I'm not really showing anything here though. Yeah, I'm trying to get to the next room. So watch this purple guy. He's gonna stand in the middle of the street. There he is. Doesn't seem that tactical to me. You know what I mean? Like, it was predictable. I knew he was gonna stop in the middle of the street. His mechanics are predictable. You know? When they backpedal like that down the street, they end up stopping in the middle of the street. Oops, I threw that in the wrong spot. I didn't mean to do that. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oops, that was a bad shot too. Fuck. Landed dead on his arm. 1. There we go. So watch these chungos. They're not gonna. He comes straight at me. And then he ran away.
Concentrate your fire.
Just standing there. There you go. It's all just random acts. I'm telling you, it looks tactical. I can see how it seems tactical, but it's just all random. He's just running around like a crazy man, you know?
Assembling a golden bullet.
Okay, here's a room that we want to get into though, because there's something that I want to show you about the reactions and how they react a little bit here. We're waiting for the chungas though. So I'm neutralizing them by taking out key targets, right? So I just took out the medics. So there's no medics. 2 medics dead. Which is their biggest threat in here. It's not so much the healing stations, it's just that everybody you kill, the medic gets back up. The healing stations are then the second biggest threat. So now they're all dead. So it's more about, is it intelligence or is it the combination of enemies? And then if you prioritize your targets, then are they as much of a threat anymore? 1, 2, 3, 4. Got him. Okay, I'm gonna leave the chungas alive, all right? To prove a point. I'm gonna hold my ground. Now, sometimes they will try to clear, but I've found like 80% of the time they won't cross this barrier if I hold my ground. Now, you've seen how many times you've had to fall back at this part, right? You're like, chungas are coming, oh fuck. But 8 out of 10 times they won't cross this barrier, and there might be a timer. See that? He fell back. See that? He fell back because I'm holding my ground. How many times have you fallen back in this room because you're like, oh shit, the chungas, right? And so I'll tell you, they'll come all the way up to this little podium here, or whatever you call this little kiosk. They'll come all the way up to it. And they'll stand here and be like, doing the same thing that they're doing now. They'll stand right next to me and just be like, brrrr. But what does it say to their intelligence? Is it programming? Let's see if he's ready to come up. Ready to fight? Oh, how dare you. I think I pissed him off. Yeah, I did. I don't know if there's some sort of timer on it or whatever, or like when they decide to cross, but I usually obviously don't just stand there forever. But they will cross eventually. And I don't know if there's a timer or if, you know, they just get fed up with you or whatever, but it's interesting, huh? It affected, the point is that once you realize those things, it affects the way you play and how aggressive you are. And so like, I've decided like I'm better off. Well, I mean, actually many times I fall back anyways, cause it's just faster. Cause you get pinned down with their bullets, the barrage of bullets that they're sending their way. But here's another case. Watch, I'm gonna throw out my decoys. You're gonna immediately engage it. Or not. Because am I pinning them down with my scope? Take out that tank. Oh, he's not there anymore. Where'd he go? Oh, there he is.
Serious trauma detected.
I mean, part of me is like,
Vital signs critical.
what up, Sick Jim? Part of me is like, I think like, because legendary can be memorized. I'm gonna go ahead and get out of here. So because a legendary can be memorized, it kind of makes me feel like it's not, how do you say, like, it's not, they're not smarter than the rest, because it's like, you know, that's sort of what makes me think that a little bit. Is just like, well, if you just memorize the legendary missions, like memorize where the spawns are and, you know, where the best cover is, and the fact that the enemies don't react to that, they don't react to the fact that you've reacted to them. You're like, oh, you know what I mean? Like they're not reacting to that, you know? It's an exploit because you've realized, because really they're not reacting to it. And so you're sort of just like, you shouldn't be able to skirt their intelligence that easy, I guess is what I'm saying. If they're actually intelligent, you shouldn't be, I feel like you shouldn't be able to, oops. Wait, let me, I want to go spend some of these red stars. Let's go do that real quick. I don't know. This is all theory stuff, guys, right? I'm just kind of just talking shit here. But like, I just feel like, you know, like you shouldn't be able to just, you know, be like, I'm just going to stand in this cover. And as long as I'm standing in this piece of cover, they'll never get me. I feel like if they were really intelligent, they would get you. You know what I mean? But because there's these imaginary lines that is just like, well, they're not that smart. They can't cross the imaginary line. You know, it's just, I don't know. If you can outsmart, I mean, I guess it's good that we can outsmart them. I'm happy that I can outsmart an NPC. I'm happy about that. But yeah, it's interesting, protection from elites and legendary. I would actually, I agree with you, and I didn't always say that about legendary with protection from elites. Now, I'm a big protection from elites fan. I love protection from elites in this game. But what I don't like, what I used to say, I used to think that I didn't have the same returns in legendary, because if you look, like there's not that many elites, right? Even per checkpoint. They usually only throw a couple at you. Like the first checkpoint, for example, there was only one. It was the engineer in his tank. And then let me get rid of my caches first. So there's the engineer in this tank, and then the second wave doesn't give you any elites, right? The drone operators, there's no elites that come out with the drone operators. Actually, there's two in the first checkpoint. Sorry, there's the grenadier also. So grenadier, and then the engineer in his tank. And then of course you got the chungas, which helps there. But that's it. In the third wave, it's only the chungas. There is no other elite that comes out. So in the whole first checkpoint, which is probably, I don't know, what, 30 enemies, 40 enemies, something like that. I'm not sure how many exactly. There's only 4 elites. 4 elites. That's crazy, right? Out of 30 plus enemies, whatever it is, I'm not sure exactly. But wow. You know? And so I used to think like protections from elites isn't that useful in legendary, even with the chungas, because I mean, the chungas, are they really a big threat? But either way, it helps against the chungas because they have stingers, and it diminishes the status effect that those stingers apply to you. So that's helpful. I like that. And so, but what I realized later, and why I think that max protection from elites, as much as you can get on your legendary build, is the more the merrier, is because I realized that it's not the quantity of elites that you deal with, it's the quality of the elites and how they fight. So they're always the more pain in the ass. Which is why they're always the last ones alive. It's not because they have more armor. It's not. It's because they are more elites tend to be smarter. And I'll tell you how they're smarter is than the non-elites. Like the red guys are more aggressive. The red guys, if you notice, in at least legendary, the red guys are the ones that are flanking you and that are coming at you and being more aggressive, which also means they're out of cover more, which also means that they tend to die faster because you focus on them more. And it's almost like the elites are like, hey, new guy, you in the red shirt. Yeah. From Star Trek. Yeah. You go first. You know what I mean? And it's like, and that's why the elites seem smarter, because they're the last ones alive. And so I realized, like, also like when you're spawn killing, right? So when you anticipate the spawn, you go and stand in front of that door, and you're like, I'm gonna rifle that door or put a stinger in front of that door, or just blow them up with my regular, so whatever. For some reason, the elite always squeezes through. He always gets out, right? And he's really fast. He just bolts out that door really fast, avoids the spawn kill, you know. And so so I always realize, like, God, these elites are just squirrely. They're more of a pain in the ass, and so it tends to make them more of a threat because they're more of a pain in the ass. And that's what kind of turned my mind on protection from elites and legendary content. Now on the summit, you know, I was always like, yeah, protection from elites for sure and legendary in the summit. But in strongholds, yeah, I just recently, you know, over the last year decided that I like max protection from elites. Wasn't always that way in legendary. I like a little bit's okay. Actually, you know, I like I think the right balance is about like 3 mods, just the 33%. But I do have some max protection from elite builds that I really enjoy, like with the full 70-80% in that range. Feels good. Sometimes I feel like you don't really need more than 70, but let's get some caches. Are the white tusk smarter as the black tusk? Yeah, that's true. Not necessarily are they as smart as me. I hope I'm a little smarter than the tusk. Time will tell, though. I think they're getting the better end of me here on this solo legendary I've been working on. That last fucking room. I don't have a strategy for it with the sniper build. It's not that easy. It's like they come at you. So what I found was, like, with solo legendary and sniper builds, your biggest threats are the rushers. They really are. Not the chungas, nobody else. You know, it's not the tanks, but they're probably second, you know, just as they always are, because they're annoying, right? They're tanky. And so, but the tanks are you know, as long as you focus on them, you get them out of the way pretty easy. The explosives aren't that big of a deal, especially with the build I'm running. But because you can, even if I wasn't running explosive resistance, the reason why explosives aren't a big deal is because you can eliminate those threats easy with the sniper build. Because those threats the reason why they're a threat is that they live long. Why do they live long? Because they hide a lot. They're hiding in the back, sending drones and grenades at you. And so you can bypass that, which makes them not as much of a threat. So they may throw out a couple of nades at you or whatever, but when they do, you're ready with them with your sniper and you pop them in the head. And so you're almost looking forward to that opportunity to do that. So we got Glory Days, Black Friday again, Carnage again. No. Pristine example. Another Picaros with weapon armor regen. No. Contractors with headshot damage. I don't know if I have those. Oh, I guess so. I don't know if I need them either. I don't really like to run damage to armor on my sniper builds, because once you get Headhunter proc, like, who cares? It's a wasted slot. I'd rather have weapon handling there. Yeah, I'll dump that. You didn't get anything useful there? That sucks. But at least I can use the named items and donate them, I guess. I'm in a tough spot. It's very limited useful named items I can get now. You know? Still a few out there that are looting me. One of which is that closer chest piece with crit chance and crit damage. I'm still trying to get that fucker. And I think there's still some Picaro holsters that I don't have. I also need a new Bloodsucker, perfect Bloodsucker backpack. Is that just the Dark Zone? Is that why I'm not getting it? Like the perfect Bloodsucker? Like I need one. I crushed my old ones, and now I have a build or two that I like I like with that. Now I can't get it. It's like, I haven't seen one forever. Has anybody got a perfect bloodsucker in the last several months? I haven't seen one in forever. Yeah, Liquid Engineer. Yeah, I don't think it is either. I do farm named item caches. That's all I buy. I don't see. You have no idea how many I've opened and have not gotten a Liquid Engineer. Like, I can't remember. I have a pretty good memory. You know what I mean? I can't remember the last time I got one. Were we running this armor on this chest? 2, 3. Yeah, that looks right. That combo. I guess we all have that thing that we can't get in the game. For me, it's that Liquid Engineer, I guess. You know, I've been seeing some interesting things there on a side note from the devs from Ubisoft. I've been seeing some new partnerships out there on the content side. You guys been seeing that? Like I just saw a new like weapons review sponsored by Ubisoft. You know, like a reaction video, like weapons specialist reacts to Division 2 weapons. I just saw that. It was brand new. It was like 3 days old, 6 days old or something like that. It was like brand new almost. Sponsored by Ubisoft, partnered up with I forget the name of who they partnered up with, but I was like, that's kind of interesting. I was like, what's in their marketing plan here? So that's new player recruitment, I would say, being a professional in marketing. So, like, you know, who's their target audience there with that type of content is what I'm looking at. And I would suggest that it's so because it's outside of the Division sphere, right? So what they did is they're partnering with somebody who's not a Division player or, God damn it. Oh, I got the wrong skills on. That's the fucking problem. Now I know. Sorry. Forgot what I'm doing. I was like, why isn't... What am I missing here? The guns are wrong. Because I switched the build and I forgot to put it back correctly. Okay. Oh, look, I'm right by the same enemy. Let me run for my life. And then hide and re-equip this. So we have the riot foam. And so yeah, so the target, so they're basically looking for people who would be interested in the Division 2, people who like guns, right? And so they partnered with an influencer who doesn't play the Division 2, who doesn't just focus on the Division 2 to try to tap into a fresh audience. Is what I feel like is going on there, which is cool. That's cool. Bringing us more players. I don't want to fight these randoms. Let's get into the real fight. Damn, who the fuck shot us like that? Oh my god, that hurt. Somebody save me. I'm not gonna get saved, am I? Am I kidding myself? It's like that. Alright. Two-Toke Lefty, what's up, man?
Hostile control point identified.
Oh, somebody was asking for a good legendary build earlier. Who asked that question? I was in the middle of a discussion. Yeah, they had done it before. And so, yeah, Reaper, you're right. They do that with other games too. I've seen it before. I've seen, yeah, from lots of game developers do that too. But it was interesting to see it now, I think, you know, this stage in the game.
Golden bullet complete.
Somebody asked a question like, what build would I recommend for... Was something I need to read, go back. I'm scrolling back through for legendary. Oh, here it was. It was Lamb Jimbo. It says, what type of build would you suggest for solo, duo, Legio run? Actually, like, that's a really good question. We've done, I've done a lot of dynamic duo content, and one of them was like the perfect combo, okay? And like, and the goal was to finish, and this is how we tested it, was to do the first checkpoint in all legendaries under, I think it was like 4 minutes. And that was forgiving. We were doing it faster, but I was just thinking of new players too. But with the right setups, you know, you can do them in like 2 minutes. 3 minutes. It's pretty reasonable too. Fast in a good way. God damn, that fucking stupid dog. I don't want to fight it, and it's not getting the point.
Hostile broadcast detected. Serious trauma detected.
Look how fast they're taking all my armor. That's why I think their damage doesn't scale. I was like, can my armor drop any faster than that? I don't think it can, but you know. But all I gotta say is I would love me some golden bullet right about now. And I really feel like I'm not playing the golden bullet event. It's so rare. You know what I was thinking, guys? You know, and I haven't tested this. Would aces and eights be a really good Doctor's Home gear set? Because of the amp damage? So I don't normally run aces like a full aces and eights set. I feel like it almost asks for an RPM type weapon, which I feel like it's more suitable for a SVD. And so I don't mind it for an SVD, but even then I might as well just go crits. But it's not bad. But I'm thinking like for the Doctor's Home, it might be really nice, right? Like, let's take a look at it. I just got one in here. So look, so of course we're not going to get the marksman rifle damage. Of course we're not going to get that, but we're going to get the, god damn it. Excuse me. Achoo. Achoo. Stupid lawnmower. Fucking thing. Okay, let's go. Where were we? All right, so we had 30% headshot damage, so that's going to be helpful. But Dead Man's Hand, so flip a card when landing shots with them. Oh, it's that part. That's why I didn't like it. It's got to be a marksman rifle. They've made it so it doesn't work with rifles. That sucks. They need to fix that. That'd be a great set for the rifle. I did look at that. I remember now. Oh my god. I'm getting my ass kicked, man.
Agent incapacitated.
Wow, that lawnmower just disappeared in my scope. There it is. It's really fast. Every time I go scope, it goes invisible.
Hostile broadcast detected.
Okay, so we're gonna get out of that TAC 50. What the?
Hostile broadcast picked up. Detecting additional hostile.
Ray Bickham! What up, Ray? Happy New Year, Jay Douglas. Appreciate that, man.
Hostile completed the golden bullet. Golden bullet being assembled by hostile.
So Warhound's still running around there, huh? Fucking relentless. He's twitching like a motherfucker there. These guys aren't as fun to play with. I always kind of like playing against the True Sons the most. It's the most realistic enemy to encounter. Of course, I hate the riot foam, but outside of that, I do feel sorry for the guys that have to run around with the riot foam. They're like, can I have a gun like the other guys? No! Damn it, need you to run around with this foam stuff.
Serious trauma detected.
But the other guys are at the shooting range. I'm here with the stupid foam. You see that bullet went through the boss. It hit the Warhound. Standing in a bad spot, that Warhound. That doesn't just happen. I think you have to hit him in the. It's supposed to. Isn't it only supposed to go through weak points technically?
Supply room access unlocked.
That was a painful control point for some reason. Those warhounds are being annoying. I don't care. I'm not gonna engage them. All allies killed in action. Alright. Have to kick off the fight again. That's annoying.
En route.
Is it gonna make me fight these guys again?
Incoming hostiles detected.
Just lines them up for you, huh? Okay, I guess we're gonna have to get rid of this thing. What's annoying is that the enemy faction won't fight it, and it doesn't fight them either.
Golden bullet complete. Hostile broadcast picked up.
Oh, I don't get any ammo.
System reactivated.
Look at purple gear. Wow, I don't normally get that stuff. I noticed that happens when you have to re-engage a control point. That happened to me the other day in actually the stash at the end.
Supply room access.
When you open up the cache, the main cache. Like if you have to re-engage for some reason, like we're doing now, I noticed that there's a chance you can get purple gear when you're like when it's your second attempt. Like it treats it like you're playing open world content almost. It is what it is.
Hostile assembling golden bullet.
No, not a rusher. God damn it. These guys are so annoying. These guys are really annoying to fight. And that damn range on accuracy on that turret is amazing, right? Give me that goddamn golden bullet. Don't you run away. How are my bullets not affecting you? What the fuck? I put like 10 bullets in that guy. Now I'm gonna vengeance. How was that not a headshot?
Civilians in danger.
Couple of god rolls there. Won't like them though. Don't like them.
Hostile assembling a golden bullet. Hostile has flung out their bullet. Detecting additional hostile contacts.
Oh, he was stuck in New York, huh? I've never seen that. I'm not sure if I've ever heard of that. Come on, switch. How did that not chain kill him? What? What? Ludicrous. You too, huh? Damn. Somebody's wailing on me. Where'd this guy come from? From the backside?
Agent received a golden bullet.
Wow.
Supply room access unlocked.
I really like the TAC 50 with this. I think it's my favorite. It's such a simple build to make, but I think it's my favorite thing to use during the Golden Bullet. I mean, I like it. The TAC 50 outside of the Golden Bullet says, you know, it's obviously that unlimited ammo feature that's that daddy likey.
Hostile assembling golden bullet.
Daddy likey.
Reinforcements incoming.
The devs did a pretty good job with the ammo, though. I can't complain too much. You do get a lot of special ammo dropping. Enough to use your special weapon as a helpful fourth weapon, I guess. You know, so because I do use the TAC 50 a lot in that sniper build that I was showing you earlier. And I never really run out of ammo in that legendary run. It's pretty rare. Never really happened, actually. I mean, obviously, when you start out, you don't have any ammo and you gotta earn a little bit, but But I still put out about one shot, a checkpoint on average. Not every checkpoint I use it, but on average about one shot a checkpoint. I like to kick off every checkpoint with the TAC 50. There's only a few that I don't use it at all. But anyways, yeah, so I think they give you enough ammo to where it's viable to use it frequent enough. It's not just dead weight. But some of them are tough to use. Some of the weapons are tough to use. Like the minigun, I think is kind of tough to use. It's sort of have to get out of cover, and they don't always have that opportunity. Crossbows, you know, a little slow. That bullet velocity. But I was telling you, there's these guys that were reacting. This weapon specialist was reacting to the Division 2 weapons in this new video by Ubisoft, and it wasn't actually produced by Ubisoft. They just sponsored it. It was like Gameology, I think, was the ones that I think that was the name of the people that produced it. Gameology. They were also showing off the new tracksuit. The devs gave him a new tracksuit.
Immediate medical assistance needed.
Oh, it wasn't a tracksuit. It was a Gameology gear set. They might have, now that I think about it, they might have, not gear set, but outfit that you can purchase. Now that I think about it, maybe that was linked somehow. Maybe they named it after them. Let's now put that together. As a matter of fact, let me look online and right now, and I'll drop you guys the link if that's the case. It'd be easy to find. Let's see, Gameology. Yeah, it is Gameology. I think the tracksuit. I mean, it was a tracksuit, but that outfit they gave us, I think, might be dedicated to these guys. Here, I'm gonna drop a link. So let me share, copy link. Check this out. So weapon specialist, gun expert reacts to Division 2. Give me a second, I'm dropping the link. There it is. Check that vid out. Interesting enough. All right, where are we? Who are we killing?
Hostile assembly. Golden bullet.
Man, my skills are just not reacting very fast. I keep having to hit the button twice to get it to do its thing. And it's difficult. I can't tell if it's like, if it's maybe like my controller, maybe it's like the button sensitivity thing, or if it's a lag in the game.
Detecting additional hostile contacts.
And it's not always like this. I'm just noticing it mostly today, and sometimes it acts up, which makes me think it's the game, because it's not like every day.
Hostile has full golden bullet.
Oh, there he is, hiding back there.
Vital signs critical.
Rogues. We haven't seen those all day. Wow.
Agent detected. Rogue striker drone detected.
Oh, did he run through it? So he gets that little bitty head. Nope. Give it to me, you little fucker. God damn it. That's weak, man. He ran through the right foam. What I mean is, like, he got right foam, but he still put out a couple of steps. Just enough to get in cover. He's twitching a lot.
Rogue fixer drone detected. Hostile fixer drone detected.
It's interesting to me how linked the twitchy reaction is to their tankiness. Because technically, they wouldn't be twitching if they weren't able to take so much damage. It's the fact that they've taken all this damage without dying, which leads to them just sitting there twitching. Oh, great. Now I'm out of ammo, buddy. Because you were twitching all over the place. Great. Great. Now I'm out of ammo. And he no longer has a golden bullet. Is that what we're saying here? Did a second ago. I feel like every time I get to these guys with the golden bullet, they no longer have it. See, there's one.
Agent eliminated.
Culibre.
Supply road unlocked.
Calibre's not bad. It's just dramatically outshined by basically that pummel talent. Because you don't only get the instant reload, but you get the 40% weapon damage and wow. Landed right at his feet and he did not take that rifle.
Hostile completed the golden bullet.
There's a Warhound convoy somewhere around here. Maybe they came from the back. I think they did actually, where the rogues were spawning from. Then they spread out everywhere. Let's check back here. There it is. No, it's not.
Detected from the control point in proximity.
Oh, it wasn't a Warhound. I thought it said Warhound. Speaking of warehouse. Ooh, it just disappeared. Yeah, Frozen, getting good with the TAC 50. It's like it's easy hard, this weapon, right? If it's slow all around, I feel like I say that like there's no, I don't think there's a true like bullet velocity thing in this game. You know, it's definitely not controllable, but if there is, but I noticed that it feels like it's got a slower bullet velocity. It hits harder. It creates that concussion compression. But it is easier to miss than with some of the other snipers. I feel like the bullet's slower. Takes longer to arrive. And God forbid you have to use a skill or something like that. I mean, that's... Wow, their rifle was so powerful. Jesus, they're everywhere. Damn. Oh, I'm fucked now. Ah, they had too many angles on me. God damn it. Those people came from like left field, literally. All right, where am I? I'm lost. I'm gonna foam everybody. Damn, she was hard to kill. Thought I heard some footsteps. Uh-oh. Just double trouble. More. Boss, yay. Good timing. Right place at the right time. You get on a roll with this build, it kind of makes it fun, the chain killing thing. It seems, it's like more of a chain killer, you know? Because it's a chain foamer for the chain killing. All right, enough of that.
Detecting additional hostile contacts.
I think I can get rid of one of these protection from elites for it. I think I'm noticing some of these shots are just a little shy of doing their deed. Let's just change one of these mods out. I mean, we have chain color fully procced. It doesn't really matter, but it's leading up to that, so it's a little bit shy.
Being assembled by hostile.
Oh, what? Did I not hit you in the head? Actually, let me use attack on this one.
Hostile detected.
Where'd it come out of? Other side, I guess.
Hostile completed the golden bullet.
The hell? That happens a lot with these bosses, huh? Resisting the right foam. Right foam resistors. That's real. I spent a lot of stars. Not that many though. I just started the event, so 14. I just spent a lot of them. I don't remember how many caches I bought. It wasn't that many.
Supply room access unlocked.
I'm not running that many directives either. I only got 2 on. If I was running a Regulus build, we'd be like wham, wham. Actually, we could run Pistolero with this too. Special ammo against, it just depends on what faction we're running against. Some factions are just, oh, that special ammo is just not worth it. Those Outcasts especially, that fire is just nasty. You can't do anything when you're on fire. You can't shoot. Might be a name boss. A name boss? It is. Yes. 4 purples and 1 gold is always a name boss. I think it is. Is it a propaganda station or is it a name boss? Okay, there's a red guy, so it's not. All right. It's not worth my time then. Yeah, the hyenas are tough too. I agree. And the tusks. Yeah, they just say the tusks are really bad. I mean, they disable all your skills. It's like only few builds can really manage. And sniper build's one of them, but you know what I mean? It's a lot of our gameplay relies on some sort of skill activity. Oh, she got that grenade off. It's mean. I got some hazard protection though on this, which is nice. I think it's 30%. What is this give you? Yeah, 30% on top of your default, which I think is 20. Oops, let's take a look at that. Stats. We might be at 50%. 40%. Yeah, okay, the default's 10 then. Interesting, huh? Nice thing about Eclipse Protocol. You give in status effects and you're protected from it a little bit too. So I guess that's just in case you write from yourself, which happens. Oops. Oh my god. Did he say Baba Ganoush? Baba Ganoush! Oh my god. Come on, man. Gotta land those first shots. That would be some weird voodoo magic, though. Imagine, like, randomly getting riot foamed because one of your allies gets shot and killed, and you're like, all of a sudden you're riot foamed. That would be some weird voodoo shit. That's what they should call this, is a voodoo build. Yeah, skill damage. Yeah, good point. Like, oops, I didn't say this one left. Skill builds do really well against that directive. I agree with that for sure. And of course, hazard protection. But bonus armor does too. Bonus armor helps a little bit. I'm not sure if bonus armor protects you from every status effect. I haven't tested. I have a feeling like disruption might break through that bonus armor. Disruption or shock. I think shock gets through it too. Line them up, line them up, line them up, line them up. Double kill. It's worth it. The extra time it takes to do that. Just fun. Just good old family fun. Reminds me of Dodgeball, the movie. Haven't seen that in a while. That's a classic for me. It's gotta be his hair. My name was White. W-H-I-T-E. Yeah, an Umber Initiative backfire build would be fun for this event, actually. We did that one. We should bring that one back. This is the first Umbra build I made a video for. Because it was really unique. Umbra being good and all. But paired up with the backfire, Max Hasbro. And I think it's a shame. I do. I really think it's a shame to avoid hazard protection with the backfire. Some people get off on it. You know what I mean? I don't get. They're like, look, I created this backfire build that doesn't need, you know, and I've created one for it too. But I do gotta say, like, I really enjoy the hazard protection. Like, it's encouraging you to put on hazard protection. Don't avoid it. That's a great thing, you know. The same reason why I like explosive resistance for the Tusk. I mean, get rid of, it's really nice to see this rifle guy come up to you and you're just immune to his bullshit, you know? Allows you to run the special ammo and not worry about it. God damn. You seen this shit? That's why I run the foam. Like, perfectly in line with that fucking post. That's gonna get me killed. Yeah, Pesty's really nice too. Yeah, and you can you can use the booster too. I'm just, you know, it's a little discouraging for me to drop it, pick it back up, drop it, pick it up, and also if you run in a group, then you know they suck up your booster hive too, and then all of a sudden you're catching on bleed. Then you're bleeding everywhere. Your allies did it. Their fault. But yeah, no, I think it's a hazard protection. I mean, it cuts out all that annoying stuff. You know what I mean? You got bleed from the lawnmower cutting your ankles. You got fire, flamethrowers, Molotov cocktails. And to be 100% immune to that, like, I love that. It makes this game like a little less annoying in parts, you know? I mean, if I could, I'd put a hazard protection on everything. I really could. But it's not a bad idea, actually, now I'm thinking about it, to create a Headhunter hazard protection build. You can do that because you got so much free slots. It would actually be the complement to the explosive resistance one. It's the same build. Just swap out the explosive resistance to hazard protection. And then go have some fun. I'm not sure I've created that build before. I've created one for the Dread Edict that's kind of similar in concept, because what I discovered was the Dread Edict is so strong that you can you can reallocate some of your attributes to, you know, status effects or hazard protection, I mean. God damn. Fucking those turrets. But it would be interesting to do it for like a heroic, so the version that I showed you earlier that I was using is tailored specifically to legendary, because legendary's got massive explosives and it does not only protect it from them, but you're designed to actually take them out. So for your team, you're a key player. I mean, you're a really key player. You can one-shot the tanks, you can two-shot the chungas, and you're designed to eliminate explosives. I mean, you're like man's best friend, you know? But for like an open world heroic, status effects I don't think are that big of a deal for missions too much. But in the open world, you got everything. Every faction's got their version of a status effect, right? God damn it, we're taking damage from somebody else.
Vital signs critical. Heavily armored hostile detected.
Delayed response there, huh? Killer, and the refresh for the golden bullet came like 10 minutes later. Shit. Who am I taking damage from now? Way over there. You know what would be fun is a combination event. I mean, that's like the next level. Like, what if they combined golden bullet with reanimated? I would love that. That'd be like that would be my birthday for sure. Best birthday present ever. Really? Oh, great. And you made me lose my golden bullet. I mean, my headhunter. All right, we're just clearing those challenges, aren't we? We're knocking them down. It's weird, the audio from where her voice is. It sounded like she was behind me. She was giving me vertigo. Some delayed ass reactions here. The fireworks were like 10 minutes late too. Let's see if it's faster here. Is it the audio? Hold on, let me see. Might just be the audio, and see if I can land this. Yeah, it's a little better. Jammed it really deep. And he is doing some serious cartwheeling. Damn, when does Circus get to town? So do you ever notice there's 2 damage numbers that come out of the TAC 50? So one of them is the shot, the bullet itself damage, and then the other is the compression damage. It's usually a white damage, so it goes directly to health. See if I can show it here. Look for the 2 damage numbers. See that? Blue and a white. So the white one, the compression is not that much, but it can be helpful. Obviously damages the whole groups, so it'll damage a whole group, but also if enemies are just on their last leg, that compression damage is nice. You hit the main target and it'll finish off the surrounding target. Did anybody see that Violent Night movie? New movie that came out for the holidays. It's kind of like a Die Hard concept, sort of. But it's Santa Claus. Santa Claus goes on a killing spree. Actually, kind of interesting. It's actually good. I liked it. Like, it's a good movie. Entertaining for sure. Basically, his backstory is that he's a berserker, a Viking, a raider in his past life. So he's got a violent history before he was Santa Claus. You saw that, Reaps? Yeah, it was good, huh? I liked his skull crusher. You remember that? That was cool. I was like, I want one for Christmas. I want a hammer. A war hammer. Oh, her body flipped hard. Where'd they go? I know there's like 4 of them. Guess not. Alright, well, I'm not gonna hang out here all day looking for that. Oh, you saw Avatar 2? Wow, cool. That looks pretty good. I haven't seen it yet, of course. It was your birthday last week? Last Thursday? What date was that? Last Thursday was the 22nd. Wow, happy birthday, Reaps. Shit, sorry I was late. Did you say anything on Discord? Did somebody say something on Discord? I was basically MIA everywhere last week. 22nd. Happy birthday, man. You're a Capricorn too. Oh, I knew it. I just knew it. I just knew it.
Hostile assembling a golden bullet.
Are you like me? You basically don't have a birthday anymore. It's very much minimalized. I tell people like, no, I don't want anything. We don't really need to do anything. It's cool. I don't like the attention. Please don't sing happy birthday to me. If there's a riot phone person, I'm gonna kill them. I don't see any though. The medics always are good to take out, but I really like to keep that turret from going up, so let's do that. And this lady is always... Oops, let's go that way. Didn't I just kill that guy? He's got his turret up. The medic get him alive? That's enough of that business. Oops. Oh, got a fucking turret.
Completed the golden bullet.
Oops, I missed that big time. Light him up, baby. Oh, I missed that. The compression still got her, though. My eyes must be getting tired. I don't know how I missed that shot. I mean, that's crazy, right? The right foam lasts long enough for me to get 4 shots out. You know? It's a lot of time. It's a lot of time. God damn it. She's wiggling. Take the annoying lady out first. She's the one that does all the cartwheels all the time. Excessive cartwheeling. I need a sign that says no excessive cartwheeling. The hell did you come from? Damn it. She took my headhunter away. Ooh, look at that True Patriot. That's nice looking. Very tanky.
Civilians in distress.
What up, Pops? Papa Smurf?
Supply room access unlocked.
Oh, wow. Both your daughters are Decembers, too? Wow. We know what you were doing in the spring. Yeah, I got one in September and one in
Guarding location nearby.
December, of course. All December birthdays. Wow. It's a busy month for you, man. Wow, just 2 days apart. That's crazy, man. You almost had one right on your birthday. It's crazy. The good thing is you got ahead of Christmas, though, I gotta say. Before people were all tuckered out. People really do get tuckered out on the... Why isn't he dead yet? I don't understand why he's not dead yet. Let's go and heal up. Took too much damage off that guy. Really, you're rifling me after your rifle? You jerk. I just healed up. Damn you people. Thank God we got a strong shield. It's sort of what helps make this build make sense too, by the way. Having it's a backup armor, basically, you know? Damn, where'd you guys come from? One for you, one for you. The golden bullet. Fresh it. And now we're in business. Take that thing out. There's one back there. Wow, it didn't deploy. Damn, skills. Effing with me today. Something with the scope sounds nice. Ooh, double kill. Nope, I missed it. Oh, come on. What the? The bullet went right through him. I reloaded. See if that fixes it. Yep. Now I lost my ammo. Yeah, I lost my headhunter. That's annoying. Oh, that reload is fast. Oh, there's an enemy way out there. Stupid NPC chases the enemy so far out there because it can't kill him. Don't make me go over there. Oh, God. It's going to take them an hour to kill that person. But by the time I get there, they'll think they'll kill him. Watch. Oh, good, Frozen. I don't want to wish it on anybody, but I'm glad I'm not alone. See exactly. See what happened? I get there and they finally kill him. They're showing off. Yeah, skill delay. It's annoying. You tap the button, you expect something to happen, right? It's like. That's gonna get me killed, not killing her. The fuck? Pretty sure I cleared that corner. Maybe somebody got behind me. That lady might have got behind me. Well, that bullet went right through her. Yep, you see that? She's immune. And so she. 2 immunes, but I can't reload this weapon. That's annoying. I'll switch weapons, I guess. Switch back, see if that works. Nope. That was a waste. I lost all my special ammo because of that. Let's see if we can replenish our special ammo here. There we go. Squirrely little lady, huh? Oh, that was a bad shot. Wow. I don't even know what I'm shooting at anymore. Look how far these guys are out here. Oh my god, I'm the worst. Oh my god, I'm the worst. I think I'm getting slow right now. It's calling me out. Oh, it's a medic over here getting people up. Wow, he's athletic. The way he rolled out from that squat. Oh my god. I knew you were about the cartwheel.
Supply room access.
Yeah, I think that was my last control point. We're going on almost 9 hours here straight. Oh, we did a day. We did a day. We had some catching up to do though. The kid, we crushed a lot of these. Day 3 is missing. We're slacking on day 3. It's pretty good. This was all done today. Not bad. Now we're nowhere near Reaper. We gotta know Reaper's trick though, huh? Shit. Where'd you say you were at, Reaper? 700 stars? That's insane.
Guarding location nearby.
I gotta know your trick. Because it can't 712, that's insane. Because it can't be just directives, right? You gotta be like, you gotta be trucking too, right? You gotta be trucking along. Because I run directives, you know what I mean? I'm only running 2 right now, but on many of these events, like Reanimated is one, for instance, where, you know, I got builds that I can run all 5 directives and, you know, whatever, and clear content and clear these control points in 3 minutes, you know, 3 minutes on average, 3.5, you know, using a Mantis build or something like that. And man, a good week for me is like, you know, 250, 300. I mean, that's a good week, you know? And I understand that like using the Summit Floor 10 thing would be like massive, right? But yeah, I guess I see the full groups, though, the full groups, because you can get picked up when you go down, and also you get more XP because of the scaling. Never stop to play with gear. Yeah, definitely makes things more efficient. Just if you go with your go-to build. Are you using the skill build for the most part, or are you using like a striker build, or what are you using? Yeah, I tweak a lot. Now, obviously, I'm talking and fucking around, but still, you know, you know what I mean? If that made me half as slow as you are, that would mean like I'd still be breaking out at like 350 red stars or something shit like that. That'd be crazy, right? Which I don't. I mean, I'm lucky to get my goal. My goal is to get about 160 red stars per event, get 20 named caches. I'm pretty happy with that. Oh, gotcha. Striker Eclipse. Yeah, Eclipse is amazing. like catch them on fire and watch them all burn to death kind of thing. That's pretty cool. As a matter of fact, I was meaning to do that earlier when we were running Firewall, was to whip out the flamethrower and start chain killing with that. We were playing with the flamethrower last week with the Hollywood event, and I wasn't happy with it at all. I don't think the flamethrower works with the Hollywood event. It's very dangerous, and the enemies are very immune, and you're definitely at risk of running out of ammo because it's not a guaranteed drop on special ammo. It's like 1 out of 3 on average. And with the golden bullet, it's a guaranteed refresh if you get the kill, right? Guaranteed. So at least you have that, but you can still run out. But Tip's flamethrower build would make sense. And then you run the backpack for assurances if you wanted to, but for golden bullet, and we did it once, and it did work. But there are times the downside is like if you roll too much into the flamethrower, there are times where you do run out, and you have to have ammo in order to get more ammo for your special weapon. And Tips will get that for you, but it's a little hard to run and gun with Tips. There's a lot of challenges, right, with the flamethrower. Now, I can run and gun with Tips and attack 50 because it only takes 1 shot to kill the enemy, so you have at least that going for you. Your time to kill is so fast with a flamethrower. Although it can be kind of quick, it's not the 1-shot kill quick. And so it's... I always felt like, well, I think you are better off with an Eclipse flamethrower build. And so at least you have that as a defense, the proliferation, indirect transmission. I mean, at least you have that defending you. But my character looks cross-eyed with this mask. Just seeing that. Looks a little cross-eyed there. I've been playing too much Division 2. That's what happens. Anyways, y'all, I'm going to call it a night. Appreciate it. And I doubt I'll be doing anything tomorrow just because we got a bunch of birthday stuff. And then it'll be in that New Year's Eve thing. So I'll be catching you guys on the 1st. Wow. That sounds so far away. Which will be Sunday. So, all right, y'all, appreciate it. Have a good night. Thanks for hanging. Peace.
Tuxedo out.